Hello, Money March. I'm so excited to be here. How are we doing today? Oh my gosh, I'm gonna explode. Okay, you know what we do to start off. How is everybody doing? Diana's here. Claire's here. All right, let's get some like ninja energy out. Who's excited to be live with the Living Brave community? This song was playing in my head all day yesterday. I was like, sales ninjas, sales goddesses, sales shame slayers. Who's excited to be here? Happy birthday, Madeline Charles. Ow, ow! All right, shake it off. Turn your video on. Let's do if you're gonna be here live, be here for the live Living Brave experience. Come on. Let's celebrate Madeline's birthday. She's gonna get up. Okay, make a crazy face. We've got Jamie the Gut Goddess is here. I'm gonna try not to flash you guys with my underboob. Okay, the clothing is already breaking. Who do we got live? Oh, Kay Faraz here. Yes. Charlotte's here. All right, let's see some head banging. Let's see some air guitars. Let's see some microphones. Who needs a normal microphone when you have a hairbrush, baby? We've got Rosa here. Oh, Amanda Brock is in the house. Sarah Anderson's gonna get up. Flash the arms out. Oh, Samantha Joe is feeling so good today. Yes. Oh my gosh. We've got so many people here live with us. Oh. Are you ready? Are you ready for Money March week 3? I'm freaking out. I'm freaking out. I'm going to hold it together for you guys, though. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being one of the legends who not only signs up for Money March, comes to week 1, 2, you're live for week 3, because the way we do it here, you know, we kind of like to over deliver. You know, on Magic Business, we talked about like, gosh, being like the conduit for life force, for creativity, for magic to flow through you. And it's like your sexual energy is your creative energy, your feminine energy. It just keeps coming. You know, it's like, oh my gosh, Money March has opened up so much for this community. And so it just keeps getting better. So today is going to build on everything. And I got the hit last night talking to Christian. So we've got a little of the Christian energy in here. I wanted to talk to you guys about like making your lives 10 times easier. Are we ready for this? Like making sales 10 times easier, making your life 10 times easier, and talk about premium offers and high ticket sales. And I realized like this is something that I'm really good at. Do you think we should just like teach what we really rock at? I'm like, I think I really rock at this. Christian's like, this is what you do. This is what you've done. This is how you've done 8 figures in sales. Your clients have done, you know, over $100 million in sales last year alone. And that's not even counting women in the club. That's like the VORTEX. Okay. Yeah. So I think we should talk about this, because what was anybody's mind kind of blown at that? Hey, you guys, you know, $1 million a day is 33K offers. And maybe we could look at, you know, really delivering like premium value offers and the art of high ticket sales. And we might be just having a totally different conversation than low ticket mass market offers when we're playing with the 1% ambitious. Who here feels like they might just be part of that 1% ambitious? And you want to start to speak to that high level person in your audience. Okay, that's what we're going to do today. I want to hear before we just go off into another galaxy, how you're feeling today, what you're bringing to this space. Is this your first Living Brave call? If so, what do we do in the chat? Coming in, dot, 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 dot. Curious, excited, ready to rock, activated, making money. What are you feeling? Are you feeling activated? Like, how are you? Are you tired? I want to know. Drop in. Where are you in the world? Who do we have representing here? First timers? Do we have Club OGs? We have 365 in the house. Do we have Vortex? Do you have alumni in the house? Is this your third Money March? Is this your first live call? Like, make yourself known. Part of the fun. There's nothing like a live Living Brave experience, and just wait until we actually get in the room together, because there's just no words for that. You've got to come live. You got to tap into the energy. You can watch the freaking replay, but there's something about being in the live energy, connecting the chat. And I just ask you that you keep the chat for like deepening on the concepts that we're talking about today, connecting, sharing your breakthroughs, and knowing that no shoving hands down the shirts. No shoving hands down the shirts. You've got the whole thread on sharing your account and connecting with people, and you can go connect in the Facebook group and the other spaces that we have, okay? So are we ready to rock? If you want to take a boomerang, a photo, you want to share it, you want to post it today, speak to my soul, because when I get off these calls, I'm like, what just happened? Was I dreaming? And then I can like open up my phone and, I can see that you guys are here. I love to reshare it. And I love to also encourage other people who weren't on the call, like, get your booty into the replay. Okay. So I'm going to look around the room, take a look around the room, take a nice deep breath. That was for me because I'm stoked. This time last year, I just started getting sick for the first time. I was like, ooh, weird. I just had found out I was pregnant, and I'm like, I think I have car sickness or something. Like, I don't know, in the movies, you like throw up once in the morning and that's your pregnancy. And what I was going into was the longest medicine journey of my life. I never need plant medicine again, thank you very much. For 5 months of just like so much nausea, so in my body. I stretched my capacity like tenfold. I was like, this isn't necessarily the 10x I thought it was going to be, but I'm 10xing my capacity. I'm 10xing my ability to show up when things are hard, because when do we need leaders? When are we impressive to people? When it's like, and everything worked perfectly. So I just showed up and I felt like $1 million and I looked amazing and everything went well. And so here's my keynote speech. No, right? So I was like, I'm going through the thing I'm going to speak about later, but damn it, I just genuinely did not have the ability to close Money March in the way I wanted to and to send it home and bring it home. So today it feels like just a culmination of so much, because I have a big announcement. I didn't even tell the Vortex Inner Circle about it. I was like, you'll have to show up to the call. I have a big announcement. I have a big surprise, a massive invitation. And whether or not you say yes to the invitation or you just write it off right away, the entire invitation, who's excited? Who likes when I sell? The entire invitation is going to be like, my mind is melting right now and I have so many ideas and I'm so excited. And I'm going to be teaching you, because I don't sell without service. So sell with service. Whether or not you sign up for it, I want you to be like, I'm not the same after this, and I see myself differently. Okay? So I want to tap into the chat, and I have some special guests today. So I know they've got lives. I'm kind of like Tony Robbins style. I'm like, no breaks, 15 hours. Do with it what you will. I'm going to take away replays in the future and just be like, come show up and take me to the bathroom with you. Like, that's it. But I know that there's like some really cool women, like women who, to learn from individually, it would be like multiple 6 figures, $1 million to learn from them. And they're like, yeah, I'll come on. And I'll just give my biggest sales breakthroughs and money lessons. Do you guys like when you learn from Mel? And was that supportive when she talked about like how to create viral art? By the way, this woman is the woman who had an over $500,000 launch that we're celebrating. Maybe she'll come in, share some of her magic today. Or like Diana, or she's the one who, like, with 30 people live on an offer, had a 6-figure launch. Like, and she might give you some of the goods around that and how she just did a launch on social media. Was that supportive for you? I know you guys, like 60 of you gave the prayer hands to hear from more of our community. So you're going to hear from more of the women in this beautiful community. Because here's one thing. Do you tell people how awesome your offer is? And do you tell people why it's great? Or do you show them? Because if I'm going to invite you into a mastermind, which I'm going to do today, am I going to tell you how great a mastermind is and how you're going to learn from everyone? You're like, yeah, sure. We just want coaching from you, right? Like, sure. It's great. Everyone's amazing. Or am I like, you know what? Here it is. Here they are. And you make the decision for yourself. So show, don't tell. Okay. I'm going to pull up my notes now after I check into the chat. I'm always nervous when show sells. You want to create tension, activation. And we'll talk about anticipation. When you want to create anticipation in your audience because they desire the outcome that your offer creates. And anxiety is anticipation of a negative outcome, right? But what you do when people are excited to buy it, I can't wait until the doors open, is because you built desire, you built your belief, you built trust. I'm in anticipation of a positive outcome. This is amazing. This is the kind of tension that we want to create in sales. And yet sometimes there's a really fine line. Like, I'm nervous, I'm excited, I don't know, because my fear is wobbling between my faith and my excitement. And then we just pull someone in the direction of their dreams. So we're going to talk about today people who do things because they fucking feel like it, not because they need it. Okay? And that's what feminine sales is all about. People do what they feel like. Who here has a lot of things you need to do, but you haven't done yet, but you will do what you feel like doing today? Yes. So we're going to talk about that. Okay. Happy birthday, first Money March, live call, Vivian. Oh my gosh. Hydrated. I have water with me. I'm on another planet right now. Sacred Valley in Peru. We've got Anna. You know she's going to bless us today with her magic. Okay, we're in Spain. We're in the club. We got Vortex in the house. We're all on the edge of our seats. You're getting a massive upgrade. I'm so excited. 39 weeks pregnant. Wow. Oh my gosh. Wow. We're so lucky to have you here today. Oh my God. I just had 6 medicine ceremonies from Cyprus, Norway, middle of Georgia, coming in lit, feeling happy from Poland, Vortex alumni in the house, Phoenix, second Money March, Vortex, vibing from the Canadian Rockies. Okay. I could be in the chat box, I'm actually going to read all of this later. Like, that's what I will be doing. Like, I will not miss out. Like, FOMO is a good thing if it helps you do things that are good for you. And I'm like, I will not be missing out on the chat. Like, I built the space that I always dreamed of. I go into other groups, amazing groups. Okay. Everyone's got a different vibe. That's why I want you to see when I showcase the women today, no one is a mini me. Your spaces are going to feel like the answer to people's prayers that they never had before. I don't want you to create another Living Brave. But I know I go into other people's communities and I'm like firing away. I'm just like, who's stoked over here? Everyone's like, who is this person? And I'm like, okay, well, I'm just going to keep sharing my breakthroughs and popping in with my 2 cents. So I see you. I'm exactly like you. I wish I could be in the chat with you, 2 places at once. So let me pull up my notes. We're in for a treat today. I know some people's first time live. We're all over the world. You might find someone who is down the street from you and just have some watch parties. We have watch parties in Denver, so meet your Denver fam, especially when you come here for Living Brave Live. Today, we're going to be talking about premium offers, high ticket sales, and a new announcement. We're going to have a panel, and this is a new 50K offer, okay? Not just presenting a new 50K offer. By the end of this presentation, I think over half of you, I believe maybe 100% of you, are going to feel like I would be crazy not to invest $50,000. Okay. So that's my promise to you. But this presentation is a meta conversation in a 50K offer, why you should invest $50,000 by the end of this. Okay. And so within this invitation, what I just said, what did I just do? Some of you already said no. And that's okay. But you will learn about success, wealth, premium sales, and feminine business today. I want to go ahead and celebrate some new community members. I want to celebrate you if you're new to 365. We closed doors like last week. It's been 10 days, long gone. Okay. But we've been having so much fun there. We had the Throughline class. We have the close class coming up where I'm doing a live sales close demonstrations. But new Vortex members, Elena, who has been circulating for maybe a year. Becca, so excited. It's been months. Laura, surprised me, and I'm so excited to have you coming from Mexico. We have Sabrina, who also is like, since Brave AF, Lainey, who I met in a mastermind 5.5 years ago and just comes full circle now when we were both starting our businesses. Donna. I said Dana. It's Donna. We have another Dana here today. Donna coming in from Germany. She's in Morocco with her like 12-person team, just taking them on an amazing trip because why not? We have Taylor who just joined, and I'm celebrating you. You're going to be here live today, and who's on another freaking level. So I want to celebrate you guys. Celebrate their huge leap as if you just took a huge bet on yourself. And the world does not always celebrate you for the action. We celebrate each other for the freaking action, right? We got to be in communities that celebrate us for the action because the market and your clients will celebrate you for results. But we've got to be in that positive feedback loop, okay? So celebrating these women. Holy shit, I'm so grateful for Money March. Who's had a good time? Just drop an emoji. I know, I see you guys with your hot dog emojis, your hot dogs, your bananas, you freaks. I love you. Your emojis in the Telegram group. An emoji if you are loving Money March. Like this shit works. I'm so grateful for the creative force, for life force, for the prayers that I responded to create Money March, because this honestly was from another land. It was for me. It's like, I want to take myself. Okay, I got the idea. Thank you. The idea, gremlins that come knocking to your door. And I'm so happy that I said yes to it. We are having our biggest month ever. And we've had big sales months, but our biggest cash month ever in business, apart from when I birthed my son. And I just posted like a little video of me yesterday from the hospital, just like answering people because I was in the middle of Brave AF. I was like, well, might as well. Like, and Christian, Sarah, what else are we gonna do besides eat, talk, look at each other, feel the baby, and just we're like, okay, well, I'll be in my DMs. I'll see you in a half hour. And so that was our biggest month during Brave AF. And this is our biggest month. Officially, we crossed it on the 21st. So Money March works. This is all about having your highest cash month ever. And just no shame if you haven't been following along. But seriously, if you sell every day with the level of excellency, conviction, devotion, and maybe not even conviction, but just a willingness to find out, right? Like we've been talking about this stuff, and you compound this over time, it freaking works. It's not so much about refining your message and like, does my bio make sense? It's like, are you creating pathways for people? And what's your offer? And is your offer something that people understand why they should freaking buy it and why they're crazy not to buy it? Let's go, right? Because the first time I ran Money March, I was like, I haven't posted for a week and I'm having my highest week in months because I'm selling. I'm creating pathways. I'm creating the through line. You know, I'm planting seeds. I'm selling with value. I'm doing all the things that we speak about here. So I'm so grateful for Money March. I love you guys, like your forums. I wanted to take a moment and just say, like, every single person here is so epic. I feel so honored to be here, that like we get to be, I don't know, I get to hang out with you. I don't even know when I'm hanging out with you. You're like, I spent the whole day with you, Shosh. Like, I do not take it lightly. I do not take it for granted. And I pinch myself often. You guys are so gracious, so loving, so welcoming. Have you ever been in a community with people like this real, like authentic, just like telling it how it is and like willing to be earnest? I heard being earnest is like a millennial cringe thing. And I'm like, I'm the most earnest person. I was telling Christian, I'm like, I want to look at someone in the eye and be like, I just want you to know I love you. You know, I love you. You're doing amazing. And you're like, you guys are earnest. When I guess the mainstream, it's not cool to be that anymore. But like this community is just so loving, so earnest. I just want to say thank you so much for going above and beyond. And, you know, I want this for every single woman in here. For every single woman, there's some brave AF men in here, let's be real. Like, have you seen some of these men? I'm like, whoa. Like, they're getting lots of the likes. You know, we're like, please hang out with us more. Like, we need some of your, your vibes in here. Seriously. But really, I want this for you because, you know, this is the energy of like delicious, feminine, soul-aligned sales, is like fully committed, but fully detached. Because when I come up to this live today, I'm like, I'm excited to be there. I'm honored to be there. I want to give so much value. I'm going to make this invitation. I have no idea what's going to happen, like literally no idea, but it does not matter at all. Like it matters. I want it for them so much, but I don't need it for me at all. And something but my friend Myron has said before, he's like, you know, when I invite people into my offers, he's like, I'm going to be in steak for dinner tonight and I'm going to go golfing after this. Like, you're either in or you're not. Like, it's kind of a vibe, especially with premium high level sales. Like, yo, like, I don't need this. Like, I want it for you. I'm going to be here for you. I'm going to do all that. I want it more for you than I need it for myself, right? And that's the energetic. Sometimes when people teach tactics and strategies of modeling an energetic of high value, of like, I literally don't need this. I don't even have to work. Because of everything we've created, like, I'm not saying this like brag, I'm saying this to model this energy and also just be real with you guys that, like, to love your stuff so much, to be so committed and be like, you need to want it for your clients more than you need it for yourself. And what we also have to do is be brave enough to offer things to the people who already want it rather than the people who their main energetic is need. Because if they need it more than they want it, you will stay broke and so will they. The best thing that you can do is sell to people who want it so bad. They want it so bad. They already want it. And they really value it. And they're willing to go crazy distances. They're able to make it happen. Because when you do that, you create immense wealth and value for them and for yourself. And what you can do is create such a massive scale that you can actually serve the people who need it. Like, need it a lot and maybe aren't in the mindset or in the space in their lives or whatever it is for them right now to join your premium offers. And you can do thousands of people challenges for $30 where you have dozens of people telling you that it's served them more than multiple five-figure masterminds. That's what you can do. Right? This is the power of premium high-level sales. Are we getting it? Dropping it? Drop if this is landing in the chat. Okay. So, what makes something premium value? Who here likes when someone's talking about high ticket? They're like, high ticket, high ticket, high ticket. And then you join it. And then you're like, I don't like this. Like, high ticket, like, I don't want to pay you. Like, my high ticket offer, I'm like, I don't want to. You know what? I want to call them premium. Here's my premium value offer. I would like to join someone's premium value offer. When you're like, here's my high ticket offer, I'm like, I don't want a high ticket thing. I want a premium value thing. And what makes it premium value? Like, do you guys feel a little like ick when I'm like, yeah, my high ticket offer, I want you to join my high ticket offer? No, I want you to join the premium value offer. What makes it premium value is the payoff. Again, more is not always better unless it's toilet paper, okay? What is the actual payoff? What do you get? If you get premium value, then there gets to be a premium investment, right? And so it can't be about you getting the sale, okay? This is about, do you want this for your life or not? With your premium value offers, not high ticket for you, premium value for the client. Do you want this for your life or not? And often, this 1% of person, ambitious person, we're going to talk about the mindset, the psychology of this. This is an evolved conversation, okay? The mass market is typically like, think about it. Money back guarantee, price competing, A plus B plus C plus D. Like, you're going to go from A to B. If you do this, you'll get that. But this kind of premium value conversation is a different level of conversation where someone goes, it's not so much about A to B to C to D. Who here has ever made a decision? It's not so much exactly what I'm going to get, but do I want this for my life? Is this something that I would like to shape me in my life? Like, I don't actually know how it plays out, but is this something I would like to shape me, in my life moving forward? And we'll talk more about this, but it's always kind of multidimensional, unexpected, right? How do I want to shape my life? And so when I present my premium value offer, it's really from, how do I want to shape my life? Is this an experience that I feel like I would like to shape my life in a way? Okay. And so the energy is, I don't need it, but I want it for you, even if you have to try it on. The offer, their premium value offers are for people who want it, right? But lack isn't the main energetic. And as I said, the best thing that you can do is serve the top 1%, 2% of people in your premium offers and create so much abundance for them and you that you can give back in $30 challenges. Okay. So I took this. I was thinking about my friend Myron this morning, who always talks about high ticket sales. And if you think people don't pay premium, this man will have dozens of people paying $350,000 for a 1-day experience on a jet where they all sit in a room. And you know what happens in that room? You can't unsee what you saw in here. Right? There is a level of proximity, there is a level of customization, there is a level of something that once you see it, you can't unsee it. And what does he say? You see the energetic right here in a mass market offer versus premium sales is like, I don't work. I don't work with curious people. If you're interested in my offer, I'm going to tell you, go bother somebody else, right? If you're like, I'm interested, it's like, I don't work with curious people. I work with serious people. Okay. And so this whole energy around the invitation, around how you speak, I don't work with curious people. I work with serious people. Okay. And so you can have all different types of offer. I'm talking about making your life easier. Does your pricing make your life easier or harder? Are you trying to sell $50 offers with people who need you to solve every single problem for $50 and their main concern is affordability versus speed, efficiency, quickness, proximity, power, right? So we go, is my highest value in my offer affordability? Because some people want affordable, some people want exceptional, right? So with your premium value offers, your main draw point is not going to be affordability. That can be for some of your lower level offers as you grow your product suite, right? But premium level buyers want exceptional. Who here, like for me, before I made a lot of money, let me tell you, I was like hustling, writing for Investopedia, $50 blog articles. I could bang them out in 30 minutes. I felt like a G. I was like, oh my God, this is like $100 an hour rate. Like, this is insane. I made a couple $100 a day. It was like really mind blowing to me. And I wanted a tattoo. I was a premium buyer for tattoos. I didn't want an affordable tattoo. In fact, that scares me a lot. I was like, I want an exceptional tattoo. If a tattoo shop was like, it's affordable, come here, it's affordable. I'll do it in 30, like I'll do it for half the price. I'm like, no. What it felt like for me, I was like, I want exceptional art. This is an investment in myself. And so I didn't have a lot of money, but I was a premium buyer in that market. Okay. I wanted exceptional, not affordable. However, when it came to coaching, when it came to investments in myself, weird, we live in a world that teaches you not to value and prioritize yourself. I've got a whole story about this. It's insane. Like what I'm learning right now with like big investments of like, now I have some options to do some big private investments. And I'm learning about how people make these investments is blowing my mind. But the first thing, I used to dabble. Who here knows people who dabble? And I'm no shade, right? I used to be this person who would come into DMs and like, can you send me the link? And then I'd be like, and then like 3 weeks later, can you send me the link? And sometimes there are people who still do this. I'm like, I am so curious if you will ever sign up for anything. Like I'm curious because I used to be that too. And like I did have a big shift and transformation, but it is the dabbling, right? I'm interested. And I used to waste everybody's time. So what I also did, my first discovery call, I didn't even show up. Why? Oh, I'm not really great at timing. Oh, I slept and it wasn't on my calendar. No, because I was a dabbler. Because my whole life was based on this energy of someone who wasn't really serious. Okay? That's why I didn't show up. Thank God she gave me another chance, right? And so people who dabble, and mass market. This is why if you learn from bro marketers, mass market marketers, you are going to shoot yourself in the foot. I need you to listen to this. Are you listening? You're here? Drop it here in the chat. Loss aversion for 99% of the population is their primary strategy for moving. Has anyone ever told you people will pay you more to get out of pain, right, than into desire? Nailing on pain points, like loss aversion is the primary strategy for 99% of people. I was someone like this. This was passed down through my lineage as well. I was so concerned with not losing, not looking like a failure, not getting it wrong. Why? Well, holy shit, take Brave AF, take any of my programs. We talk about this all the time. This is a system that you're brought up in that tells you that if you fail, you're a failure and you're kicked out and you can never do it again. But that's not actually how the world works, right? You also have internalized shame and wounds. And so you go around just avoiding protecting your wounds. That's why shame slaying is the foundation of being in the 1%, because you can't be brave and run towards your desires if you're still protecting your fears and your shames and your wounds. And the only way through is through, right? And so I was like this. I was a dabbler. I was like in loss aversion. And so I made my first, I invested 14 times my monthly income off the back of a $0 launch into my business. Not convicted. I was like, I'm just unwilling to wonder what if, because I'd done some shame slaying stuff. And I was like, if she can do it, I can do it. God damn it. Who's like that? You're like, if she could do it, I could do it. Like, I don't really know, but like, fuck, there's a part of me that says yes, and I'm crazy, and let's go. I've never been meant to fit into a box. Like, I at least want to go on the journey. That said, I'd made 6 figures in my business. Crazy. I was like, is this a fluke? Who here has ever been there? You're like, is this a fluke? What if this is the only money I ever make for the rest of my life? And then how long do I have to pay my team? And then your doomsday scenario thinking. Who here has ever rehearsed the worst case scenario on a daily basis? And you get into that vibration and you go and try to be a motivational speaker from that place. But okay, so we are, like, that was my primary strategy. Made 6 figures in the business. There was a 25K investment that this coach I was thinking of working with, I wasted her time once. I'm just kidding, but it's okay. But I did on a call, because I was like, I have no idea. And on the call, I was like, I have no idea. I wasn't going to pull the trigger on anything. However, she understood permission marketing. She understood long-term relationships, and she treated me with grace. And she kept just being in my world. I was like, thank you. And then she had this 25K mastermind, and I was like, oh, damn, that's like a third of what I made. I don't even know if I had 6 figures yet. I was like, okay, how long can I live off this 6 figures? Like, what if this was a fluke? Like, how long could I pay my rent? Like, could I live with my parents? Like, doomsdaying. And then I reached out. You know how sometimes we say sociology is stronger than psychology? Because she might have had all of the sales points, but I saw this girl join it who was like cool and badass, like selling high-level offers and stuff. I was like, did you join the mastermind? She's like, yeah, I'm going 500K this year, and I'm going faster with it. Coaching works. And I was like, oh, damn. Like, I was thinking about how much I had saved and what I didn't want to lose. I was in the risk aversion, the loss aversion. What if it was a fluke? Like, how much have I saved so far? And what if and she was thinking, I'm going to 500K and I'm going to go faster with a coach, and coaching works. You're a coach, right? And I was like, oh, okay. And so I joined the good portion of everything I made so far. And then what happened? I had a 50K month before it even started. Then I invested again in another freaking program while I was already in that program, because this was more of that logical, like old school, that was good for me to like compliment me. But then there's this expander over here, and it was like another 5-figure investment. I'm like, am I fucking crazy? Like, this is more than I made like in a whole year last year, right? But then what happened after I did that? The next month, I had my first 6-figure month. And guess what? It wasn't actually that challenging. I sold 10K offers because I became that client as well. It was much easier for me to tap into that. So we're going to talk about this. So then multiple 6 figures in masterminds. And here's the interesting thing. When I started investing multiple 6 figures in masterminds, I woke up at 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. for calls. Did I coincidentally become a night owl? I'm the girl who couldn't show up at 12 p.m. and then I'm waking up at 3 a.m. Did I become a night owl? No. I changed my identity from a dabbler, someone who's curious and loss aversion, to a doer. Okay, and so I joined the 1% ambitious people on planet Earth, and I became someone more concerned with upside than potential downside. And you need to know this: if you have offers that are premium offers, that your premium value buyers value upside more than the downside. Here's how wealthy people operate. So, you guys, I got to a point, like I was like, maybe in 20 years, I'll be a millionaire. Like, don't even trust your mind. Like these, even on my intake forms, I'll be like, what's your dream in a year? And I'm like, LOL. Like, your mind has no idea. When you focus on who you're being every day, you get in the right rooms. Of course, you don't know how, or else you would have done it. That's why you get in the space, then you expand and people blast open pathways of possibility for you. I'm like, not only do I have millions, but I have more millions. And I'm just like, shit, I paid over $1 million in taxes in 1 year. And I'm just like, okay, I need a strategy. Like, I feel like I wasn't born into this. Like, I don't have a family office. I'm just like, okay, I've got to work with some people who will help me like make some smart investments. And so recently I've been working with a wealth advisor who I met at a live event because he gave value to our mastermind group. It was a mastermind where there's a requirement to join, and he was giving a presentation. It changed my life so much that I paid him $15K and then $4K a month after that, right? Like $15K down, $4K a month after that to just be an advisor, not even like just to help me make the right investments and open up the investments for me. And so I'm talking to him recently because whatever, we made some investments and now we're going to work on this big bucket with a big potential upside. I'm like, okay, so I'm presented an investment opportunity. And it's like, if you put 100K in this investment opportunity, it's a startup, they've yet to go live, right? But if everything goes right, Shosh, this in 3 or 4 years, when they go live, it could be $1 million return. So 100K investment. It could be, this is a premium buyer. I want you to understand premium buyer mindset and how wealthy people operate, okay? If you put $100,000 in here, if everything goes right, it can turn into $1 million. However, there is a chance it also goes to zero. How do you feel right now? So there's a chance this goes to zero, but there's also a chance that it goes to $1 million if it all goes right. Well, is it guaranteed? Can I guarantee that it doesn't go to zero? Oh, well, there's something called a risk premium. So the reason why most people don't invest in this is because most people are risk averse. And so you get a risk premium for your willingness to take risk. And so the more of a guarantee there is, the less of the premium. Does this make sense? So it's like the more that you're willing to take on the risk, the more of the premium that there is, or else more people would invest in it. It would drive the price. Like it would just shift the whole thing. And so most investors don't do these deals because there is a chance it will go to zero. It's called a risk premium, right? The upside goes to zero with zero risk. The reason there's an upside is because there's risk. I want you to understand this. This is why so many people are okay investing in things with guarantees. But the things with guarantees are like, you have a job, yay. And then your biggest upside is maybe if you work here for 3 years, you'll get a 10% raise. And then maybe after that, right? It's all guaranteed, but everyone's willing to do it. And then maybe after that, you can become a manager and you can trade more of your life for a little bit of a salary increase as well. Okay? That's what happens with guarantees and permission-driven obedience systems. But rich people make a ton of these investments. They'll invest, and angel investors will do this. They'll invest in 10 startups, and 1 pops off, and it's okay if 9 fail. And this is their whole strategy, and it's how the rich get richer. I'm just telling you this. Like, this is how angel investors work. This is how like my high-level investing strategy is working. It's like, okay, cool. Let's invest in 3 of these startups, and one of them might pop off, and it will make up for the 2 that don't. And those investments go to fucking zero. Does someone need to, like, I'm freaking out right now because I'm going, this is insane for sales. Did someone need to tell me, you need this investment, Shosh? You need this investment, Shosh. Look, you're not going to lose. You're not going to lose. No, that would never work. They had to show me the upside potential. I already want to invest. I just want to know which investment is the right investment for me. And the reason I'm sharing this with you right now is because mass market strategy is so different than premium offers. I already want to invest. I just want to know who's the founder, what's the market opportunity, where am I going to put this money, what's the vibe, who's in the room, are you the one for me, can you hold this level of power, are you going to be there in 10 years? Like, this is the conversation. It's not. It wouldn't have worked if someone tells me I need it, because I don't need it. And it wouldn't have worked if they were going to tell me that I couldn't fail, because that's actually not how it works. Okay, and so I want you to know how your premium buyers think. Because be, do, have, right? I need you to understand this for your people, for yourself. That's actually how I got here, right? That's actually how we got here. The wealth, and then the assets, and then the offers. Okay. So it wasn't, do I need this, but do I want to take on this specific risk? Not do I need to invest or is it guaranteed, right? And so now, after seeing the massive potential upside, which is the most important thing for your premium buyers, the massive potential upside, then you're a logical person. So you go, what's the biggest risk? And I literally go to the investors. I go, okay, what's the biggest risk that this like goes to zero? And they're like, well, the founders and the market opportunity. And I paused because it's me and I'm like, are you kidding me right now? Like, and people won't invest in themselves. Like I said this to my wealth advisor. He's like, I don't really know what you're talking about. But I'm like, the biggest risk for me in this investment is the founders and their execution risk and the market opportunity. And right now, every single woman in this room is the founder. Like the biggest risk is your execution and you following through. And I'm like, if you know that you're someone that follows through and you see this market opportunity, like there is literally the highest upside potential. I'm sitting there like, what the fuck? For your sales, like your high level people want to know, right? Who's going to be there? First of all, who's the founder? You. Who's the founder? Also, themselves, right? What's the energy? What's the market opportunity? And so many of you are in markets that are exponentially growing and expanding. Okay, so I like am lit up about this. So mass market selling, what people teach in mass market selling is that you have to give people a solution outside of themselves because they don't believe in themselves. The 1% ambitious understand, they believe in themselves. They see the execution risk. They're like, I'm going to follow through everything I do. Winners always get an ROI, right? But what mass marketers teach you is that you have to give people a solution outside of themselves because they don't believe in themselves. And they're so scared of failure more than they want the upside. Most people are not actually truly ambitious. And something that one of Christian's mentors teaches is like actually only 1% to 2% of people are truly ambitious. You guys feel this? Like a lot of people like the idea, right, of like success and they like the idea of transformation, but they actually are here to limit the downside. Why? Because everyone's living in shame, protecting their wounds and their fears. And very few people actually run towards their dreams. And so ambitious people write you a check for speed. So what your job is, it's up to you to get better at what you specialize in, right? Because they will pay you for speed. They will pay you for proximity, for speed, for getting it done, for the actual value, not the time. Your one-to-one time is actually inefficient. So this is a much higher level conversation for my clients who want to scale, some conversation that we're going to have in the Vortex. If you see in my offers what I deliver, I could actually never deliver it one-to-one to you. I would fail delivering it one-to-one to you. I have scaled. I would under-deliver trying to deliver you what I deliver one-to-one. The network, the events, the IP, the workshop, the strategy development, the infrastructure, the team, the mastery that comes from needing to actually be at the top of my game in the biggest rooms, imparting this in a way that everyone can digest and benefit from it. Spending $1 million on life-changing events, hiring a team, paying multiple six figures just for people who are a team in the experience. I would fail doing this one-to-one. And so to give people value, you need to also learn how to scale up your assets, right? So I have some people I want to call up and I think they have to leave before 11. Are you guys liking this conversation? And I know it's edgy and I know it could be triggering, but it's for you, okay? It's so for you because you're going to get out there and you're going to make your life so much easier and understanding that most of what you've been taught about sales and marketing is from people who are selling like shampoo, to people who won't even get out of their couch, like I'll get off their couch to like check the mailbox, right? Like this is not the vibe. This is not what we're doing. The mass market is taken. You have a micro movement. I want to really empower you with your sales today. So without further ado, I'm going to bookmark it there. Are we ready to hear from some of the epic women in this community who are going to give you some badass sales strategy? So I know that some of my women have to leave before 11. So I think Jilly might be here. She has a call at 11. Are you here, Jilly? Yes, she is here. Okay, and for you guys, we'll do like 5-minute power sessions. So we don't like to speed. We're on the chill rocket ship, but also like speed power sessions so we can hear from as many amazing people as possible. Let's hear it for the water heiress, Jilly Torres, 7-figure earner, killing it. Ow, ow! Okay, I just asked to unmute you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, dropping in here. I love that flow so much. It was so on point with what I want to share today. So just so everybody knows, hi, I'm Jilly Torres, otherwise known as Water Airs, and today is World Water Day, and I'm dripping over here. So I'm gonna cheers with my water. I see Shoshana has her water too. Anybody else want to stay hydrated here? Cheers. Mm. So I'm not sure if I'm spotlighted, but if y'all can see me, type 111 in the chat. Okay, cool. Um, it's World Water Day. And when Shoshana asked me to speak, I was like, this is so funny because I am going through a massive quantum leap myself. And I just want to be like super transparent and real with y'all. That's just the way I am. I didn't know who Shoshana even was. I did not buy into the Vortex because of her rock starness. Like, I literally if you know my product, it's water and I'm in high ticket affiliate marketing. So like I'm not in low ticket. I have high ticket packages and I sell like water systems and water filtration. And somebody sent me her profile when she was sick last year and was like, "Hey, I think she needs your water." And I'm like, "Who's this girl?" And I see her in the hospital bed and I'm like, I don't even know what to think. Like, I'm just like, okay, cool. We'll get connected if it happens. Months and months and months go by and I don't really even follow much online. Like I follow very specific profiles. I'm intentional. I start seeing her promote Living Brave Live and like randomly saw maybe one post in person events. And I'm somebody who hosts huge in person events. I've hosted 100-person retreats before. Like I love in person events. And I was like, that looks cool. Days go by, right? And it's literally the day before the event, and I see her post again about it. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going. Let's go. It was $1,000 a ticket. I purchased my ticket and I go, no idea. Show up. I had already been going through like the shift and who I'm speaking to. And I want to speak to higher level people and I want to attract more higher level clients. And I was in that like awkward in between where it's like the people who are around you are kind of there still and then you're stepping up and it's like and I go there and I am surrounded by these amazing women and a lot of women in here. I met you guys at that event and I just like walked around and I'm right brain in the human design and if you know about it, I have to absorb because I absorb everything at once and I literally didn't even know her business tactics, her teachings, nothing. And I'm walking around and I'm just soaking it all up. And I'm like, dude, I needed to be around this space to touch, to feel, to taste the clientele that I want to be around. And it was validation for me because I'm like, dang, I am like a badass. I got ladies saying they've been following me forever. Shout out Anna. She was like, oh my gosh, Water Priestess is here. And I was just like, oh, wow, this feels so good to like be around my people. And literally, like, I was talking a lot too at the event and I, she's on stage going through her thing and I don't even know what she said on stage. I hear that she has a mastermind for $20,000, $22,000. And I'm like, yeah, I'm going to leave my other one and I'm joining this one. And the other one, mind you, was 7, 8-figure network marketing leaders of the entire industry. His name is Eric Worre, amazing leader. And I drop his name because he's been somebody who has been mentoring me and it's amazing. He's amazing. He's masculine and he's got all the masculine things. And I was like, yeah, I'm gonna spice it up. I'm joining. I didn't even know what it was. But the point that I'm making here is that what Shoshana is talking about, where you invest from a place of this is going to multiply my life. Instead, I call it being an electron donor. It's a water code. Because like some water that you're drinking is actually stealing your electrons, and like some water that you're drinking is actually donating electrons. And I like was bringing this in when I invested. And I was like, I'm an electron donor. Everything that I touch turns to gold. Everything that I touch multiplies. Like, why not? I invested into the mastermind, not even knowing. I had a whole month planned. I went and spoke at a mastermind in Spain. I ended up in Mexico and I didn't even know what the mastermind was. And I found myself having to catch up with everything. But like, that's the thing when you are high ticket, high level, your standards raise and you don't necessarily need all the logic or like the breakdown or like what I even get. And I was so in that intuition that I actually signed up for her alumni. And I was like, I don't even know what I'm signing up. I just felt it. I just know it. And when you are stepping into sales, I always say, like, a lot of people are all about sales tactics, right? Blah, blah. And I'm like, yeah, but people are literally praying for me. And God is bringing me my people that I know I'm here for. So all of a sudden, your standards raise, your high ticket, your high level, your premium, as Shosha's sharing here. And all of a sudden, you're investing from a place of overflow and multiplication. And the people that are coming to you are like, duh, I don't need to know all the logic. I just get it. And it's funny because being a seven figure mentor, and that's a year, right? That's actually a year. I wasn't like looking for somebody to fix me or, I'm like, oh, I'm going through stagnancy and I need Shoshana. Like, I wasn't even there. I was coming from like curiosity and like, what is Jilly's next level? Like, what do I even do now? Like, I'm
Yeah.
curious, what is this? And so I really invite you guys to bring that into your sales and know that other people, they will feel you. And when they feel you, they're going to know. You just have to continually raise your own standards and invest in that way as well. So if you want people to invest into you like that, you have to invest like that yourself. So thank you.
Badass. Jilly, we love you and how
Love you
amazing
so
that is.
much.
Okay, so I wanted to bring up not like old years long testimonials, or I want to actually bring up women who are going to give you value and who are current members in the vortex and who are some of them here through all of 2026. Like Chili, who's like, I literally signed up for year two. That's what my alumni is right out of the gate. And this just validated like everything that I just said. This woman is one of the 2%, not because of what she's created. She had a wealthy mindset before and a wealthy energy. She created wealth before she created the business, right? Like, how do we think that she has this seven figure business? She's someone who is one of the 2% ambitious. When she says, well, what's the risk? There's huge upside. Few people are willing to take the founder. But do you see how this woman values herself? And we don't get what we want. We get what we are, right? How she values herself. She's like, the market opportunity is huge. I value myself. So let's double down. Like, do I want this to shape me and my life? So we can see how we can incorporate this also into our business, our sales process. And what she's also speaking about, something that I'm actually going to be giving a little spoiler. The Vortex is doing a 10x accelerator mastermind in April. And one of the core pillars and themes, workshop, hands-on, immersive days, is 10x standards. And so you guys love Ben Hardy, and we talk like I love his work too. A lot of the club, it's the daily trainings around that. And the Vortex, we're doing a mastermind one day is about 10x standards. Make your ceiling your fucking floor, both in your pricing and your standards and your boundaries and the way that you operate your life. And so Jilly just gave us a great example of that as well. These are the women in here in this space. And so before I call up one other woman who needs to leave in a few minutes, I swear half my clients are like, I'm flying today, but like, can I send you? So I have like videos. I don't even know if we'll get to all of it. But here's what I want to say is that your 2%, I don't mean all of your offers need to be premium offers, high ticket offers. Everybody wants to teach this. I need you to understand that this is a different offer. This is the lifeblood of your business, and it's an entirely different way to market and to sell. This is how I've grown this company and why I'm able to do a $30 offer, okay, with thousands of people. Your early adopters. So Christian talks about this in 8-Figure Moves. That's also inside of the Vortex. It's a 7-hour program I run with Christian, if you like his nerdy brain, about how literally the step-by-step plan of getting to 8 figures. And then we did it. With the year that I was going to go to 8 figures, I literally was sick for 5 months. So we didn't hit the 8 figures in a year, but it's the exact plan. He talks about early adopters, and your offers often your first offers are for your early adopters. The early adopters, people like Jilly, they will do anything to get ahead. So they're willing to piece together different solutions and take risk. They'll do anything because what's important to them is getting ahead. They're truly ambitious. They're not risk averse. They don't overestimate loss aversion. That's what the mass market does. They overestimate loss aversion. The middle of the market doesn't want risk. They don't want to piece anything together. They're like, can you just tell me exactly what to do? They're not like scrappy, right? They're not like, I'm going to piece this and this and this. They're like, is it right here? So they overvalue not losing. The mass market will do a lot more to risk not losing $100 than make $100. Okay, most people aren't truly ambitious. They like the idea of success and growth, but they more so like not looking stupid, not losing money, and not failing in the eyes of people around them. They like that more than the idea of winning. And so your best clients are not going to be the middle of the market. They're going to be your early adopters or the high level people who really want it, right? So your highest level clients are that 1%, and that is all about their energy, their mindset, their wealth, apart from their bank account. I was that client before I had made any money in my business. Here's the thing, because you want to know why they go for it, the 1%? Because people who have a winning mindset, they're playing to win, not for loss aversion. They don't need to be convinced. They don't need to be guaranteed. They don't need to be sold a solution outside of themselves. They see winners always get an ROI. Can you drop that in the chat? Winners always get an ROI. Winners always get an ROI. And so one of Christian's 9-figure mentors, as I said before, Russell, he'll say only 1% of people are truly ambitious. We were just at an event where they did tens of millions of dollars in sales. He has a mastermind, Atlas Category Kings Inner Circle. We've paid $50K year after year to be in this mastermind. Then they had a $10K offer. I want to tell you the difference. Do you guys want to hear? Drop if you want to hear the difference between the way they sold these two offers. Very different ways they sold them. The pitch for the mastermind was for the 1-2% was all on desire, right? Did people say, do you want to make this investment, Shosh, because you need it and you're going to lose it? They're like, well, you might lose it, but you also might make millions of dollars, right? Like, that's what they said. But they were like, look, this is an epic group. This was the Inner Circle pitch. 5 minutes. It was a video. Look at this epic group. We're going to have so much fun. Here are all the places we're traveling. You want to soar. If you want to fly, you don't want a first gear mentor. 5 minutes. Hey, there's about 150 spots. People signed up right there. Done. 4 days was spent on the other offer. It was all risk aversion. They did a rush of people on stage. Rush of people. And here's the most fascinating part, because it was a brilliant thing that they did. I always get inspired, by the way, from being in the room with people doing it. They had 20 people come up. And you know what they asked them? Hey, you joined the program? How long did it take you to get your money back? How many webinars did it take you to get your money back? 2, 1, 5, 10. Here's the thing. For this mass market offer, they didn't ask, how much money did you make? They asked how long it took you not to lose. Is this like blowing anybody's mind? Because I know that he did this on purpose. They're more concerned with loss aversion than the actual upside. The whole thing was how long did it take you not to lose your money? 1 day, 1 class, 2 classes, 3 classes. Meanwhile, Christian's sitting upstairs and he just started this venture. Oh, long story here, but he just started doing the ads game with our friend Robbie. And he's like, 2 years later after that mastermind, he's like, the ROI on the Inner Circle of just meeting Robbie and doing business with him is like 1,000-fold. I'm like, yeah, because that's the way that he thinks. He's always looking for the upside more than what he needs. And I said this to him. I'm like, you're amazing. You're sitting here 2 years later telling me, well, it's worth it just meeting Robbie and know what I'm doing with Robbie. And like, yeah. And then Robbie's girlfriend hired me. It paid for the mastermind 3 times over just from being in the mastermind. Then I was on stage and then I made multiple 6 figures from stage. And so all these things, like, we're just like, yeah, we're driven by the upside. And I said that to him, like, it's amazing your mindset around that. He's like, yeah, because I'm going to figure out how to make $100,000 a day. So it won't really matter how long it took me. He's playing to win, right? He's like, yeah, of course, because I'm going to figure out how to make 100K a day. So it doesn't matter. And so it means that we have more swings, and that's okay. Ambitious people succeed and fail. and they start over again. And this is why investors will sometimes invest in them again. You know, people who start companies and they're like, sorry, I lost everybody's money. And then people invest in them again. It's just like, they're just like, yeah, fail and succeed, get back up. And it's like the cheesy quote from Michael Jordan. He's like, I've missed more than 9,000 shots in my career. I've lost almost 300 games. 26 times I've been trusted to take the game winning shot and missed. I failed over and over and over again in my life. That's why I succeed. How did you win so many championships? They've actually made more shots than anybody. They've missed more shots than people have even taken. They've lost more than everybody. The ambitious, they're never about loss. That's the thing you need to understand about your highest level clients. They're not about loss. They're not about guarantees. This is so beyond where they're at. They're not about loss. They're not about risk aversion. They're at what's the upside? Who's in the room? I already want to invest. Who's the founder? What's the market opportunity? Let's go. What's the upside? Okay. And so duality and loss is the same thing as winning for these people. They understand this. And this is why I was on a call recently. I'm going to bring up Samantha Joe after this. I was on a call recently with a mentor, and she was like, someone was asking, like, how do I stretch my capacity? And again, like, we all have to have grace with ourselves on our journey. This is what coaching is for. There's no bad question. She was like, I'm just starting and like, I feel really nervous here because I have to take this risk and this bet. And she was like, you've got to work on expanding your capacity, because if you want to grow in the way you say you want to grow, where you're going, the duality and is so much bigger. So you've got to be able to hold this right here. You have to see duality and loss the same thing as winning. It's two pieces of the same thing. They go together. You actually can't have one without the other. Here's the thing. Winners are shame slayers. Always. Because if you are riddled with shame and you're in avoidance, you can't be a winner, because winners see that duality is part of the game, right? They're alive. Okay, so I know that Samantha Joe, if we can do again 5 minutes, because I want to hear from as many of the most beautiful women in this room as possible. And I'm going to bring you all up. Like I did the Rockstar Brave AF. I brought some of my clients up and I'm like, okay, can we get 30 more people who have yet to speak this year on stage? So that's my commitment, that I want to bring as many of you up as possible. So how are we feeling? Is it supportive? Is this breaking your brain? Are you feeling edgy? Are you feeling alive? Are you feeling like there's value? Let's drop in the chat and then hear it for the most gorgeous Samantha Joe, who's going to bless us with some sales and money wisdom.
Wow. Oh my God. Hi, everybody. Thanks so much, Shosh. So excited to share. So a little bit about me. My son's a little upset in the background. My teenager's taking care of him. I have been in transformational leadership for over a decade. Started a retreat company as a single mom 10 years ago. Never took myself seriously as an entrepreneur because I had no network. I had no influences in my life. And so I stayed in this kind of feast or famine game for a long freaking time until my son was born in 2023. And I found myself not for the first time on food stamps, and had a kind of like come to God moment. Like, you have so much fucking power. Like, you're here to uplift the consciousness of humanity, just like every single one of you. Like, this is no small task. What are you doing? Like, why are you finding yourself here? There's something wrong with the way you relate to money. So a little bit about my work. I'm a spiritual somatic mentor. I'm deeply studied in the nervous system. I work with pleasure and nervous system expansion through pleasure and sacred sexuality. And I realized that there was this one area of my life that I was like dissociated from, and it was like money and business. And so I started to stretch myself to invest in my business with money that I didn't have. I started taking courses and trainings, but the needle wasn't moving forward. And I just kept being in this prayer. And then I found Shosh for Money March. Last year, it was so fucking epic. Within a month, I just decided to get myself off of food stamps. I 3x'd my business revenue in the month of Money March. And I was like determined to get in the vortex. And my husband was like, are you insane? Also a struggling entrepreneur, also had no experience with investing himself, hence why our family's like fucking falling apart in financial ruin after our baby was born, right? But he's like, the only way it could happen is if you found a source, found a way to get in there. And so I started to believe more in possibilities than limitations, in my resourcefulness, rather than what I was seeing in the 3D about the resources I had available to me. I knew that actually what's available to me is like infinite, right? So I started I have no credit, no credit cards. Started having really crazy, brave conversations with old clients and potential investors. Wasn't eligible for a business loan. I just believed that it was going to work out. In the meantime, my husband said, could you find a way to invest a little less of a stretch? And on the same day, Shosh announced Living Brave Live for last year at Early Bird. And I said, hey, great news. I found another way to get into closer proximity and to calibrate to this energy. So got a ticket. By the time it was time to fly to Living Brave Live, I was like basically on an overdrafted bank account, like literally got out to Colorado, and the hold that the hotel put on my card was so big that I was in the red by hundreds of dollars in my bank account, no credit cards, like laughing at how funny this was to me, because I walked into this event surrounded by hundreds of these epic, incredible women, calibrating my nervous system and my belief to what is possible, knowing that this is coming for me, knowing that this is going to be like the greatest fucking story that I'm going to be telling on stage. And I left there. I left there feeling so expanded. My flight was delayed like hours and hours. I slept on the airport floor because I didn't even have money to go get to the hotel room that the airline offered. And I got home, and a couple days later, I got a phone call from an investor, that desired to invest in my business into this opportunity. And I was like fucking in the vortex within like a week or a couple weeks of going to Living Brave Live. And so I've been here since, let's see, September, I guess. Yeah, I've been here since September. And the space of the vortex is like, it's like you blasting off into another realm. It's like the telegram alone is like fire. The accountability and the momentum of making the investment first and foremost, and stretching your capacity to that of just like, I'm all the way opted in. There is no plan B. My feet are all the way here. My whole self is all the way here. And this is what I'm committing myself to. And then getting on live calls every week and having coaching is just like out of this fucking world. So not only did I just celebrate my first 13K month in business in February, but I'm having the fucking time of my life. And everything in my life is like juicy and overflowing with joy and energy and abundance, because I have really fully brought myself into this paradigm. And I cannot thank Shoshana and all of the women in the vortex enough, because my life will never be the same, nor will any of the lives of all of the people that I impact. And for that, I'm so fucking grateful. So if you know that you have this calling, if you know that you're here for more, like, don't wait, because this is the thing that catapults you into your power, into your accountability, into your craft, your creativity, your impact, your influence, your fucking legacy. And that's my share. So.
Okay. I'm so grateful for you. I love you guys so much. I'm like on another planet right now. So we're going to come back to planet Earth. And we have a lot of women that we want to hear from today, but I really want to lock this in for you. And all these examples of current members, people who are the high value clients that we're talking about, people who exemplify the exact journey, and people who have also done that in their business. From food stamps to a 13K month, this is like a year long journey. That's so much more than what you can see on the surface. This is like growth as the whole woman, deep transformational work. And so your premium clients, it's really important to understand, again, someone already has a 7-figure business, someone's on food stamps. Can we talk about the journey into your premium level offer, right? And so premium clients will cut a check for speed. They're here for the upside. They're the 2% ambitious. They're willing to give up their old life for the new one. And they do what they feel like doing. Not so much logic. They do what they feel like doing. And that's an empowered person, right? And so some of you are like, why has anyone ever felt this? Why did they not sign up for the offer? I offered to solve their problems for so much cheaper. Why? Because they're not here for you to solve a problem for cheap. Okay, to limit their downside for a cheap amount. That's not why I'm going to invest in the startup. They didn't see the upside, the massive upside in your offer. They didn't see the opportunity. They didn't see the founder. They weren't here to solve problems or avoid failure. They came here to win. Okay? This is your spaces and your offers, your premium level offers. They're championship spaces. They are for champions. They are for winners. They didn't come here for safe. So you're like, but I promised them that they'd be safe here. They didn't come here for safe. They didn't come here to get their problems up. They didn't come here for the guarantee. They came here because they want to win. And they want a space with high upside. They want a more ambitious, sophisticated offer for ambitious, sophisticated people. How is this going to shape my life? Not A to B to C to D. It's a very different conversation that you're having with these offers. And so to wealthy, infinite entrepreneurs, when you see that everything costs the same because you can pay for it with your infinite creativity, and what Living Brave is all about, magic business, it's about being a conduit for infinite creative life force. Just like the Beatles, they're like, we want a swimming pool. Let's write a swimming pool. I pay for everything I want with the infinite creative life force around me. And I don't focus on willpower for my infinite creative life force. I set up my environment. If I want to melt the ice cube, I get in a 500-degree room, right? That is what compels people into those kinds of offers. So if the people you sell to cannot 10x the return, the price is too high. If the people that you sell to, you cannot share with them, they do not see it for themselves, that they can't 10x the price, it's too high. So it feels really nice to be like, 10K offer, 10 times, 100K day, $1 million day. But who are you speaking to and what do they value, right? If I see easily, over 10 years too, I think it would be impossible not to add $2,000 to your bottom line. Like if you're this kind of person, this is kind of space, and we've done millions of dollars, clients have done $100 million, we have all these different elements of this, I think you would have to try not to grow, right? And so it's not just about the value, because it's a very easy buzzword for people in sales to say, just give more value. No, I gave them so much value, why didn't they sign up? It's not just about value, it's value to the right people. It's value so that paying you is a no-brainer, right? And so they went to the other person, they went to the other offer because that was an energetic match. Okay, someone who values themselves, the founder and the founder, right? We don't get what we want, we get what we are. It's like when, do you have any friends or people you know, they're like, I want to call on a king, and you're like, well, stop. Like, you have to treat yourself like a queen. Like, you have to be a queen, you have to heal, you have to do some stuff, or you're going to call on someone who has a wound match and you guys are going to go through this together, or else you're going to do the work on yourself. Like, and it's okay. Some people grow with their partners. Like Christian and I still have wound matches. That's fine. Right. But it's like, I had to go through my breakup, do a lot of work on myself to call in a different kind of person. Right. And so the offer that I'm going to make today, which I don't fucking even care about, I want it for you so bad. But what's so cool is like, it's exquisite. And I'm just excited to share with the people who already have it what the F is about to happen in this space, because it's a whole new evolution of the inner circle. Okay. This offer is for the 1% ambitious. And here's the question. Did you come here to Money March, to the Vortex, to Living Brave, to this call, to make your life a little easier? Or did you come to this planet Earth? Have you been gifted the raw material of your life, the story, the fires, the transformations you have walked yourself through to make your life a little easier? Or to end up in the history books, to leave a legacy, to change the planet? Like, that's the kind of person that this is for. Do you want to make life a little easier? Or do we want to end up in like the history books and live a life that we're proud of? So we have more women to call up, but the first, I want to give a little bit about the offer. Is anyone on the edge of their seat for what this offer is? I spent a lot of time on this, to be honest. I talked to a lot of people about it, women in the Vortex, Christian, like anyone who would talk to me about it, because Anna, she blew my mind. We've got Team Vortex was like, what about this? I'm like, are you kidding me? She's like, yeah, let's go for it. It's edgy. They're going to feel edgy. I'm like, okay, I'm scared. But if I'm scared, then they're probably scared. So this is for people who are ready to throw out their vision board. Okay. Throw out your vision board and make it happen. So this is where the Vortex is, where the practical meets the spiritual, meets the emotional, meets all of your life together. It's not a dry, boring business mastermind. You are becoming a life artist. Here's what people have a problem with, and what I found when I got into the female entrepreneur industry, the coaching industry. People live a one-dimensional life. If you are feeling this, say I in the chat. If you have seen this, I want to know if this is resonating. They live a one-dimensional life in which They're growing their business at the expense of their family. They're falling in love and they forget about the business. They're scaling and then they stop marketing, right? Like they're like growing and growing, but shit, I don't have a community to celebrate it with. So I decided that I wanted to create a space for growth as the whole person. And that in every area of your life, you're either collapsing or you're rising to reinvent every area of your life. Because the greatest gift that you can give to the world, I know this, the rarest thing on planet Earth, is someone who loves themselves, is at peace with themselves, and involved in a project where they care deeply about moving the conversation forward. And so the greatest gift you can give others is working on yourself, being the one for your kids, for your partner, being the one that your clients pray for. Because the truth is, you will never win against someone who has a better personal life than you, who's just as good at business. Oh yeah, amen. You will never win against someone with a better personal life as you, just as good as business. So why doesn't it work for people? They don't work on themselves. And I heard something recently at a conference. I forget who said it, but they're like, the devil doesn't want you to work on yourself. He wants you to work on your business. And that really landed for me. It's like, yeah, that's exactly it. The best thing that you can do is work on yourself, because the vortex isn't just about your business growth. It's about becoming the woman that is required to lead and hold and multiply the dream empire, which includes a business. It's a movement. It's an empire. It's a life dripping in gold, right? In the way that feels good for you. So this is for someone who is ready to let money matter. You're here to make a lot of sales. You're here to make a lot of money. Like if you are in a space where you're like, I don't really still need a lot, like, okay, not a good fit. If you're like, I'm here because I understand that me being wealthy, my business making a lot of money, this is going to be the pathway for influence, for impact in my life. You're at that point. That's where you're at. And you're ready also to devalue it so you can value yourself and leverage money like the badass entrepreneur you are to create a millionfold return on the best mastermind in the effing planet. Okay, that's what this is for. It's for someone who's ready to let money matter, but is willing to devalue it and start to value yourself and run towards your dreams and be the 2% ambitious and be obsessed with your life and become the wife or the mother or the partner or the sister who doesn't hold it all. I read this in your forms. I want to be the one who holds it all. No, I don't want you to hold it all. I want you to understand how to attract it so that it holds itself. So that you can have it all with your own unique of what all means, and not so that everything goes perfect, so that you become the kind of person who's able to hold all the duality of growth and choose to be joyful and happy and expanded and in the vibe, always where it's your baseline and magic is your baseline. To make multiple 5, 6, 7-figure months a baseline and learn from someone, an entire community that's created it in an authentic way that feels good. Okay, and has walked the steps before you and put it on a silver freaking platter and get dialed in, customized coaching and experience transformation to become Brave AF, to become the new money millionaire, to become the Jedi Femme, liberated self-expression, aliveness, business explosion, build a movement, go all in, point of no return, no plan B. Dr. Benjamin Hardy talks about one thing that separates all successful entrepreneurs, they have a point of no return. They have a point. Usually it's a financial investment where it is a moment where there is no turning back. There is no plan B. They have skin in the game. Did overnight I become someone who is a night owl? No. I went from dabbler to doer, right? It's about adventure, because what I'm about to also shift the vortex into. Are you ready for the Bohemian Rhapsody of offers? Or maybe I'll bring one more client up before I tell you. Okay, all I'm going to tell you is that the vortex, it was called the Vortex Mastermind. But what I realized is that the vortex, it has a mastermind, but it's not a mastermind. It has group coaching, but it's not group coaching. It has live events, but it's not live events. It has courses, plenty, but it's not courses. It has all access, but it's not an all access pass. The vortex is an experience. The vortex experience, one that compresses a decade of growth, leadership, wealth, confidence, clarity into a single experience. So without further ado, that's a little tease for you. I have maybe 2 clients I'm going to bring up, and then I'm going to share the offer with you. Are we excited? Are you ready? Are you ready? Do I have permission to continue? Okay. Oh my gosh. The Vortex experience. Yes. Okay. I know that we wanted to bring up, is Alex here? Ow, ow! All right, let's bring up the gorgeous Alex. And if we do 5-minute power hours, because we are amazing. If I had more time, what is it? It's like if I had more time, I would say less. Something around, and I'm so bad at this, but it's like it's actually harder. So let's give it up for these women who are trying to encapsulate a gem for you and their whole journey of transformation in 5 minutes. Let's go.
Oh, okay, I'm on. Okay, hi, gorgeous women. Okay, I'm so excited to be here, and I just want to tell you about my experience within the vortex. So I discovered Shoshana because she was like circling my orbit, as she often just does with her magnetic frequency. And eventually I was like, okay, let me try a little taster menu offer with this woman. It was like how to give yourself $1 million raise. I think it was like end of October, beginning of November, sometime in there. And she's hosting this class dressed up as a cow, and she has her like udders as her like pumps, like her breastfeeding pumps, glued here, giving this presentation on how to make $1 million, give yourself $1 million raise. And I'm like, okay, there's a lens for me here, right? Like there's a world for me here. There's something in here for me to adopt, to put myself in, a lens, a perspective, a nuance that I'm like, I can give myself something in here that I'm going to turn into gold, right? And so, because like, where else are we entering rooms where like a woman is dressed as a cow talking about how to make your next $1 million, right? I'm like, there's a different nuance here. And so I have dinner with my partner that night, and I'm like, I think I need to buy this mastermind from this woman I met today on a master class. It's called the Vortex. It's like $22,000. And he's like, aren't you already in a mastermind? I'm like, yeah. And he's like, well, you know, what's great about this one? I'm like, she's dressed as a cow. And he's like, I hear you. I'm like, yeah, she's dressed as a cow. So I think I need to do it. But really, like the perspective that I want to give you, actually, like I'm kind of being funny with the cow perspective, but this is a lesson on sales. It's like, and Shoshana talks about this. It's like, what luxury are you giving your people? What premium luxury are you giving your people? And that doesn't always mean Louis Vuitton handbags and like cool cursive font in your carousel post. That means like, for her, the luxury of being yourself, right? So for your premium buyers, like I'm a premium buyer, it's not a matter of if I'm going to spend a lot of money on mentorship. Like I just want the luxury high value mentorship that is hard to find, right? That's like, I want the best of the best. I'm willing to pay for it. And it's hard to find in the market. So when I discover a woman, and you can decide what this is for you and your world, but when I discover a woman that's like, I'm giving you the luxury of a different lens on something that you can maybe add into your service of like, there's a different way to be on the internet. I was like, oh, there's something here for me, right? So you can think about that for your people. Like what luxury, what premium angle, lens, nuance are you actually giving your space? So I was like, I'm in. I bought right then and there. Now, this is what I want to share. This is what I want to share with you. I know for myself, and your premium buyers may know this too, because they're not just trying to get one angle, one lens. They're like willing to buy it all. They want to buy it all. I knew going into the vortex, I was like, I already have a private mentor who I do my whole life with. I'm already in another mastermind. I'm running a company. Like there's no way that I'm going to go absorb the 375 hours of trainings inside of the vortex. There's no way that I'm going to go on to all the calls. I knew that. I'm like, I'm not. I won't. Right. And maybe some of you guys are thinking this when Shoshana's going to list out like, and you get this and this, right? It's like, there's no. But it's like, it's not about that for your premium buyers. It wasn't about that for me. It was about, I can take, and I knew this buying it, I can take one nugget. I knew this. I was like, there's gonna, in a year experience, there's gonna be one time where I wanna plug into one training, or there's gonna be one time where I wanna go on one hot seat coaching call and there's some shift where I turn that one perspective shift or one nuance. There is not a world where I don't turn this into 100x over the course of my career. Like it would literally be hard for me not to. Why? Because that's who I am. That's who your premium buyers are. They're thinking that way, right? So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna of course buy this. I bought it, like I said. November passes, don't plug in. December passes, I don't plug in. January passes, I don't plug in. Like, I don't. February of this year, I'm having a little bit of a wobble. I'm like, I'm feeling a little wobbly. And I see the vortex on my calendar because it's there every week. And I see the gajillion calls that are always happening, opportunities to plug in. And I'm like, I think I'm feeling a pull that it's time for me to plug in and have a little bit of a hot seat with Shosh and like plug into the community and the mindset. And it's the Rockstar Mastermind. And so I plug in and I'm like, I'm having a little bit of a wobble here. And I think there's like a new lens or an angle for me to work on this. And Show starts riffing as she does, like the gold starts to be downloaded. And I'm sitting there taking notes as she's giving me her hot seat reflections. And I write down the expansion experiment. This is true. I literally could pull up my journal right now. I should have like pulled up my journal. I write down the expansion experiment. And she gives me this lens of like, don't just be the authority, like teaching your process of things you learned, take your audience on the journey with you. And I went to my audience and I said, we're doing a new offer. It's not just me teaching the process. I'm going through a wobble, but I'm about to take myself on an expansion and I'm going to take you behind the scenes with me. And I did it this month, a $33 offer. Already for the month of March, we're at $80,000 cash. Already in new sales for the month of March, I think we're like well over $150,000 in new sales for the month of March. And what she gave me in that was just one little nugget, a lens, right? Your courses don't have to be take your audience on the process that you've already perfected. Your courses and your programs and your teachings can be take them on the journey with you. That was the nuance that I got. And I put it into the expansion experiment and I taught it and it blew up my sales. Now, I'm not done. I'm not done because yes, it's like, did I get the like ROI? Obviously, right? It's like that little nugget was a catalyst for whatever what will be our biggest month yet. It's definitely going to be our first $100,000 cash month. Come on, everybody. We got 8 more days. Duh. Right? Duh. So it's like that's going to happen. But then also, I think about it now, and I already have some things up my sleeves in terms of new offers and like the way that I'm leading in my industry. And I'm like, it is so me leaning into this lens of take them on the journey with you. And this is a lens that I didn't like. I have so many mentors and I love all of them for different reasons because they all offer different lenses. And I love to absorb the different lenses from everyone and then take the nuggets from everyone and make my own art, right? As Shosh teaches. But this was a nugget that I got from the vortex. And now I have new offers up my sleeve where I'm like, I'm going to continue to give this lens of come on the journey with me. Wait for what's brewing. It's going to be disruptive. And I'm like, but I got it from the vortex. And I think I really believe it will make me millions and millions. So thank you, Shosh. Let's go.
And our one-to-one call is pretty epic,
That was great
actually.
too.
I'm like, I kind of forgot about that, but I see a lot of it coming full circle. I'm so
Yes.
grateful to have you. I love you so much. Okay, you guys, before we do rapid fire, I gotta tell you this offer because some people are gonna drop off. And it's the Bohemian Rhapsody of offers. And again, this dropped into my consciousness. I was like, Bohemian Rhapsody of offers. I was like, why? I was like, because it's bold, it's ambitious, it's a little bit effing crazy, and it demands attention. It is in a different category. It is in a category of its own. So, the vortex is where we unmake everything that you've been told you need to succeed and actually scale from your actual self. No more trying to fit in, no more hustle, no more burnout. We build bold, high cash flow, low maintenance businesses from the inside out, and you can't not fly. You know why? Why can you not fly? You can't not fly because the vortex is for winners. It's the winner circle, and winners always get an ROI. So the big idea, what is the vortex all about? It's not just business growth. It's about becoming the woman your business requires. It's about evolution. Your magic literally is the strategy. It is the most safe thing that you possibly have. It's your most potent asset that you're sitting on. Feminine energy, unseen forces, your alignment, your voice, and your presence are the most powerful attraction tools. Attraction-led business, I want you to drop 99% of what you've been doing and tap into magic, femininity, high cash flow, low maintenance business. This is not a space where it's about more. It's about less. So if you need more time, if you'd like more money, if you'd like more energy, if you'd like more connections, if you'd like more visibility, this is what this space is about. It's not about more. It's about focusing on what actually matters, clearing the clutter. Okay, seeing that you are sitting right now, you're sitting on a gold mine. because I know that I was sitting in a chair like yours. It's $100 million seat that you're sitting in right now, seeing the huge upside potential. It's not about what you have right now in this moment. It's about what you make of your life and what you demand of yourself, truly. And like the spaces that you put yourself in, because everything can change so fast. There is very little competition because most people are not even present where they are right now. They're so scattered and they're avoiding. Imagine when you become one of the 1-2% ambitious. The vortex is all about if you still feel you need to fix yourself, you're not enough, am I really am I dabbling? It's not for you, okay? But you understand you don't need to fix yourself to grow. You need to be in a room where your power is reflected back to you daily in proximity. Every single woman who's speaking is a current member in this mastermind. I don't say like, oh, it's a group coaching program. Then you come in, you're like, I just want to hear from Shosh. It's like, okay, Shosh, shut up so I can listen to these people. You know what I mean? Like these are amazing women across niches, across industry. And we're actually skill sharing, working with every single person individually. This would be a multi-million dollar offer. And everyone actually comes in. It's a proper mastermind. So I'm going to break down the components for you. But this is for a woman who's already in motion, who knows that she has something big to say, right? Who's done playing small, done second guessing, and ready for some wild rock and roll, like for some ease, for some wildness, for some fun, to break the top off. Okay, so what the vortex is overall, like what's included, is basically it's an ever-evolving space. So that's the thing you need to know about me. When I launched the vortex, it was an all-access pass. It was 2021. People signed up for it because they saw me show up and over deliver again and again and again. I was just like, you get everything for the whole year. There was no mentorship, there was no coaching. And they were like, okay, cool. And people paid. Mira, actually, she can't be here today. She's into video, I'll post later. She is on her 4th year of the vortex. She signed up, it was 777. She's like, cool, I have no idea what I'm getting. But she wanted to come for the ride, the journey, because she knows every program, every offer I do, like, I don't want to have to think, am I in? I'm in for the whole year. I get to stop with the energy leak, right? And then from there, it kept growing and building and evolving, expanding, and now we're in version like 1,000,000.0. And so I will always give you this and more. So the base of it is there's live energy. Do you guys feel like these calls, like the live electric coaching energy? It's kind of badass. Like there's something about being in the live energy, plugging in, being with people. And not just me talking. I do a lot of programs and things, but this is actually where you guys get up on the hot seat, and it's an interactive conversation like coaching. It works. Live energy of weekly calls, and we flow through not just weekly calls with Q&A, like you can't not fly approach. So there's an energetics focus. You're a student of the energetics. I coach you on the energetics. You come, we can go for 3 hours. Usually there are 1 to 2, sometimes more hour calls. I do 1 of those energetics focused mastermind calls every month. Then we do a strategic focus. Pull out your calendar. Let's set up your launch. Let's get shit done. You're asking me specific strategic questions on your business. This week, I think we had 2 vortex calls. One time there were like 50 people there. The other time maybe there were 50, 60 people. The other time there were 35. But we have an involved community. So sometimes lots of people want to raise their hand. I'm like, cool. Sometimes we get to all of them besides like 2. And I'm like, great. We have a power hour in our Telegram right after the call. So you get hands-on support every single week from the live calls, and also every single day when you plug into the space and you ask valuable questions and you lean in, you'll get support from 7-figure business owners, from other women who will literally give you immediate feedback. This is bigger than any one-to-one offer I would fall short on delivering for you. This is like the most. So that's just the 2 sessions that I run, the power hours in the private community. And then we have, what do I say, like meet amazing people, or am I like show up to the networking facilitation sessions. This is a vetted network. And I'm going to talk to you about, the application process and how we're shifting things. But every month we also have a network call where you go on and it's a theme, and we go into small breakouts for intimacy. I have successfully scaled intimacy. If you want to learn how to hold big spaces and run a big operation, join a space where someone's doing it and has successfully done it, because we have calls where you are making lifelong connections. You're in breakout rooms, we're engaging, we're masterminding. So there's embodiment sisterhood sessions. There's the mastermind session of energetics. There's the mastermind session of strategy. You can come there, get your burning question answered on the spot. People will ask things at such a high level. You're like, I didn't even friggin' know that I need that. You shift your day completely. You shift your energy completely. Half the mastermind goes live after our calls because the energy is so lit. And it's like, if you want to deepen on the conversation, we have a power hour right after in our mastermind with our whole Vortex team, who they'll alone charge multiple six figures to work with them, who have been through our program 6 times. The people that I hire to be support in the Vortex are people who are going to give you sometimes even better feedback than me, because they've studied my programs like the back of their hand and have showed me how loyal they are and have gone from 0 to multiple 5-year months with us. Okay. And we keep growing the support that we have in this space. So the one-to-one hot seats, strategic sessions, energetic calibration. Oh, and then every month we have 4 main calls. It's a you can't not fly approach. The energy, the strategy led by me. Then we have the network, sisterhood, embodiment, connection sessions. We're going to meet one person who invites you on your stage and you do 100K from stage. You're going to podcast together. You're going to do a program together. The last one is implementation and course study and accountability. So this is where you actually have homework. It's like, okay, this is the course that we're studying, because I give you actually access to everything I've ever created: Scaled, EBA, Storytelling Mastery, Femme Sales Cash Out, Voice, Visionary, the Jedi programs, like everything. And so we're like, you know what? You can go through it like your own library, plug in when you want, or come study with us. We're going to actually implement the course in real time, have accountability, action items. That's the base, okay? Then from there, we have a private network and quarterly immersions. Okay. So every quarter we come together as a mastermind. Who here has been a part of the quarterly masterminds? Raise your hand. I can only see it. It is so much fun. This is where you get in small, intimate breakout rooms. So 10, 12 people, and you actually get an opportunity to be on the hot seat, to do a give and an ask. So for example, you could be in a room with Jilly, who won her best of and got to present in front of the whole mastermind. She's giving you all the water codes. You can be in a breakout room with Mel, and she's doing behind the scenes of her 600K launch. You could be in a breakout room with Shayna, and she's giving you behind the scenes of how she had her 100-person event, which she would do next time and wouldn't do next time. These are the kinds of rooms you're in. You go up, you do your give and your ask, and then we vote best of the mastermind. You have, who here has won best of ever? You get to present in front of the whole mastermind. So we do the big days where you get in a small, intimate room. I'm going between all the rooms. We do a best of. It's the craziest thing. You hear from, like, you want to be in every room, so you get to hear from everybody. Then we have full day popcorn hot seats, and then we added full day workshop immersion. So every mastermind is a different theme. So for example, I did a full day Rockstar immersion where we did hands-on implementation and coaching based on the Rockstar principles. And I helped you actually apply it to your brand, your messaging, your content, and get super clear. Then we did the group breakouts. Then we did the best of. Then we did full day popcorn hot seats. That's what the quarterly masterminds are. That in and of itself, each one of those is like, if I would price them as like a 10K, 15K mastermind. Okay. And we do this every quarter. And we also do one in person. I have another announcement coming up for what else we're going to do for these. So you have that. You have the community surrounded by people who are doing the damn thing. So I want to be honest about one thing. The Vortex Mastermind, up until this point, I will not accept someone in if I see that they're arguing against their dreams and their application. For me, it's like you have to be a point where you're advocating for your dreams. If you just give me a bunch of excuses, I'm like, okay, it looks like you can't do it. Like, I'm like, that's not the vibe. Like, you don't want to be with beginner mindset. You can be, there are people on different levels of their business journey, but I don't want to be in a space with people in super beginners mindset who are like, can you make me believe in myself and not be so afraid wobbling day after day? Like, these are people who are like, I'm doing the damn thing. It's scary or not to. This is the reason why I want to join now. Here's what I'm going to offer to the space. So it's for people who are in their heart. If I don't see your heart's in it and you're just here to make a buck and you're asking me about money back guarantees and I just don't feel you're embodied, it's a no. Okay. If I wouldn't refer someone I love to you, it's a no. But there's a new level of the Vortex, and I'm going to talk about the qualifications of that space, which are kind of another level. So it's the celebration, expansion, visibility, sales, like on fire across time zones. The truth is, who here has ever outgrown their circle? Say I in the chat if you have ever outgrown your circle. And there's research that's done that literally being 25 feet away from a high performer increases your performance by 15% with all other conditions held the same. Being in proximity to low performers decreases your performance by 30%. So you will never outgrow this space because I keep growing and I keep calling in even wilder, crazier people. You've already heard from some of them, right? And so the buzzing community, active on every time zone, who will positively peer pressure you to go to the next level of your life and who are willing to tell you the truth. I tell you the truth. I don't sugarcoat it, and push you. And no stone unturned programs. Okay, so this is the skill set and the tool set. Where do we build assets? Assets we license out to create offers that create compounding income. We do that through our knowledge, right? We do that through our skills, our tools, being someone who can provide value. And so that's what really all of these courses are about. Like scaled is truly like that in and of itself. My seven-figure clients are like, this feels illegal. Like I would literally already be doing seven-figure months if I had this MBA level stuff. It's 11 modules and it's all about time, team, transformation of product suite to $1 million months. EBA, I've refined 8 times. It's all that how to build your offer, how to niche, how to offer, how to price, how to be visible, like everything from when I started, I did my first round and then to like I remastered it at the multiple 7-figure level and I give from zero how I would build a heart-centered empowered business from scratch in the Empowered Business Accelerator. These courses on their own are $5.5 thousand, and it makes sense, right? Because people have built multiple 6-figure businesses just from EBA, and that's inside of the Vortex. You have Voice, which is all about your movement, your mission. You have the Jedi programs, which is like, hey, let's learn how to be amazing facilitators and how to lead our team and how to lead our clients. Because the truth is, so many people are so into the shiny objects and thing of like better marketing, better sales. I'm like, be amazing at your craft, learn how to move a room, learn how to facilitate breakthroughs for people. So it's like you're amazing at your craft as a leader, as a coach, as a guide. Even if you're not a coach, the Jedi programs, they're like coaching certifications. They're people you want to shift outcomes for them. Okay. The Quantum Wealth Program, all about the frequency of money and financial healing and the financial empowerment cycle, becoming brave, deep dive into shame slang, into confidence. So I'm going to list these out for you because part of what I teach with your offer is stretch your offer. You have an amazing piece of your offer, don't just list it, tie it to how it's going to support people. Symbiosis is all about mastering the inner game, merging your inner masculine and feminine, and how to really become someone who's unshakable as you navigate the duality of massive growth. Fall in love again, how to find the zest back in your romance, in your business. I had some of my 9-figure mentor, some of my top clients, Christian came and did a module about really how to recommit, fall in love again, find the zest back. Fem Sales Cash Out, 2 of the most incredible deep dive feminine sales programs, how to actually launch like a mystery offer, how to build desire in your messaging, how to go through your launch process. Here's the thing, your income follows your assets, as I said. The mindset, the skill set, and the tool set are what all these programs are about, and I'm always building new stuff because you promise if I over deliver that you won't get overwhelmed, right? And the new stuff is always the best stuff, right? Because I want you to make work that you do once and then you get paid on it every day. And you do that through your mindset, your skill set, and your tool set. You obviously get Club 365, which is now closed, and it's at a 5K investment if we ever open it again. That is a daily download. So when you're like, you wake up, it's part of your morning routine. Every single month is a different theme. We're going into Exponential April, which is all about the energetics and mindset of a 10X leap. There's Juicy July. There's the Empress September. There's Get It Done October. Like it's the whole documented whole year of a 20X leap. And there also has a private community in there with the club, which a lot of people to connect with. There's some really cool classes in that vault. Daily downloads, you get extended access for Money March. Who feels like maybe this offer is just worth having access to Money March for the whole freaking year? And then on top of this, you get a VIP ticket to Living Brave Live, which is a whole nother stratosphere. Basically, it's happening September 2nd through the 5th. The Vortex does get 2 Vortex only days. And are you guys ready for the surprise of what the 2 Vortex only days? There's 3 days for the VIP evening and then 2 full days of Living Brave Live, which like your cheeks are going to hurt from smiling. Your hands are going to be shaking from taking notes. You're going to be like, was this fucking morning? Like, I feel like in 10 years, I'm going to give you so much to work with, to lead your whole year with inspiration, endless inspiration. But Vortex are the VIPs. They are the main event. Who am I putting on that stage? You think people who cold DM me pitching themselves for my stage, I'm like, have you even bought a ticket yet? No, it's my Vortex mastermind. Like, who am I putting on stage today, right? Who's going to be front row at this event? So the 2 days before Living Brave Live are the 2 Vortex Mastermind days where there's hands-on hot seats with me, the small breakouts, just connection. Last year, we screwed up registration because it was my first time doing it. Registration took 2 hours. And I swear to God, everyone was like shaking and buzzing and no one cared that registration was taking 2 hours because we're all just like so happy to meet each other and hugging. And some people traveled 25 hours to be there. Like this year, I was like, I'm going all out. So I'm going to add not just one Vortex day, but the day before. Anyone know what Meow Wolf is? the art installation here in Denver. It's like one of those cool things to do once you're in Denver. I was like, because for the alumni mastermind I'm doing in April, we are having a crazy pregame with like people are literally getting tattooed. There's a styling station, there's hair and makeup, there's a DJ. We're going to Red Rocks. We're going to go see Wiz Khalifa. It's insane just for being in the alumni here. So I was like, I want to do something like that. Like, let's rent out the entire Meow Wolf art installation. Everyone like gets a ticket. We're going to go crazy around Meow Wolf. And then we rented out their Perplexiplex and like just do this crazy night for the Vortex, this immersive adventure experience. Like, these are the kinds of once in a lifetime experiences I want you to have in this space. It's not the Vortex Mastermind, it's the Vortex experience. So, spoiler alert, I'm actually going to be closing down the doors to the Vortex. I know I just did this with the club. It's Anna DeSoul's fault. No, I'm just kidding. I'm closing the doors down. And when I reopen the Vortex Mastermind, everything that I just shared is the Vortex Mastermind. But there's a new level. That is going to be the Vortex experience, which includes the mastermind, but it is the Vortex experience and it is the 50K offer. This is for people who they want the coaching, they want the community, they want the tools, they want the live events, they want the live calls, they want the community, they want the quarterly immersions and the masterminds, everything. You can go build a 7-8 figure business with this. Great. You can meet friends for life. You can heal your marriage. You can do everything. But there are people who want the experience where it's like, I want a once in a lifetime experience. I want closer proximity. And the thing is, the Vortex Mastermind is going to grow to 1,000 people or more because good stuff grows. And if you've been in the Vortex, you know it's grown from 30 to 70 to 150 to 190. So the Vortex Mastermind is going to grow to 1,000 people. I'm going to create the Vortex experience, which is a higher level, closer proximity, capped group that also includes additional custom, hands-on, close proximity experiences and events. But the thing is, the people who apply and are accepted, I'm going to talk about the qualifications, are accepted now and are in the Vortex now, you get the Vortex experience. So if you are in the Vortex Mastermind, you still have to apply. I know this is edgy. You will get it. Okay, but I want you to be serious about being in the experience. So there's going to be an application. Where the Vortex Mastermind, I'm like, you can come in if I trust you. I know your heart's in it. The Vortex experience is like, I want you on my stage. You are committed to a level of mastery and excellency. That's the Vortex experience. So if you're in the mastermind, you can join. You do have to apply. And it's a whole other level of the Vortex. We're shutting down the doors. And when I reopen, if I talk about this, like you'll see if I launch the club again, it's a new club, it's a new price point. When I relaunch this and open this, it's gonna be the Vortex Mastermind and the Vortex experience. Right now, when you apply, and I think I might even increase the price point for the Vortex Mastermind. But when I open up the Vortex experience, it's 50K offer. Right now, it's a 25K offer, and there's even payment options that open up everything I just talked about. And I haven't even told you what is in the experience. So if you actually apply to the Vortex now, are accepted before we close doors, you'll get access and are accepted into the Vortex experience. You'll get the 50K offer for the 25K value, which is actually, when you itemize everything, $200,000 in programs, in events, in coaching, in community, and mastermind. I'm going to break it all down for you. Is this landing? Are you excited? Is this tracking? So the Vortex Mastermind has everything from 0 to probably over 15 million. I don't count sales anymore because I'm too interested in just selling and serving. This is a space where if you want to run an operation, like this is the wildest operation you will ever see. If you want to run big groups, this is the mastermind to be in. If you want visibility, clarity, like unforced momentum, this is the room to be in, where you will not outgrow the room. It's a rockstar identity rooted in feminine leadership and embodiment. Okay, and to tap into your infinite creativity in which everything costs the same. This is full immersion. When you log off, you're still in the Vortex. It's full immersion where magic becomes your baseline. It is the year where you fit 10 years of growth in one. Okay, and so as I said, the Vortex doors are closing and we're gonna reopen. There's gonna be 2 tiers. The Vortex experience is gonna be the 50K offer, and I do what I say I'm gonna do. The Vortex is going to keep growing because it's an amazing offer that delivers incredible, exceptional results, right? And is going to go to over 1,000 people. The Vortex experience will stay close proximity, probably around the 200 space. And what I'm saying around that is like 50 people will come to a call, 20 people have their hand up. We'll get to most of them. We'll do a power hour. So it's very close proximity at this level. If you actually show up, you will get very close proximity support. But more than that, you get the crazy once in a lifetime experiences, of course, all the new live programs, the quarterly masterminds, access to this incredible network, direct feedback, personalized attention. And it's a high caliber group. These are people, the people in the future who are joining are the people who spend $50,000 on a mastermind. And the people joining now are the ones that I'm saying, yes, you're ready. You're ready to take the stage. Okay. And so it's behind the scenes strategy and energy. It's not a high pressure, dysregulated space. We know what that's like. There's no drama, right? Live connection, events, calls, conversations, practical strategy and frameworks I've developed over 5 years, and the emotional alchemy and the Jedi work, accountability and a shameless culture of celebration, joy, a space where you can be held. I'm going to now bring up some of my clients because they probably have to go, but you guys, I haven't even shared what's in the experience. Like, what is in the experience that's 25K more? Besides the fact that it's a capped group, it's closer proximity, there's actually a whole different tier of what you'll get. So stay on if you want to learn what it is. And I know that Kristen Stewart might have had to have popped off already, but she's probably, maybe she's here. Kristen Stewart, are you here? Yes, you're here. Okay. Again, we'll try to do 5 minutes, but time doesn't exist. Let's go. I love you. And thank you for being here and being so patient. All of my clients who said that they take time out of their day, but I hope that you're benefiting from this epic pitch and hearing what you're a part of.
Hello, oh my God, it's so good to be here, and I'm glad I was able to tweak things to stick around. So I got to meet Shosh a couple falls ago. I just felt this woman's light radiating. She happened to be coming to my community. I live in the Canadian Rockies. She's coming to an event, and I just said, let's meet up. And she's like, yeah, of course. And so I got to meet Shosh and Christian, and in that moment, like, when you literally touch into the frequency field of someone, we know it's beyond in person, but when you get in person with someone and you just feel their light, and I felt like what I saw was a woman who is the ultimate seer of exactly where to lead you into your magic. And so this eventually led me into Money March last year, which quickly turned into coming into the club, and then boom, into the Vortex. And my work, for those of you that are new to me, I work as a spiritual mentor, and I've been doing this for almost 25 years, actually, through different iterations of the journey. And it was a few years ago when I decided it's time to heal my relationship to money, because I was like the starving yoga teacher type vibe. And then through the course of time, just really started to put myself in bigger rooms, and there is so much potency to that. Put myself into bigger conversations, and also recognized where everything I'd been studying and learning, and traveling the world and sitting with elders and ceremony and all the things, it was like, take this consciousness and now apply money to it. And then what opened was immense growth. I had a 450% growth from one year to the next. And the energy just keeps spiraling open bigger and bigger. And what I've witnessed in the Vortex and what I have felt, because I'll like, full transparency, when I first came in, I was like, I feel like I'm 20 years older than everybody. I'll be 50 this year. And there was this part of me that was going, is this the energy I want to be in? And it was like the whisper of lean in even more. And it was this leaning in and coming into this feeling of, this is exactly how I desire to feel, is expanded the wisdom, the mastery that is here. The strategy that Shosh brings has been so profound for me. And that was the seer in her, the master seer oracle, in a different frame. And then coming in and being with so many epic women. And it's literally like something that compounds daily. That's the frequency. And my business is primarily frequency energetics first. I'm a channel. I work as a business oracle in the Akashic Records with clients, everything from supporting Olympic athletes to nine-figure CEOs in other higher dimensional, multidimensional levels of expansion. And what I love about the vortex is the light that is so bright. It's like this beaming light in your life that you can plug into daily that automatically radiates into your world. The celebrations, it is a constant popping. And that's what we're here for. Expansion of consciousness, expansion of wealth consciousness, expansion of really anchoring a new paradigm. And I mean, look at this whole field here on Zoom, compounded with what is available, what is open. And what I really appreciate, I've been in other masterminds. I was in a couple of other ones when I first came into the vortex, and so there was a little bit of a calibration period there. But what I really love is this is such a what Shosh has created here is a true mastermind frequency. And that was something I have not experienced elsewhere. There was other masterminds I was in where people were looking for the leader to lead. And that was such a different frequency and a different frequency standard. Here it is everyone coming in and ready to pop and excited to pop and excited to share. And I mean, just feel that. It's just like, yes, please, more of this. And it has like a non-stop button. There's no end to this. That's it. Like it is an infinite frequency. And there's such a diverse crew in here. We're talking, some of us are over here talking menopause, others are talking about first time motherhood, and then everything brings it back to like living as the whole woman, the holy woman in her rising. And that's really what it's about. So it's an honor to be here. It's an honor to connect with so many of you. It's been such a fun space, expansive. There's celebrating, like moving from having these periods of time where I'm just building the energy and feeling the support from these hot seats that I pop into with Shosh. And then all of a sudden, boom, it's like an 80K sales week, right? Like, so it's different. My business model is a little different. And that's the beauty of it. But it's being able to be in these conversations because 5 years ago, 4 years ago, I didn't even know they existed. And then when you're in a space like the vortex where it's in existence and reality daily, in case you ever forget who you are and what's possible, that there's only a field of potential that we're here to tap into and expand in, the only option is success. And that's what we're here to do and be.
These women. I'm so grateful for you. Kristen Stewart, let's hear it for this wonderful woman. Like, I feel like I created the mastermind that I'm like, is my dream. These kinds of women who pour into the space, who hold their own unique energy and create this beautiful mosaic of wisdom, of activation, of inspiration, of possibility. And I'm just so proud of the journey that you've been on. I'm so grateful to walk side by side with you. So I love you. I want to bring on a couple more of our amazing family members. And if you you have to stay to see. Also, if you're in the vortex, I'm excited to share with you what I've created for you guys, which is just taking it to a whole other level in the vortex experience. You guys have been asking for this caliber of space. I'm going to share the details, but I want to honor the people who said they'd be here. Yinka, are you here for these 5-minute power sessions? We've got Yinka, and then I know we have Brittany. Yes. Okay, Yinka. I just asked to unmute you. And then we have Andy here as well. So many women.
I am here. Oh my God, sorry. I live in Nigeria. They just took the power, so you guys will have to follow my voice.
So sexy.
Okay. Okay. Okay, let me help with my phone's flash. Okay. Guys, I just wanted to come here. When Shoshana said, "Can you share your experience in the vortex?" I was like, yes. Because it has really been a wild ride for me. Because I I am not new to business. I have been running my business for the past 5 years. So 4 years of a very rough time in business, figuring it out myself, listening to a lot of people who are like trying to put you in a box. And then one day, on Instagram, I don't even know how I stumbled upon that hashtag, but I know I saw this lady who's saying that I just made 200K in my robe today, and I'm like, what's going on? So I went to her links. Literally, this is like a through line in action, but I didn't really even go through our old page. I just went to a link. I'm like, can I like funnel hack this? Can I see what she's doing, what she's selling, all of this and that? Then I clicked in and I clicked there and then I joined the club. It was like nothing I had ever, oh my God, that's my alarm to break my fast. Okay. So it was like nothing I had ever seen or experienced before. And that's just the club, not Vortex. And that was January of 2024 when I just said, okay, I'm going to be a soft life CEO. I want to go all in my business. And at the time, I was already considering joining a different mastermind, which was cheaper than the Vortex. And I told my brother all about it. Like, I want to join this mastermind. I think it was at my dad's birthday. So I was like, it was like, okay. But then I was in the club. So I was like, okay, let me see at the end of this experience who I'm going to like feel more aligned with. So I stayed in the club, Money Match came, and then I knew I wanted the Vortex so bad. Every call, I remember putting it in the chat that, oh my God, which craftery is going on in here? Every call I watch is leading me into the locked up courses inside of the Vortex, and I just wanted them so bad. So it was a vision board offer for me. And I kind of like thought about it for a while, not in the sense of like, would I get my return, but like, why am I really going into? Because in the past, I had gotten into a lot of investments with coaches and courses, and in the end, they weren't aligned because, you know, they were asking me to do some cold pitches, cold emails, and those weren't my vibe. So I had to like really process it. I thought about it, and then in May, there wasn't even a promo for the Vortex. She wasn't actively marketing. I just said, okay, hi Shosh, please, do you have a earning cap for people in the Vortex? Because I wanted to know, like, do you have to be a 7-figure person? And she's like, oh no, you just have to be a leader. And I'm like, I didn't even really see myself as a leader then. Like, I was just like, okay, I'm a small fish. And then I joined the Vortex. And I'm like, oh, I'm such a strategic person. And then I meet everybody, and he's like, oh my God, everybody's like, oh, we are welcome. We love you. Like, where have you been all my life? I freaking love the Vortex. And in June, my brother's like, okay, how about that mastermind you told me you wanted to join? And I'm like, oh, yeah, I joined it, but I switched mentors. And this one is even more expensive. It was like 1888 what? For 12 months? That's 22K. But these people are white, Yinka, you're Nigerian, and you're not even, I'm like, oh, there are people that are Indian there. I know of Mira, Shireen. I'm like, oh, there are Indian people. Like, I'm not the only one in a third world country, because guys, plug this, like the minimum wage in my country is $20. $20, which is like 33,000 naira. So he could not understand why I wanted to invest 20, and we don't have credit cards. We don't have credit cards. We don't even have proper government. Look at it. Power is still unstable. But I did not let all of that stop me. And I'm Muslim again. I was like, I really didn't even look into it like, oh, will I find people like me? I just wanted people who would like see my power, who would reflect it back to me. And that's exactly what I got inside of the Vortex. In July, I joined in May. June, I was absorbing all the courses, I was attending everything. I was getting different offer downloads. I don't know, I tend to have an overflow with words, but I'm still trying to keep it under the 5 minutes. So I was absorbing all the courses, and then I dipped a bit because it was like I wasn't really doing. And I remember there's one thing I learned in the, I don't know which course inside of Money Match, but it was one of the free courses that you get when you join the club 365 now, which it talks about the leading indicator and the lagging indicator. So I'm like, okay, my sales dipped because I wasn't doing the things that I needed to do. So in July, I went all in. I did all the things I was really scaling my business, and then I 3x without so much effort, but like I was just so excited, and I was like, holy shit. I remember I was crying on the call with Shosh. I was like, and I still feel, I don't know how to put this better, but like for 4 years in my business, I had been living in the gap, in the serious gap. Like I was always looking for the next thing. Okay, I've done this, but what about this? I wasn't really celebrating the things that I had. I wasn't being in my own energy. I wasn't letting things be easy. So being in the vortex has just been like me learning how to get out of my own way. And I cannot really quantify that. It's literally like I'm in the vortex for free now because, hello. Now, I don't even know what to say. Like, I didn't even know that I had built a 6-figure business, because I didn't know until Shosh created that thread inside of the Vortex chat that was like multi 6-figure plus mastermind. I'm like, I wonder how much I've made in my business. And then I went through it. I was like, holy moly. It was so surreal. Like I've signed clients from inside of the Vortex. I have made lifelong friends. I know Audrey mentions my name every time someone asks about ads. Like, it's so I don't know what to say. Like, the Vortex is that space. Like, you know how people say you want to be that girl? The Vortex is that space. So, and it did not matter. Let me just shut it for now. And I know Shosh can sell it better, but
We literally love you so much, Yinka. Thank you. This is beautiful. And this woman right here, these women who are so generous, who are so loving, who are so, they just look at this, like literally they slay all of every single objection, and they just like we are rock stars. We are the statistical outliers. We are the exception to the rule. Like, I don't care what's normal. I don't care what's average. I want to be in a space that like there's no context of normal in here. Like, and this is the norm, going all in, being the woman that you pray for, taking massive action, being innovative, like supporting one another, skill sharing, like every single woman in here. So I love you, Yinka. And I thought I'd call on someone who was behind the scenes creating the new Vortex experience. So you guys, the Vortex Mastermind is closing doors. I have done periodic price lifts because just genuinely, the amount of demand for the space, the transformation in the space and what's actually possible when you do a year in the Vortex is insane. And so that's why I add the live and investing $1 million between all of my events. I'm investing in coaches. I'm investing in support. I'm investing in team. I'm investing in new training. So it's continued to raise as we grow. The Vortex experience. I kind of worked on behind the scenes with somebody who's here, has been in the Vortex, is in the alumni program. We've done some VIP work together, and it is the gorgeous Brittany Barcelos. Is she here? Yes, she is. Okay, you're unmuted. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being flexible with timing. I love you.
Matt, is it okay? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna sweat for you. I'm like sitting outside, like this is the most perfect call I could ever be on today, and I'm sure you guys all feel the same way. Oh my God, I'm so glad to be here. I am gonna do this like hot and snappy because I know you have so many incredible people. You guys, first of all, can you hear me okay? Or is that someone else?
You're good. We
internet's
solved it. Yes, yes.
Okay, I got my phone in case I need to like get on that. So I have watched Shoshana. I just want to speak to this real quick. The amount of innovation, the bigness that she's going for these events, like even this Vortex 40 person, I was like, oh yeah, like this is literally the pregame and then the real party's gonna be in September. No, this girl is like, the Vortex pregame party is literally probably hundreds of thousands of dollars. Like, she wants you to feel like an actual rock star. We're not just theming it the rock star. You're not just like coming and saying, yeah, I'm in a rock star identity. Like, we all really are rock stars. And Shoshana actually lives like a rock star. So I just want to say these experiences that I have the pleasure of helping build out are like something I've never seen before. I've never seen somebody go this big and throw their credit card at so many iconic differentiated things. So if you want to innovate in your business and actually be the artist in your life, like just being in these rooms are going to activate something insane inside of you. So anyways, my testimony. Okay, so I actually started I immersed myself in Shoshana's world, probably a lot like you guys, where there was something about her. There was a zing, there was an energy and a way that she expressed herself. And I'll never forget binging her content in the middle of the night. We just moved into a really crappy place we were renting because we had no money at the time. And this was like 2 years ago, okay? So like, it wasn't that long ago. And I was on the floor on our mattress. We didn't even have a bed frame. And I was binging Shoshana's content because I was like, I literally feel alive. I'm reading the best kept magazine, like slash novel slash movie. And yet also I want to join everything she's doing. And she's super successful, but she's just being herself. And I hadn't seen an example of both. I hadn't seen someone fully being themselves and super leaned in and super successful in sales and marketing. I was like, damn, I want to do that. So I joined Femme Rising actually on a mountaintop. I was driving home to Tahoe. Me and my partner had really mixed feelings about investing. I had invested like $40,000-$50,000 the year before, and I was in debt, like 45,000 to me and school loans. And I was like, I wanted to keep investing, but my partner really just did not see a way in which we could do that. It was at the cost of like our relationship, really. And I remember being on that mountaintop and I was like, I'm going to do it. Like, I'm going to pull over right now at 10 p.m. I'm going to put in my credit card because this is only 555. And at the time, that's like what I believed my risk was, which is so hilarious. And I did it. And from that moment, I have never stopped like doing it, like leaning in. Not only did we got married that year. We are so in secure attachment from that moment on. We have a baby now. We are in Costa Rica, literally living our dream lives with our 7-month-old. And so rewind to what really happened for me through the vortex, through being in Shosha's world is I not only made my money back and paid off all my debt, I paid off all my debt in one day. Okay, I went from 40K in debt to 40K cash not in one day, but like literally months after. I think Vortex started in November, December, and I made it like 40K cash in a day in the very last day of March. And that was just the beginning for me. Like since then, I have created an actual innovative company. So we talk about like innovation and artistry, and you see people talking about it, and then they're just building a coaching business. Like, what is it? Lipstick on a pig. And Shoshana and I always joke about this because I'm like, I actually feel like I have created something so different, so innovative that I keep getting hired by actual literal icons and rock stars. And Shosh always, and the Vortex always reminds me that it actually is so much easier than we make it. Every time I go to make it complicated, Shosh reminds me to simplify. Every time I feel like I want to lean out, because that was my biggest block. Like I was like, how am I going to hold having a baby? Let me lean back and say, forget the business. And Vortex has actually taught me to lean in to those moments because those are the moments that I increase capacity. So fast forward to now, when I was so afraid to have a baby because I didn't know if I could have both, I literally 10K like packages, cash, pay in fulls are my floor. Like, I'm like, oh, that's cute. But now I'm like, 20, 30, 50, 60, 100 cash. Like I everything I make is in cash, which is so interesting because when I looked at investing in this, where my mindset was, I was like, 25,000, that's gonna take me years to pay off. My credit card, great, I'm pregnant, I'm never gonna pay it off. And now I'm like, oh my God, like what else can let me go bigger in what I put out into the world because I know now. I think the biggest change for me is the way that I see myself. I know I see myself as big now. I'm not just like faking it till I make it. Like Shoshana actually helps you see the biggest version of yourself. So does this space. And then the world mirrors that. And it's this weird, uncomfortable dance for a little. But right now, like in the wobble, I'm starting to like, I'm like, okay, I'm wobbling, but I'm grooving. I'm in Costa Rica. We have no nanny. but I'm doing it. And that's the biggest difference. And even being here, I think is a testament to, just everything has shifted. Like nothing in my external identity or world has shifted. It's been me through the vortex. So,
We love you. We love you, Brittany. This woman is a rock star mama, and you know what? She is behind the scenes. She's on Team Vortex. Like the experiences that we're putting on for you guys, like Living Brave Live is going to be absolutely insane. And the Vortex gets a front row VIP pass, 3-day pass, Living Brave Live. But there's 2 additional days that Brittany has gone above and beyond. And what I want to share is you guys want to hear the first new thing in the experience before I call it some more amazing clients who aren't just giving their testimony, they're giving you gold. They're giving you like, this is what shifted for me. That's what I asked them to do. I said, I don't want you to just juice up the space. I want you to actually give these people value, whether or not they join anything. I want them to walk away being like, I'm going to take a note on what this woman just said. So the first part of the new experience, so we're closing down the Vortex doors. I'll probably do a price lift for both of the experiences, but the next time I announce them, there's going to be the Vortex experience and the Vortex Mastermind. The Vortex Mastermind is everything I've already talked about. It's lit. It's amazing. It's exceptional. That's why it's going to grow to 1,000 people or more. The Vortex experience is the space that it's like you get to come into the space when I feel like I would like to put you on the stage and that you are committed at a high level of mastery, and it's a capped space. And our retention rate is really high right now. So it's going to be around probably the 200 mark. Once someone, if it's full, it's full. And then there's just a wait list in the future. And it's a 50K offer the next time I open it. So now if you apply and you're invited into, like if you already know you want to join, this is like the craziest shit. You not only get a seat in September, which the Vortex spots are filling for a 2-day event, because in the future, the Vortex Mastermind is just going to be the live event also. The Vortex Experience is the live events. The first thing that we're adding is the Vortex Experience is a second live event. So I'm really excited to share this with you guys because if we're in the Vortex through 2026, like that you have a new retreat, an event that's a Vortex only event that we're putting on. And so the Vortex in September, it's the 4-day event, the rockstar theme, come as the business owner, leave the rockstar business, identity transformation, feminine embodiment, like the brand. And it's just a crazy event. I was like, I want to look at it through the lens of the holistic transformation, guide you guys through an experience in which Brittany and I were talking about this. Like, are you going to make more money when you're like on the beach in the Bahamas with your girlfriends, like having crazy once in a lifetime experiences? Like, I don't create content. I go create memories that later become my best content. So I'm like, what's an epic Vortex only experience we could do? So you're like, okay, earlier in 2026, we're still going to have an alumni event, but it's just going to be an additional alumni experience on top of the Vortex experience now has 2 events. It's going to be somewhere on the beach. It's going to be like the beach energy versus the Denver City mountain. We're going to be in the beach. It's going to feel like the new money millionaire energy. So it's all about wealth building. If you guys know that part of my body of work, that's quantum wealth, the new money millionaire, like financial growth and success and shame slaying around money and this more of the sales, shame slaying, sales, financial liberation, and like wealth building, real world wealth building, new money millionaire. So we have our new money millionaire Vortex only retreat, an event on the beach that's going to be happening in 2026. So you guys get it if you're already in the Vortex. And again, this is part of the Vortex experience. I'm closing it down when I reopen. This is not part of the Vortex. So this is part of the Vortex experience. You have at least 2 immersive, transformational, once in a lifetime events that in and of themselves are a 25K value, right? Like I joined masterminds to go to the 2 events that are going to change my life, meet people, hire incredible guests to come speak to you guys and workshop with you and be hands-on in your business. We have full media content production teams, like this for the experience. This isn't a mastermind. This isn't a Q&A program. You have that the whole year, but we actually want to bring you through a year where I'm like, you're going to have once in a lifetime experiences that you can live 10 years in one. I'm going to take you places. We're going to go on tour. Is what Brittany would say. The rock stars are going on tour. Okay. So I want to see the chat. Yes, we're doing it. Okay. Yes. On the beach with the Vortex community. Yes. So again, the Vortex experience is the closest proximity space. Now we have our 2-day live event in September and the VIP pass to the event. Front row seat, of course. You guys, like, one thing Christian and I were talking about that one of his mentors will say a lot is like, if your friend was investing $1 million in a party, like, would you want to go to that party? Like, would it be a cool party to go to? And he's like, yeah, hell yeah, I'd want to go to that party. So, things like renting out full like art installations and running around. There's also going to be, before I call on a few women. So basically, if you apply to the Vortex, and again, like, I'm going to actually sit with the application. So it might take me a day. Probably in the evenings, I'll sit with the applications. I'll feel into you, your vision, your heart, your why. And I'll give you a genuine reflection if I feel you'd be a great fit for the mastermind, for the experience. So all the questions, we can go back and forth. I'll be there. I'll get to know a lot about you through the application. And something we do is just flirt with the application and see what happens inside of you, because you lead yourself through this process. And it's called the Vortex for a reason, because once you say yes, it's an identity shift. And identity comes first, be, do, have, right? It shifts who you're being, how you're thinking, how you're operating, the decisions that you make. People go double their prices, launch a program. Like, it's crazy what gets to happen. So for people who apply by this weekend, there is something that in the past are probably like, I'm not doing this again, but I actually have so much space. And I feel like what would be like the juiciest thing that in and of itself is worth the whole year, truly, is like a 25K value. I'm like, okay, a one-to-one. I know I share with you guys, you don't always need to give one-to-one bonuses, but I feel inspired to do this because I'm only going to invite people who I'm like very excited to do this with as well. A one-to-one custom through line experience. So who here is like, I really want to get my brand message, my marketing message, my sales message. Like, I want to understand how this all flows together. I want Shosha's eyes on my page saying, hey, here's where I see the gap. Here's where I see the opportunity. Here, we can look at your pathway. So twofold of what I want to do. It's not just a Q&A hot seat call. I want to get on a call with you one-to-one, look at your sales pathway. And if you don't have a great one, create your sales pathway and your one-to-many sales presentation, or understand, okay, discovery calls, let's make you feel really good about your process of getting people on a call and understanding how to close people, understanding like how to have an offer that people really want, not just be magnetic, but have like the structure down, and look at your through line and get really clear about your through line so you feel excited about it, not to put you in a box, but just because if we would do this in a silo, we would do this in a silo. We need mentors, we need advisors. So this in and of itself, I'm going to see if I can get Christian's help on some of that stuff. I usually am like, look at this woman's paid. What do you think? And we riff back and forth. So this one-to-one through line close sales pathway experience, which is a 15K value, people have paid. Because here's the thing, when you itemize things, it feels kind of like, yeah, sure, that's worth 10K. Yeah, sure, that's worth 20K. You know, when it's like, and then you get this glass, $1,000 million value. Like, I'd say like people have actually paid this amount. Like, people have actually paid $5,500 for scaled. People have actually paid $5,500 for EBA. People have actually paid 5 figures for a brand experience with me and for a one-to-one session, right? And so when I'm like, it's valued at 15K or it's valued at 7.5, it's actually something that people have paid for, right? That's how you make it not feel like super, okay. So the one-to-one through line close immersions always can dig into your sales pathway and your layered cake of messaging. And that's if you apply this weekend and you're accepted, right? There's also the live New Money Millionaire Vortex only retreat in 2026. And I always over deliver. So I did this for alumni. I was like, there's going to be a one-day live event in Denver. And then people were like, cool, I'll join alumni. And I was like, actually, it's this 2-day crazy experience. I'm getting you a ticket to Red Rocks. Like, so this is probably what I'm going to do for these things once I fully think them out. So the event as well, we don't create content, we create memories that later become our best content. And then there's a new, this all in the experience, right? There is a new 10X accelerator that's happening live. Okay. And I'm going to dive into, there are a couple other things that are included in the experience and in the year. But one thing I want to bring in is like something people have been asking for in the Vortex is to have a space that's very like the level of regulation, emotional regulation, level of consciousness, conversation is like we want to have someone come in, like I gave the example of like, okay, guys, we just had $1 million cash month. I want to break down the behind the scenes for you and then set it up for yourself. Like I just did a call yesterday of like, I want to do a workshop, less of me talking and less of just Q&A and more themed. Okay, guys, take out your phone. Here's what you're doing to like immersive workshopping. People have been asking more for that. Like, hey guys, we just did the Rockstar program. let's do a workshop, an interactive workshop. So the experience is going to have interactive, hands-on workshops that are guided and themed, as well as segmented calls for like 0 to 10K, 10 to 30K, 30K and above that I'll be leading. And then also amazing women in the community will be facilitating. Like the women in here who have done 7 figures, multiple 7 figures are going to come in and also share their genius and their magic, which we've already started doing. But we're going to make it more official. So before I dive into what the heck the 10X Accelerator is, which in and of itself, every bonus is a 25K offer, I want to bring up some of the amazing women who said that they would share. I know there's a lot of you, so I love you so much. Let's bring up first Andy Love. And then if you're here and I ask you to share and you're like, I really have to go, DM me. And let's call up Andy and hear some of these women's amazing magic. Thank you, Andy, for being so flexible and being here and blessing us with your presence today.
Of course. I'm like freaking out. You are so wild. I'm like, you, if you guys are not freaking out, check your pulse. Like, make sure you're breathing, make sure you're in your body. I am like, holy bananas. This is insane. What you're doing is insane. And I think it just is a testament of the heart that you pour into your community. Like I'm a newbie, y'all. Okay. So like I've known Shosh online for, I don't know, years. And Brittany's one of my besties. And so I'm always hearing about Shoshana. And I've flirted with her in the DMs from time to time, but like, I was not looking for mentorship. Not that okay, let me take that back. I'm always looking for mentorship, but I wasn't in the season of like, oh, I'm really going to invest in something new. And so little backstory on me, I've had my company and my brand for about 7.5, 8 years. We've done close to 6 million so far as a brand. I took pretty much all of 2022, most of 2023 kind of off, lived off my monthly recurring revenue, became a mom, twin babies, and just didn't know what 2024, I kind of came back on the scene. And it was like November, December 2024. And I was laying in bed late at night and I was like, dude, what is next? Like, I need something. Like I'm bored. I was bored with myself and I was not really bored with my business. It's just, I just needed some spice. And an email of Shoshana's landed in my inbox. I opened it. I probably have only opened like 3 emails ever. And I'm like, something, I don't even remember what the subject line was, but it was one of those things that it just like jolted my body. And my work is, I'm a somatic practitioner. I was a clinician for many years. I'm a therapist for many years. Everything I do is body led. So I work with the body behind the business. That's what I do. And something jolted my body. And I'm like, okay, I need a spoonful of my own medicine right now. What is happening in my body? Why am I so activated? Like activated good from this email. And I think I like went over into the Instagrams and I like DM'd. I'm like, tell me about VORTEX. Before you knew it, I was in the VORTEX, upgrading into alumni. I had no clue. Actually, today is the very first day. It's been like 120 days that I actually like just heard everything that's in the VORTEX as you were reading it. I was like, oh wait, whoa, what? Look at that. It was the yes alone for me. By January 10th, January 11th, we had already had almost 500,000 on the books for 2025. Now, listen, I've had way bigger years. It's not even about the money, but there was something about putting myself back in the ecosystem of people who are just flying. And that's like here at the end, I'm like, what else do you even need to hear? Like for me, I'm like every single person that's on this call right now that is not in the VORTEX needs to go get the application, fill it out and sign up, like period. Like, what are you even thinking about? Because here's the thing. My work is about how do we rewire our nervous system for the ultimate identity evolution shift and transformation. You have to put yourself in the ecosystems. You have to put yourselves in the environments that are going to be the catalyst for that. And I cannot tell you of a better environment. And I've been in a lot of mentorship containers. I've invested close to $1 million over the last 10 years in lots of containers that have costed lots of money. None of it has ever made sense. The money never really was there in the beginning. I never was about, what am I going to lose? What could the risk be? It was like, I believe in me. I go full in on me. The way that I do it is I'm like in my body, best case scenario, what happens? And then I lead with that presupposition of transformation no matter what. And then I just move and it's always mind blowing. So when I was laying in bed late at night, reading that email and then sliding into her DMs, being like, I'm gonna slide up in those DMs and be like, all right, tell me. And I knew, I was like, I'm asking, I'm already in. I didn't even have to really think about it. I just already knew. But y'all, like, just do the application. Are you kidding? Is this what she's doing now? Is she absolutely insane? She cares. She cares. Her heart, the way she pours into the community. Like, this will be our multi-million-dollar year, hands down, no doubt about it. And not because I'm going to have to work harder or anything like that. I'm just in the rooms with the freaking people who are doing it. This is going to be $1 million cash month. And yes, you get to be part of that ecosystem. It's
We love you.
not sore. So
Andy Love. Ow, ow, ow. We love you so much. Thank you for sharing. These are the women. And also this is the way that we get to operate in our lives, but this is also the way that your best clients are moving. And I'm just so blessed to have these women in the community. So I know Dana, Mama is here. Also Courtney. So let's hear from Dana. I'm so excited to have you on. Thank you guys for your patience. You know me, I'm crazy. I try to do timing, but I'm so grateful that you're here. And Dana's had a wild transformational journey. So let's hear it from Dana.
Hi guys. Hi Shosh. This has been amazing and I'm so excited to hear of all of like the new innovation is like that is the word. Okay, so I'm gonna try to concentrate. You guys, like, if anybody from Vortex is in here, you know how it goes. I'm literally always juggling the babies, which is like so funny because when I joined, I had a 7-year-old and I had just birthed this child without drugs. Wasn't planned. And I joined the Vortex like 3 months after I had him, and it made literally 0% chance. I mean, I'm sorry, 0% sense. And my gosh, hold on. My battery is dying on my earphone, so hold on 1 second. I'm so sorry.
Holding on. You're so sexy right now. Thank you for modeling this for us. We love
Hold
you.
on. Okay.
You're good. We love you.
This is what we do. This is how it's done, ladies. I'm just kidding. Okay, I literally can't hear myself. Can you hear me? Okay,
yes,
great.
yes, we can hear you.
All right.
We love you.
So I joined the Vortex. It made no sense. I had been in other masterminds before, and I came from such a place of logic and like just a little background about myself. I had this crazy epiphany after having a marketing business since 2017. I made like hundreds of doll hairs, and I asked the universe over and over and over again, like, what am I doing wrong? Like, show me what I need. And I needed a path to get to the depth and weight that I was looking for in my life, my messaging, like my business, everything. And I was shown, like, in this crazy moment of clarity in my life 6 years ago, that I was an alcoholic. And so when I realized that, I was then given this gift, which is now like, this is the thing that I've created an adaptation over, but this really, really certain path to a spiritual experience, which allowed me to like completely free myself from all resentments, all anger from the past, and really completely heal my past. And I genuinely believe that's true. And so now it's just been this evolutionary process. But what I did, I was so addicted to the logic. And so I loved that, you know, I knew how I healed, and that's what I help other entrepreneurs do, the ones who question themselves and who go like, I know that I have more healing to do, and I want to help other people. And it's like, okay, logic, love it. Such a good thing because it's such a practical method. And then I get into a mastermind that is all logic. And I'm like, why is this not working? Like, this is just starting to piss me off because I have this whole spiritual path, which is super practical. I know what I'm doing. I know what I want to say. I know my message. Like, I am so freaking all in, and I invested 15,000 in this thing, and I'm just not feeling it. And I avoided Shoshana because There was no certainty there. There was just this feeling of uncertainty. And this is the gold, right? Like when I got out of the other mastermind, I took like a year off of mentorship, which I do not recommend. um, and I finally just looked at my husband on Easter, I think last year, and I was like, I'm fucking doing it. And he was like, do it. And I jumped into Vortex. Like a month later, I'm like, Dom, I just paid back the investment. And he's like, I'm so glad you joined that. And then it was like 10,000, 15,000, 18,000, like one after the other. And it was just mind blowing to me. But what I needed to do and what the Vortex allowed me to do and Shoshana led me to do was to rip the band-aid off of the uncertainty, right? Like the resistance. I was resisting it so hard. And when I started leaning into what I was most resisting, which is my desire, right? Like this was my desire. It's what I wanted most, but I was so addicted to systems and logic that I was scared because it's the uncertain path. But the uncertain path is where all the opportunity is, right? That's the void. That's the infinite. I was playing in the finite. And that's what the vortex is. So, like the last person said, like if you're even thinking about it, stop thinking. Like that is the whole point. That's what we do. Like we stop thinking and we start doing.
Less
So,
thought, more action. We love you,
yes.
Dana. And I can see this woman is like on fire. Like you feel her magnetism. You're like, who is she? I want to know more about her. Like it's about you coming to life. It's about your business coming to life, feminine business, but more so you coming to life. And that's what I've seen this woman. And most of the women you hear are here throughout 2026. So I'm so grateful to have you here. And I know, guys, if you're still here and you said that you'd be here, I want to hear from all of you. I know, Courtney, maybe you woke up in the middle of the night for us. Did you? Are you here? Where are you, Courtney? Yes, thank you for being here. What time is it for you?
Oh, it's 4:30 now. You know, thinking about all these identity shifts, I'm like, yeah, I'm just a person now that gets up at 2 a.m. and stays on a call because it's like so lit up. So this has just been so incredible. Um, I found Shosh after I'm actually so privileged to talk about this experience. I found Shosh after my biggest quantum crumble, didn't even know I was quantum crumbling at the time. And then I started getting this just innate curiosity. And there's so much I'm going to share about like the truth of actually coming into the vortex. But there was this curiosity at the end of 2023. And I was like, these people know something. Like people know something that I don't know. And it was so heart led. My background is in neuroscience, neuropsychology. I'm so logical. I've always been so logical and just lived this linear life. And I was always just left uninspired. Like I ticked all the boxes, but I just wasn't there yet. And this curiosity, as I was saying, I just kept leaning in. I was like, what do they know? They know something. I remember having these conversations with my husband. Like I'm consuming so much different content at this stage. And I'm like, they've all built these businesses and they've done this and they've done that. And they're like so lit up and there's something that I don't know. And anyway, I started doing the brave actions before I even found Shosh. So this is like becoming a match, right? So I started just doing podcasts and really stretching myself. And then I don't even know how I found you, Shosh. I feel like someone tagged you in something. Then I was like, oh, who is this? And then I found your page, consumed all your podcasts, and went into the club, I think for like 1 minute, literally a minute. And then I was like, oh my gosh, I need to go into the vortex. And this is like my little like shame secret is that I didn't even know what a mastermind was. I was like, I don't even know what I'm doing. Like I had my clinical business, but I was like, I just need to be in this world. I listened to the Chilled Rocket Ship and it literally transformed me as a mother, just as a person and as a woman. And that moment that I went into the vortex, I just got cracked open in all of the ways, and the downloads, the connection, the inspiration. And there's this one moment I want to take you back to that was so intimate and just everything, where nothing external had shifted yet. Nothing external had shifted. I was probably in the vortex for maybe like 8 weeks, and I just had this energy and this frequency running through my body. And I was in the shower, and I live in the Sunshine Coast in Australia, so it's like super sunny in the middle of summer, super tanned. And I get out of the shower and I have this like vibrancy running through me, and I'm looking in the mirror and I was like, what is this? Like, what is this feeling? And I look at my body and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is the golden goddess. Like, I have cracked her. I've cracked her open from like the inside out. And from that moment, it has been the wildest ride. I launched a heart-led business. I started calling in one-to-one clients, going into mentorship. This was something that wasn't even on my radar. It was beyond my mind's capacity to dream. And then it just kept snowballing. So I launched my first live event. We sold it out within 3 weeks up to like 75% capacity. And then there was so much demand for it for like out of nowhere. I tried so hard with that first launch. And the next one sold out in 2 weeks with like 3 story slides. I was like, oh, I'm doing that again. And this feels really good. And everyone's like, where's my ticket? So now we need it. We do a boat cruise and like this silent disco and this, beautiful activation for women. And everyone's like, we need a bigger boat for more women now. Like, and so I don't think, having come from such a head-led life, all I tell my clients now is like, what is your heart saying? What is your heart saying? Because going to my husband, I remember the time in the kitchen, I was like, I don't even know what I'm doing. I don't even know what this is. I just know this is where I need to be. My life trajectory is so radically different now and will always be so radically different because of this space. And so I love you, Shosh, and
I
thank you.
love you so much. Thank you for waking up in the middle of the night for us. You golden goddess, we're so grateful for you. And it's just, I'm really speechless right now. So I'm, I'm going to pass the mic. I know Vanessa, has baby too on the way. And so she's got to go in a couple minutes and she is gracing us with her presence. Where are you in the world right now? I'm so excited to hear from you guys were talking about Vortex alumni, but Vanessa, I'm like, can we work together for the end of time? She's on her 3rd year, or 3rd or 4th year, I don't know, of mentorship together and in the Vortex. So take it away. Oh, we can't hear you.
Now you can. Now you can.
Yes.
So the first thing I want to tell you is I fucking love you. I'm already in and I want to buy again for the Vortex. Can I buy it again? Forever. So I crossed my path with Shosh in the end of 2022. And I found you through Melanie and Layer. I remember that. And she tagged you or something. And I was like, who is this woman? I was so obsessed with you. And you kept coming, like you never get out of my head since the first day I saw you. And in, I don't know, less than a month, I was buying the Vortex, which was back then the all access to everything. And I was like, oh my God, this is incredible. I entered your universe and it was like such a big stretch because I was having like this 3K, 4K consistent months. And I was doing a jump for, I don't know, I think it was like 14K for entering back then. And it was like the biggest stretch I had ever done since then. And from that moment on, and this is my 3rd year in the Vortex. And I will say for a lifetime, you are not getting rid of me. It's like my boldest decisions have been made inside of this container, this mastermind. I feel like you are on the backbone of the most expensive decisions I've made for my business and my life. Some of them are the biggest stretch in terms of investment. Then making the move on the last mastermind we had with Anna Gasol, we were talking about, and I decided to do this shift and enter the international market, change all my communication to English. It's like, it's been so many things that have happened since we have entered this space. And also the shifting back in 2023, when we were working, we were also doing that Vortex VIP, and I decided to move from spiritual mentor to the business mentorship world. And it's been such a roller coaster. And I would love to share one thing that Shosh doesn't even know. In the end of last year, more or less in August, September, I was wobbling. I was having like that kind of dark of the night soul that we sometimes have in our business. And I remember I was like, so I am feeling this. I need to connect back to the vortex energy and to Shosh energy, because when I'm feeling this, I know that I come here and it's like boom. And so Shosh is doing this brave as fuck thing. Of course, I'm getting into it. And I remember seeing the first classes of the pregame, watching you rock as always, being pregnant, then watching you dealing with all the, the pregnancy thing and giving birth before the time, and how you led that, and how you really step up in your power. And one of the things I most love about you is that you really lead us. You really put us in a place where we can do it. It's like it's a vortex of infinite possibilities. If you want to do something, this is really your fucking permission slip to do it your own way and to go for amazing results doing that. And so going forward, after that, and that big inspiration, I ended the year doing 100K revenue, but only in December I had my first 90K sales month in December, all due to this change in frequency and expansion. And it was such a crazy thing because we were having like 80K guaranteed for the next year, for 2025, just in December, and only due to this frequency. So I love you, and I will stay for a lifetime, forever. Thank you so much.
I love you so much. I mean, what is there even? I'm like, right now, I'm like overwhelmed in the best way because I have like 10 more people I want to call up. And I know that, thank you, Vanessa. I love you. I love you. I love you. I know that Lily is here, and Lily is the feral mother. So we are going to try to, but with our 5-minute power sessions where there's value in this. And if you see, like, these are all active members. These are all women who want to pour into you. These are all women who have gone all in on themselves, and like they have been every single place that you have been on your journey, in the wobble, in the it makes no sense, in the doubling down when it's going better than ever. And I just could not be more grateful. So Lily, thanks for taking time on your retreat and being here. I just asked to unmute you.
Yes, I'm so glad because my phone's at like 1.5%, but there's a 2-week-old calf who's nursing right next to me. But hi, I'm Lily Carden. My friends call me Lily, and my soulmates call me Feral Mother. And I'm going to give you like a 30-second soundbite instead of 5 minutes. And I just want to give you this. And I really hope that it can be received, which is that rich people are not greedy and women are not catty. And you might be jealous and you might be insecure, but that doesn't make rich people greedy, and it doesn't make women catty. And this is a space, if you want to essentially like shortcut the entire mind fuckery that is this victim belief that rich people are greedy and women are catty, I highly recommend being in a place where you can be around generous people who are rich as fuck and women who are absolute delicious sisters. I tell you this as someone who grew up, I know it's not cool to come from generational wealth, but I come from very rich people and they're not greedy. And went to all girls school and they're not catty. So anyway, come here, be with us. We love you. We'll always be nice. We'll always be kind. We might not always be nice. Oh,
Lily, we love
love
you.
you.
Lily. We love you, Lily. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. We have a few more women who are going to call up, and then I have more to share around the offer and the invitation, and always sharing with value for you guys. I know that Naomi, you said that you are here. You would like to share next, so I'm calling you up.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Got matching pink on. Yes, hello everybody. So I have been in the Vortex since January. I wanted to join last year. I did I did two of Shoshi's trainings. I think I did Brave AF, and then and I really wanted to join after that. And then I did the Rockstar Year, and I really wanted to join. But the first time I talked myself out of it because I just thought I can't afford it. It's too much, and there's just no way. I've never paid that kind of money for anything, so apart from my house. So I just couldn't justify it in my life, even though I'm trying to build a business and I really wanted the support, and I knew Shosh, with her just incredible, unique way, was the person that I wanted to learn from. But I was just really, yeah, I had huge resistance to it, and so then it came to the Rockstar Year, and I was hiking. Actually, I didn't listen to it live. I had to do it on catch up for some reason. So I was like on this big hike, and I'm listening to the recording, and I'm like, I need to join this mastermind. It's like she always says once you feel the call, it's only a matter of a time. And I was like, I need it. I just know it's the right thing for me to join. So I got back from the hike and I said to my other half, I was like, I need to join this mastermind. He's like, yeah, do it. So I messaged, I did the application and I sent it off, and Shosh was like, oh my God, come on, let's do it. And I joined, and I think there was a lot of resistance as well because I'm more early on in building a business, and oftentimes people think that you shouldn't, these are for people who already have a really successful business and it's just going to help them, blow up even bigger. But less than 3 months in, I would just say the community in there is mega. Like, the women in this vortex are just the most beautiful women. They're from all over the world. They've all different experiences, backgrounds. And if you put something in, the community, people all come in to support you, to give advice and to lift you up, to, just to help you succeed. And it's just the most beautiful space. And I said the other week, like, people are always like, I love you. And I was like, what? It weirded me out when people kept saying that in the beginning, because I'm like, you don't know me. Issues, and then about 3 weeks in, I'm like, I love you all. So they broke me, but I will say, like, from the WIMP point of view, I've learned so much just to show up as me, as in my quirkiness, to just deliver stuff on social media that I've always resisted, that was just been fun, and to say, like, how easy can I make it, how fun can I make it, and then literally 2 weeks ago, I had 3 people. I decided to up my prices and make my coaching container longer. So I upped my price and made it 3 months, not 6 weeks. Then 3 women just randomly reached out to say, like, oh, I'm really interested in coaching with you. And then 2 of them signed up. So I had a 6K week. And then this week, this week, I do work 1.5 days a week for a company. And I decided I was being underpaid, and it was about time that I stood up into my self-worth more and demanded a pay rise. So I emailed and said I wanted to pay a 50% pay increase, which is quite bold. And they agreed.
We love you, Naomi, and I'm so glad that you're like, fuck it, I'm in.
Yeah.
Fuck it, I'm in. The resistance is a green light. And, it's like, I was actually talking to Christian about this recently, like, why it's coming back to the investments, like, why it's so lucrative to invest in startups is that, like, there's such a high upside. He's like, it's actually when it makes the most sense to be like doubling down in your business. Like, but then you grow confidence in the founder, in the business, and then you get used to investing. But actually, this point is like your first investment's like a 2,000-fold return. Like, you could literally 2,000x your return in a year, like, when you're at that level. And it's like, it makes the most sense. It's like, either I stay here or I get the tools and community and support and guidance and, like, get in the space where I plug into what feels right and good and authentic for me. And I think, like, when people say it made no sense for me, Muggle made no sense, right? Like, from what vantage point? Because actually, when we're always looking at, like, no, that's when it makes the most sense. Like, I know it makes no sense to hire a snowboard instructor. I'm a newbie and I'm on a black diamond right now. I should just fall on my face and then I would hire you. That would make the most sense. But no, we don't talk about it like that, right? Because that doesn't make sense. And it's like, it actually makes the most sense. And so when you're like, I randomly attracted 3 painful, I randomly had a 6K week, I'm like, none of this is random. You're just getting started. And I'm so excited to continue to watch you grow and evolve, because you go first. live responds, and you've just set yourself up and have been such a beautiful asset to the space. So nothing is a coincidence in a world of consciousness, and nothing is a coincidence when you're depositing in the field, especially when you deposit in the field with your belief, when there's opposing evidence, and when you go for it, and when you are the woman that you advocate for online. I remember every place that I am when I talk to Vortex women when they join, and you were like, this is what I advocate for. I advocate for self-love. I advocate for confidence. Like this, so I'm going to be that person. And we know, like, embodiment and alignment is not a fluffy thing we just talk about for fun, right? Like it's like a real thing that like changes your life and makes you so magnetic. And so I see you in that, and none of it is a coincidence. And I'm so grateful to have you as a part of the community and for all these women to find out who you are. So okay. I know who's been here for a while. Sarah Anderson has been here for a while. You guys, I still have stuff that I want to share. Ice is here. Anna's here. So let's pull up Sarah and hear from this beautiful woman.
Hi. Oh my gosh. I like haven't stopped smiling for 2 hours. Feeling my face hurts. Wow. Yeah. I mean, what can I say? This is the most incredible community. Honestly, I have been in so many. I've spent money on masterminds. I've been in groups before, but the like calibration to the level of the, I mean, we've seen it for the last 2 hours. For those of you who aren't already in the vortex, it's absolutely incredible. And I had meant to tell Shosh, like I was like, I should send Shosh my wins, but then we had one of those like comment on Money March, and I was like, I think I like 9x. I think I 9x what I did last year. I think I've made like 80% of last year's revenue in the first 2 months of this year alone. Like, oh my God, what is even happening? And also, like, don't look down, like, just keep going. I don't know how any of this is happening. And I wasn't looking for mentorship. I think I don't even know how I started following Shosh. I just like you would be walking and going live, and I'd be like, who is this person? How did I start following her? And then eventually Money March happened and I joined that. And then I remember being with my friends. We were in Tahoe, their coaches also, and I had been really like activated by all the Money March voice notes. I love them. They really put me in the energy. Like all I ever need to do is stop thinking. That's like the key for me. And I was like talking with my friends about Shoshana, and they like don't get it. They're like, I don't really understand. I don't really understand. We love that you are getting something from this. We really don't understand this. And then I went to the live event, and a couple weeks beforehand, a lot of things changed for me. I had this medical issue come up where basically they said, you need to go in for emergency surgery. Anything that you eat could be a potential trigger that would put you in a life-threatening situation. So I was in a little bit of a funky spot, to say the least. But I was like, whatever, I just will not eat much and go to Denver. So I went to the event, and I was there, but I kind of wasn't there because I just wasn't feeling so good and I had a lot going on. And I had been interested in the vortex, and I was like curious, and I was flirting with it. But then I also got in these conversations with people where they were in a little bit more of a contracted state, and I was already in a little bit of a contracted state. And so when I would hear from them and they'd be like, yeah, well, that's a lot of money to pay for not being like in one-on-one coaching or not being in super close proximity. And I was listening to that and I was like, how do I feel about this? I don't really know. And then I'm so thankful Ice is in the room. I spoke with Ice, and I was getting tea right before I was headed to the airport. And I had just been asking people, are you in the vortex? Are you in the vortex? What's it like? What's it like? What's it like? And she was like, yeah, well, the way that I think about it, and like the way that she talked about it was like, I plug in, I like to be in the energy, and that's what I'm always talking about too. And I actually don't need all the one-on-one. And I was like, yeah, that's how I think about things. Hold on, I don't know what's been going on. I just need to shake off the last few days. I think about things like that too. I signed up. I joined alumni like 4 days later. I was like, yes, let's go. And I would say the biggest breakthrough for me though was being in that room in live in Denver, because I felt so small, but like in a way that turned me on so much, because I was like, I don't want to be you don't want to be the mansion on the street of like shacks, right? You want to be the shack on the street of mansions. And I was like, these women are doing things that I had not even ever thought of, considered, realized was possible. This is what I need. And I need to stop trying to make sense to everyone else and like, oh, the practical, logical thing. I'm like, no, okay, I'm not practical and I'm not logical. Let's go. That's fine. I just need to be around other people like that. So that's my experience. And I'm just like high today. So I don't even know what I just
We
said.
love
I'm so
you.
glad I got to talk to you all.
Sarah, we love you so much. It made all of the sense. It made all the sense. And let's celebrate her up 9x year over year. And also, I love that your friends are like, you make no sense. I'm like, if most people don't understand what I'm saying, I'm on a good wavelength. And I know you were also in the club, right? But you were still in the club after Money March, were you? Yes, yes. And then we met at the live event and you joined, and I'm so grateful and I'm so excited to be working with you for, I hope, forever, and so happy to have you in here. And with that, seeing that you're here, thank you, Ice. I love you for that conversation. As we were hot off of the VIP retreat right before Living Brave Live. So I'm so excited to bring you up. I'm so honored to have you here today. Thank you for still being here. Would you bless us with your presence?
Oh my God, I'm buzzing. I'm on fire. I feel high. This call so far is the best and my favorite one. I'm like, I need to double my prices. Oh, okay. So, everything that you heard, guys, plus I'm so privileged, by the way, to be here and to speak. Really, it's my honor. And anything that you heard Shoshana saying or the girls of what you get in the Vortex, you need to 100x it. It sounds like it's a lot. It's so much more. And oh, and one more important thing is that you keep hearing, like, for example, with Sarah, what she was sharing about the one-on-one and stuff. Shoshana has such a big heart and she sees you. It was so crazy when one time I really needed support. There was one moment in the evening, I spoke with my mom and I'm like, I don't know, I need support. Da, da. My mom is saying, like, just message your mentor, just message her. And I'm like, no, like, I respect my mentor. And like, if I want one-on-one support, I'm gonna go to the infinity and like, I'm not gonna do it. I wake up to a message from Shoshana asking me to come to a call the next day to coach me. Like, how is that possible? And I'm in the Vortex for so many months. And anyway, so she sees you, she feels you. Anything that she's teaching about the energy, it's working. My experience in the Vortex and the way that I joined it, and I'm gonna try to say the key parts here because it changed my, like, even before Vortex, it already changed my life by joining it. So I'm a business mentor and I built my business up to 20, 30K months and I started scaling it. But the scaling process for me was completely misaligned, but it was the only way, the logical way that I knew. And I was just hustling and pushing. And then she triggered me, by the way, because I was watching her making millions in the bathrobe while me, I'm hustling and I'm just like making 20, 30K months and she's making millions. And by the way, my team actually followed her because they were using my Instagram account. So it's not even me, it was my team. And when I had a burnout last year in July, I started crying hysterically. And immediately I was like, oh, Shoshana, like, I need to hire this woman. I never joined any low ticket, nothing. I just had her on Instagram. But the intuition, the calling, so like, you need to trust your gut. And then I just messaged her and I'm like, hey, send me the link. And I just paid in full, like right away, like super short conversation. I joined and I was hoping to pay more. I was hoping it's going to be double the price. So just in case you think it's like expensive or something, there are people who are like, I want to pay more. And it's not because like I had money. It's not about that. I was actually attaching my self-worth with the money, which is like later what I figured. So anyway, I joined the Vortex. Third day, I'm already insanely inspired by the community. I had identity shift. Brittany inspired me so much, the one that spoke here before. I'm like, oh my God, what is this place? I feel like another person. And it paid off. Like third day, I was already like, I'm satisfied already of what I got from this place. 3 weeks later, Living Brave Life. I'm like, oh my God, this place, like I want to go, but no, for sure I can't. Because at the same dates, I had already booked a retreat, paid in full in France in a castle. And I'm like, yeah, for sure, I'm not gonna go to Living Brave Life because I have a retreat booked in the castle by my client and friend. And another friend is going there. So I'm like, oh, amazing. And then I saw a testimonial of Leslie. So Leslie was sharing about like, if you feel called, like you have to go there, living brave life, like you need to be there. And I already knew like, I feel so called to go, but like, no, for sure. No, because my logic. And then I was like, something was holding me back. And so, okay, so Leslie, she was saying that if you don't listen to your body and if you don't go, for whatever reason that is holding you back, it means that thing is holding you back in every single area of your life. Something clicked. And I was like, wait, okay, something is holding me back from going to Living Brave Life. And then I thought, fuck it, I need to go. So I didn't even have my passport, by the way. My passport was in Spain. I'm in Lithuania. I already spent so much money. So my savings, everything is running out and I have a burnout. So I stopped selling. And I'm like, what is the story I'm going to tell? Oh, okay. So one thing I missed. So Living Brave Life, because I thought if I'm going all the way to the States, I'm not going to go for just the event, which already was included. There was a retreat, a VIP retreat. And I thought, well, if I'm going all in because this is the client that I am. These are the people that I want to attract. So the passport, I don't even have a passport. Financially, already I spent so much. Retreat in a castle, like it doesn't make any sense. And then I thought, what is the story I'm gonna tell? I chose comfort. I chose like, oh, I'm gonna wait for my passport to be delivered just to make sure that I get it. No, I paid in full for the VIP retreat. I didn't even have flight tickets, no hotel book, nothing. I paid. I don't have a passport. And then massive anxiety. I felt like, oh, what did I do? I'm crazy. Oh my God. And I'm sharing this because when you make something that big, because your desires are so big, something is calling you. And I know it's so scary. And I'm a very brave person. I already did so many brave things. But that time I had anxiety attack and I was like, oh my God. And I thought, what is holding me back? Is it money that I spent or whatever that I'm losing, the retreat, whatever? No, there's something else. And I'm digging and I'm like, what is it? And it was people fucking pleasing. It's because I never chose myself. It's because I was afraid to cancel the retreat because it was my client and my friend and another friend was going. And I thought my friend, she will not understand and she will not support me and I will lose my friend. And I lost my friend because she did not understand me. But that was when I finally broke through that fucking pattern that was holding me back of people pleasing and choosing everyone else, but not myself. And I chose myself and I traveled 24 hours across the Colorado and I go there and I meet these embodied women who see me and I feel so uncomfortable. And I'm like, stop seeing me and stop loving me because I'm so like, even though I look now all glowing and confident, trust me, being around successful next level embodied loving women, it's very uncomfortable. And I'm like, oh, why am I feeling so uncomfortable? The shame, I was raped 5 years ago and I did not even realize that that shame of rape was chasing me. And I did therapy for 6 months and I never brought the topic in the therapy. I healed everything, but not the rape. So I think I'm gonna stop here because there's so much more to tell, but this was even just the beginning. It changed my life. It changed me in every possible way. Shoshana, I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful to be able to share this story because I got so much more than what I expected. And there are no words to explain the gratitude. And I'm surprised I'm not crying because I should be sobbing, but I got myself together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ice. We love you so much. Thank you for I just looked around this room and how much what you said is just the truth that's pouring out of you. I know that we're just starting. I can't wait to see you and go on tour with you. Thank you for being part of this community and who you are. And so before I call up the last woman to share their magic with you, their medicine with you, this is one of my favorite calls of all time. Should I keep talking about what's included in the Vortex experience? Is everybody like, should I keep surprising you guys, especially the people who are here already in? That's what I'm most excited about because it's like, I always want you when you say yes to something to have 3 days later be like, I'm so happy that I did this. And then 6 months later and a year later, like, oh, guess what? I'm taking you on a retreat. Oh, guess what? We're doing this new mastermind. Oh, guess what? And really like over delivering because I've built this business through like businesses that don't deliver, like, what people like to call things scams. Those don't grow. That you don't grow an 8-figure organic business by not having an amazing product, an amazing community that grows. And that is just so much more than the transaction. Like people come for the results. You can just look at the testimonials page. You can hear all these women, 9x, 50x, I made it back, I did this. But people come for the results and the revenue. You stay for the feeling and the family because your experience of your life matters, doesn't it? Like, isn't that real wealth? Like to give yourself the gift of working on yourself and being in a space that activates you and working on like the whole human, your love and your relationship and your skill set and your mindset and your growth and your energy and your alignment and your tools and your business. And you can have a business for the rest of your life, but it's you and you for the rest of your life also. And these are the kinds of people aren't going to get it. They're going to think it's really freaking weird, and especially as you continue to go to higher and higher levels of success, things start to feel unrelatable. And that's part of what being a leader is that you are going to be unrelatable, and not just in the wealth, but in your joy and your expression and who you dare to be in the world. And it's brave and it's not easy. And it's not easy, especially if you're doing it on your own. And like what I shared in Money Marshall, the Jeff Bezos message to his shareholders, it's like, it takes tremendous effort to not let the world pull you into normalcy. And so don't rely on willpower. Don't do this alone. No one does it alone. The queen doesn't run her castle alone. I had Shayna, I don't know, you're going to have time to share it, but Shayna, she's about to have her baby, and she shared like, she was the thing that did it for her to join the Vortex. Like, oh, I'm a queen and I get to have the best advisors in my ear. Like I get to have that. I get to have this and this. Like I get to be fully supported, not because I need it. She was already she had a 50K month in Money March. Her biggest month doubled it. And now she's celebrating 100K months and 100K launches and all of this, right? Because good to great. But also like, wow, you get to be in a space that celebrates you in your abnormalcy and then helps you avoid that snapback effect of the real world. So one thing that I'm doing for the Vortex experience is, so if you apply now to the Vortex Mastermind, you can join the experience. Again, I want to look at your application and see if it's a great fit. You can join the experience before we close doors and reopen with 2 tiers. And it's going to be a 50K offer. And the Vortex will probably, just because of everything we're adding, increase in investment again. If you've seen me, I always lift the price when I say I will. Like it has consistently increased over time. So when you apply for the Vortex Mastermind, the doors are closing. If you're thinking of joining the experience, which is once you're in, you have a seat. So it's going to be a capped group, a capped experience. You're going to have, of course, the weekly calls and immersions and accountability and implementation and energetics and the hands-on customized support. You're going to have the quarterly immersions that are all different themes. You're going to have all access to everything I've built over 5 years. You're going to have everything that I run live that's new. You're going to have front seat to Living Brave Live VIP. You're going to have an extra 2-day experience. And now on top of all of this, there's extra things. I do book club every month that sounds like book club. And people wrote on their feedback form that book club is like their favorite part of the Vortex because we just like nerd out on personal development and growth, and like there's light coaching and we just like study with the masters. And I found that's something that's actually a big part of my success. So I brought the Vortex with me. Like if I find that something's working for me, I bring the mastermind with me. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to run a book club. We're going to study these books. We're going to implement them. Like if you lean in, you will not be able to recognize yourself in a year. And one of the big things that I got on the feedback forms is that people are like, my husband is telling me he's with a different woman. Like I'm more in love in my relationship than ever. Like this is the stuff I love the most because at the end of the day, it's who you spend your life with and having the richness of relationships. So, we pull you in because you're going to grow your revenue, but ultimately we're tricking you into having a life that feels like a movie. Like that's typically that's what I want. That's my most exciting thing. Not always easy to quantify, but you feel it and that's why I bring these women up. You feel it and you see it and you see what's possible for you. And we get to be wildly wealthy as we do that as well, right? So what I found in the Vortex experience, which is going to be a more intimate group, it's going to be the group that there's going to be even a separate community space. There's going to be extra live immersions and events, which just in and of itself, those 2 events, life-changing. And like, you'll just see what I do in April and you'll see what we have in store for the live events, but you're also going to have, like immersive workshops and immersive, the things that I'm getting feedback people are loving when we're hands-on. I'm hands-on in your business, but then also people are coming on and who are experts in their craft, in their area, people who have built something amazing and coming in and leading immersions actually for the Vortex experience. So again, to be in that space, you have to be at a high level of like mastery and excellency in your craft, but people leading experiences as well. one thing I wanted to do is a Vortex only 10x accelerator. Because what I find is that there are 4 foundational things when it comes to sales. Now, in the Vortex, we get practical, we get nitty-gritty, we get strategic, we get really nerdy, we get very we get really energetic, we go into the unseen realms. But like this, sometimes I like to be the translator for my very spiritual, very multi-dimensional, free-spirited women. I'm like, and I like to channel this for you so you have a structure where it all works, right? And so that's why I've developed all the frameworks, like the Brave AF micro movement method, like the Rockstar method, like all of these methods that we've designed now in the Vortex for you to follow. But this new 10x accelerator, it's like 4 foundational things holding women back from making more money. Okay? More money than you know what to do with. Money where you end up on calls and like, do you want to invest in this startup? It could go to 0, but it could go to 1.5 million. I'm like, that, oh, maybe, I don't know. Like this kind of thing. It's one is volume and visibility. And so first of all, like I have never really gone crazy viral. I've known how to grow my visibility in a very intentional way. And I have built from 0 to an audience of 27,000 or something. That's pretty cool, right? And it's the audience I want to be in front of. I have clients who have built hundreds of thousands of followers, big movements, right? But ultimately you need volume, you need visibility, you need to be connecting with people. And so we want to 10x your visibility. So there's going to be 4 different weeks, and each week has a different theme where I'm going to guide you through an immersive workshop, hands-on in your business. Are we excited about this? This is happening in the Vortex Mastermind, in the Vortex, the Vortex experience. If you're in the Mastermind, you can join the experience. There is going to be a ritual of you applying for it and me celebrating you and welcoming you and celebrating you on the page, because I think it's going to be important that you're super committed. And maybe not everyone will go through that application process, but there's going to be an application process, even if you're already in it, right? So your volume and your visibility, your offer. A lot of people here are like, I'm so magnetic. People are telling me amazing. So I want to 10x your offer, like your sales skills and the level of offer that you have. You have a 10x offer, you have 10x volume, your sales skills. So that's why like a big part of the workshop that we're doing, which by the sales, the close workshop that I'm doing inside Club 365, Vortex gets access to everything in there as well. And the club is closed right now. So if you do want to join it, you do have to be in the Vortex or in the club. That is where I'm going to do live demonstration of the close. But part of the 10X is your volume, your offer, sales skills, and your consistency and your standard is the last thing. So, people are like, I'm doubling my rates. I'm going to stop stopping. I'm going to be consistent. I'm going to make my ceiling, my new floor. So we want to actually do less to 10x. We don't want to 10x our effort. We want to, right? We know the 80-20 rule. Focus on the 20% that brings in the 80% of results. So that's what our 10x accelerator is going to be all about simplifying, about doing less. The Vortex isn't about putting more on your plate. I want you to have a high cash flow, low maintenance business, a space that feels like it gives you life, it gives you energy, and it helps you let go of the noise, get super dialed. You're going through something like Ice is like, I want coaching. I don't know, I intuitively knew she needed coaching, and I was like, come to the next coaching call. But like that, where it's like insurance policy on my big dream. I had my client Taylor Lee, like a lot of my Infinity clients you're hearing from in the chat. I don't think like any of them are here today, but she was like, I don't know how much I've saved, like having an answer to my question when I need it, right? Like that kind of thing. So anyway, I'm going off topic here, but really what I'm talking about is like, it's about less is more. So the first thing, 10x visibility work, the 10x visibility week is all about having the kind of self-compounding movement that grows and is visible for you. So people don't shut up about your work and they're like, wait, I'm telling all my friends about money march, like that kind of thing. The voice, like really taking the filter off your voice, because that's what it takes to be seen, right? Visibility, being seen, taking the filter off your voice. We're going to dial in the messaging and the hooks, which is really exciting. I think probably coming forward in the Vortex experience also is like some kind of AI tool, which I'm just going to drop that there, which is probably coming, but it's not developed yet. So I'm not sharing about it today. But 10x visibility, 10x standards. So who you're calling in, getting them like really refining how you are leading, setting a new floor, new pricing, consistency, commitments. So 10x visibility, 10x standards, and 10x capacity. So we're going to talk about scaling in this, like time, like how you transform your time, your organization, and where you go one to many. So 10x scale. And then the fourth week is 10x offers. So this is where I want to help you with your sales skills, pricing, having an offer that you can get behind the pricing. I know Anna's going to come in and do something wild for this, help you design your $1 million offer. And we'll look at offers that make people feel like joining, right? Where they feel crazy not paying you. And I'm going to take in some of the masculine energy. Like I'm going to teach you guys the offer stack. I'm going to teach you the stack with the feminine edge, okay, for your offers. So 10x capacity, 10x offers, 10x visibility, and 10x standards inside of this 10x mastermind accelerator experience that's happening inside the Vortex. We're gonna get hands-on custom coaching with me, and not just like Q&A, which is great, right? But it's actually gonna be focused and dialed, because sometimes if we knew how to 10x, we would have done it. So I'm gonna lead you through the process, and then you can get customized support on it. So the Vortex is a space where you do what you love, not what is expected. I'm going to speak for Mel here, who just had her $600,000 launch. And, one thing that she shared in the Infinity group, and we have a couple spaces in Infinity. Infinity is a 6-figure investment. It's for someone who's at the 7-figure level. It includes the Vortex, and you're just like, you want some extra one-to-one call in a smaller group. But Mel was saying, it's from 2 years of working together, her focusing on what it is that she actually loves to talk about. Not what she thinks people are going to pay her for, but like what she actually loves. So some of you are like, can I really make money not doing business and money stuff? Yes, because what I've done with Mel behind the scenes is shifted to love and relationship and away from business and money. And that has brought more income into her business. And that was her biggest thing, is like focusing on her zone of genius, doing what you love, not what is expected. Vortex is where we stopping. Or you stop, I was really excited for Money March. And then, I just kind of let other people and these voices in my head. And I was staring at spreadsheets all day long. And then, then I went to Living Brave Live and I got excited again. And then, no, I don't want that for you. I want you to have this incredible year. So by the time you get to Living Brave Live, you're like, I'm a different fucking person. And I can't wait to meet all these other legends. And I am the main event at this experience, because that's what the Vortex is all about. The Vortex is the main event at Living Brave Live. And where there's going to be focus and energy. I want you to gain focus. I want you to gain energy and know exactly where to put it, right? Get out of our mind, but then also have a structure for you to know what to work on next, what's most important for you, and a personalized strategy. So what I love about a place like the club is like you plug into the frequency of a whole year of growth, and you're going to get prompts and behind the scenes and things that activate you. But the Vortex is where we go into like personalized, customized coaching and strategy and mentorship, right? And you can just see the caliber of the consciousness in the space is another level of all-in investment. It's not just mindset. It's not just vibes. It's not just theory. It's actual moves. I want to help you refine your messaging, your offer structure, your sales feedback, your branding insight, right? So that you know how to show up, what to say in a way that you feel powerful, and where to pour your energy in, because there's not a one-size-fits-all approach, right? It's built for you. It needs to be built for you. This is why all of these women, no one looks like a mini me and has the same structure as me. In fact, I highly discourage sometimes doing something like Money March or doing something like the club. It's insane. I can't believe people often who aren't in mentorship with me will be like, doing their own thing. I'm like, don't do it. Let me coach you. Please don't copy me. That's not what this is about. Or else why would people invest in this space? And so the big surprise is now you can get the whole experience and this 2026 event and the September event. There's a mastermind, there's coaching, there's programs, there's everything, no stone unturned. I could not even deliver this to you one-to-one if I tried, because there's so many people now invested in you having an extraordinary experience for the investment of the Vortex Mastermind. I'm closing doors. And so it's not like I want to join at some point. It's like I'm literally closing doors. And when I open them, if you know you're going to join, get in the experience, get in the closer proximity group that's going to be capped as well. And just go for it, because the reason that's holding you back is honestly the reason that we need it most. But again, it's easier with people who want it. Like Jilly walks in, she's like, yeah, sure, of course I know I can double my investment. But I'm speaking to those of you who might be held back because you're like, but it doesn't feel like a no-brainer yet, but it doesn't feel like I have the money yet. Well, I don't have the time yet. This is the space where you free the time. This is the space where you create the money. This is the space, I don't have the network yet. This is literally the space to create the foundation of your network, of your growth, of your visibility, of your voice. Like, I'm not confident yet. You get confident by being brave and getting in the game. Well, I'm not, like, this is it. all of my sales, and the reason I'm amazing at sales is because I live this stuff, right? I've been there before. I have an embodied experience. I am the buyer. I've been in your shoes. I've invested when I made $0 in my business so many times over my monthly revenue. I've invested when I was already in an experience. I've invested when I didn't even talk to the mentor. I didn't know the start date. I hadn't bought a house. It was the biggest thing of my life. Like, it took my parents collectively 2 years together to do that, and because of this, and because of being part of the 1% to 2% of people who runs towards your dreams, is more concerned with the upside rather than constantly just looking at how I can protect myself from failing. And you see that success is just being willing to take 900 shots, and go over and get in the game and become someone along the way. I've been able to create what took both of my parents 100 years collectively to do in 4 years on my own. That's not fair. We don't live in that kind of world. All right. We live in a world where you get outsized returns if you're willing to go all in, and you're willing to hold yourself through that. And you're willing to become the kind of person who sees, you've got it. You expand your nervous system by expanding your nervous system, and making the investment and all of that. That's one piece. There's going to be so much that happens along this journey, and not to scare you, to excite you of who you become. That's going to be even more than, making a stretchful financial investment. It's going to be being in leadership, being on the stage, being someone who people love, and people not understanding you, and being a thought leader and influencing millions of people. That's a level that I want you to expand your body now, and expand your capacity now, and your trust now, and your bravery now, to build the confidence and conviction. And just to know, the Vortex is a year, and all of my spaces are a year now, because a year is a short amount of time. A year, this is so much can happen in a year. And I love when people are oh my God, I made my investment back, and I built a 6-figure business in a couple months, and I'm 10x. I don't even know half the wins because I can't keep up with them, right? That's great. And I want this to be a space that you're compounding over time, and you're not oh, am I going to make my money back in 6 weeks? I'm do I want this to shape my life? Is this something I want for my life? Because ultimately, it never goes. It's always unexpected. You come to Living Brave Live even, and you're the person I meet in the hallway, the inspiration I get during this event, the person that I talk to here, the connection that I make here, the stage I'm invited on next. There's infinite, but you have to move. And the sure thing is, when you stay where you are, talking downside, upside, the downside, staying where you are, if you knew what was possible, it's beyond unfathomable. It's staying where we are. We know, okay, maybe we save a little time, a little money, and that we live 99% of people, right? Who have a high risk aversion, who have overemphasized the aversion to loss. Every champion, people who go on a win, it's I'm playing to win. I'm willing to take a lot of shots. I'm willing to do what it takes. I'm willing to become someone. I'm willing to invest in loss where it looks like you're taking a step back. Right? Ben Hardy talks about this in his 10X book. We're going to go all into the 10X stuff, but this is where it's I'm going to play a big game. Oh my God, I'm in this big room. Oh my God, my bank account went down $5,000, whatever. You don't even need to pay in full. There's even a payment option. And I give you access to everything on the first month. And it feels like I've taken a step back, but it's you are just if you could see your whole future ahead of you, everything this is setting you up for, whether it is the Femme Rising program Brittany was talking about that she took when she was we're questioning our marriage. And now the Femme Rising program is all about coming into your sensuality and your seduction, your love and your love life. And it's behind the scenes of how I, over decades of anxious attachment, how I came into my feminine energy with love, and how to open up your creative channel. And that's just one program out of 20 programs that we have even inside the vault, which is just the cherry on top. So this is an experience that I want for you more than I need it for myself. I don't want, honestly, in my life, if it's not a good fit for someone, the opportunity cost for me is not there. For me to be inviting someone into this space, I don't need to be doing this. I love what I do. I love the women that I get to support, and each and every person that you saw today, and there's more, was in a position where it makes no sense. I don't know. And I've been I am going to, because I want this for you more than I need it for myself, be in my DMs and be hyping you up. And the truth is, at this level, it is for the ones who are doers, not dabblers. It is the ones who are serious, not curious. And if it's we gave you all the details, I want to make sure that you make amazing choice that's an informed choice, but probably you're going to underestimate what you're going to get inside. You've probably heard all the details here. Your mind is going to come in with all of the fun resistance, even if you're used to investing in yourself, because that's what happens when you know that something's going to change your life, because your thermostat is at a certain thermostat level. And then when you go to expand, consciously you want to expand. Everybody loves the idea of success and growth, and well, of course, right? But unconsciously, the mechanism is like, wait, what are the call times? No, I'm just kidding. You can get the call times like, what, woman? Did you just hear all that? Right? Like, I don't know, because maybe next month, I'll just wait. I'll wait when it feels like the full body yes. And this is all just bullshit, right? Like, you know inside that fear is the green light, that if it was easy, then everyone would do it and there would be no upside potential. And this is what we learn from every single area of growth, right? And that's okay. Some people want to value safety over all. They want very incremental, slow results in their life. And that's why they'll get a normal job and they'll do the things with the guarantee of a small raise. And that's fine. And that's that life. But if you're on this call and you're still on this call, you are not here for that life. And so I'm doing you a favor of giving you the craziest reason to join now, of joining the Vortex experience before we close and reopen the 2 tiers. And the thing is, we just don't do normal. There's structures to put into play. There's daily connection if you desire. There's customized support on your business. It's a joyful, embodied, loving, upward spiral of the group. No one wants just a ton of stuff. Everything I have in there is specifically designed for you to see results. It's precise, it's dialed in. And it's a space of doers and not dabblers. And I'm going to tell you, that is the thing I can't explain, but that is the thing on a nervous system level that's going to expand you the most, is being in a room with people who walk the talk, who put their money where their mouth is, who are invested, who are doing the thing. You can't not fly. And so you will learn to build a business around helping people feel like moving, not trying to figure it out, but how about you feel about it? You move based on feeling, and you'll create a movement of people who are like, yeah, I feel like joining you, because you are so in your aliveness. You are so in your energy. You're playing full out. So I don't even know what I want to share. Before I do this, some of the women here have made themselves available. I know that Jamie's here, Jackie's here, Anna's here. Who wants to come on? Jackie, I know that you have mom, you made the space for us. You're in your mom zone. You're flying out for the alumni event, and then you're flying back for Living Brave Live. All these people you also get to meet in person. So would you grace us with your presence?
Hi, everybody. Good morning from the gorgeous bush out here in New Zealand, where I'm on my morning adventure walk. And I'm so grateful and excited to be here with you to share such a story of not just financial transformation, but soul and human transformation, of happiness transformation, of fulfillment transformation, of inner peace transformation that is possible for you when you come into the vortex. So let's rewind about a year ago exactly. I became a single mother overnight, literally overnight, to a 1-year-old. And my business up until this point had been doing fine on paper. You know, everything was like all good. We'd made $1 million in about 6 years or so. But I had done that all from a place of hustle and like working 8 hours a day and being glued to my phone and being constantly just in this like available space of like, but what if someone DMs me? What if I need to be there to send a link? What if, blah, blah, blah. And when I had this knees to the earth moment of becoming a single mother overnight and realizing I am solely responsible for this little human being that is here, I am not going to become a statistic. I am not going to be one of those people. I am not going to raise a child in a world where I can't give him everything that he desires and more. And this is when the beautiful Shoshana, as she does, energetically was just like ping in my space. And I just knew it took me about 4 or 5 months of really sitting with it and going, you know, as I'm sure many of you can relate with like all of the logical pieces before realizing exactly what Shosha's just shared, and I really want you all to hear this. The exact reason that you're saying it's not the right time is actually the right time. And I want to be a testimony of this, so I'm going to really give you guys the nitty-gritty details here. As I say, my business took 6 years to make $1 million from a place of hustle, grind, force. And in the last, well, let me put it this way. 2 days ago, I released a brand new offer after talking to Shosh for like 1 second, literally telling her like, oh, all of my one-to-ones are sold out and now I'm going to just like release a brand new one. I doubled my prices to $50K each. And within 12 hours, they were gone. Both spots gone, complete. I just doubled my prices like that. They were taken. And this isn't just like a magical little fairy sprinkle thing. This is because in the Vortex, we do the work. We learn how to actually create potent fire messaging. We learn how to actually be our most authentically embodied, most outrageously amplified selves, which magnetically attracts people into our space. And more than any of this as well, and I say this often with like a little wink, is that the financial results, hi mosquito, that you get in the Vortex are magical. And it's going to become the least interesting thing about you, because when you put yourself in a space of women who are literally flying, I have never met a group of women who are also enchantedly incredible, magnetic, high level, who are just there with like the most incredible conversations in the space that just blow your mind into the most insane world that you never even thought possible was for you. You suddenly realize these problems that you had in your life are nothing. You suddenly realize that there is an infinite universe of possibility available to you, and you never look back. And so though, yes, the financial results you get are incredible if and when you do the work. And what you get access to around that is becoming a whole different human being. I am the most at peace I have ever been. I am in the most carefree, unfuckwithable space I have ever been in my life. I am manifesting opportunities around me to work with the most incredible human beings at a high level who are finding me because of the level of attraction that I'm putting out. When we talk about the like energy thing, this is what really takes off in the Vortex. So I just wanted to share this all from a space of totally unplanned, completely here to be the living example of when you shouldn't, or when it doesn't make logical sense to do it, is the exact right time to do it. And as another quick example of that, I'm literally like, Shosha's got this amazing alumni event happening in April. And as soon as she shared about it, I was like, I'm in. I don't care what I'm doing, I'm in. And through the work that we've been able to do and the income that's been generated, I booked myself business class tickets, paid cash, no problem, because I'm literally flying across the world for 20 hours to go and be in this mastermind for a day and a half and then fly back. So of course, we're building businesses where business class tickets cash is no problem at all. And you still have so much more in the space. And so all of this to say, my loves, you already know. And we are so here waiting for you to welcome you in with open arms. I love you all so much.
We love you, Jackie. Oh my gosh. I can't wait to see you. I love you so much. Okay, you guys, we have a couple more women that we're going to bring on today. And if you're in here and so this all aside, I'm going to break down everything that's included. It's like something like $200,000 in value with all of the itemized, like the calls and the programs and the live events and the masterminds and the new experience workshops. I didn't even itemize those things. Like all of that. It's a $25K investment. We're closing doors. We're reopening. It'll probably be a little bit more for the mastermind and then the experience, which is the capped group. It's more intimacy. It has the live events. It has the workshops and the mastermind, all of these things. I just talked about the 10X Accelerator. When you apply, and if you're invited in now, and if you're in the Vortex now, you can become a part of it. And either it's 25K or it's a 5K investment. And we're actually very spacious with you. Like, you can make this happen. We're very spacious with you on making that happen. So if you're like, oh, I need to do 1,000 on PayPal and 4,000 here, like we're absolutely okay with that. If you're like, oh my God, let me make the commitment and put down a deposit and then, give me a week or something, we're absolutely fine with that as well. All of these offers will be closing at the end of March. And just like I closed the club, like you actually can't join right now, but like, just like I did that, this will be what we do for the Vortex. And also, once you are in the Vortex, everything's included, but typically you can't apply your past investments, right? Because someone's like, I've been in the club for 3 months. So I'm like, okay, well, now you can buy the Vortex. But now there's a lot of people who just join our club experience. They're like really excited to be there. You're still going to get everything inside of the club and the daily transmissions. And we have even some club specific, like a quarterly experience virtually, and there's some master classes in the vault, and I love that space. It's completely transformational, and you can't not fly being plugged into the magic. But if you're in the club and you want to upgrade, you can apply what you invested in the club towards your deposit for the Vortex, which is like the 1 month unlock. So the first month is the unlock because literally once you see what's inside, you can't unsee it. Like it is the full, all the calendar. You're part of the masterminds. You're part of the community. You introduce yourself. You get featured. Like you get all the materials. You get a spot at the live events. Like there's a lot that goes in right up front. And then after that, it's not a membership or anything. You actually just have the opportunity to create the momentum for yourself so you can invest in it over time, which is really cool. So it's $1,999 a month. So it's like the $2K a month and then the $5K unlock, but that doesn't happen until 1 month after you join us. So it's a pretty cool option. And if you just join the club, again, this will just be until the end of the month, you can actually apply your club investment towards a whole year in the Vortex Mastermind experience, which is pretty freaking cool. But if it's in the future, we'll just like maybe add time to the end, but it won't be something that you can like apply, right? So yeah. So I want to bring up, has Jamie been here for quite some time? Jamie, and you know, Anna, we're going to close it down. So let's bring up Jamie, who, are we on year 3 or 4 or what? What are we doing? I just love this woman so much. By the way, when you come to Denver and you come to Living Brave Live, like you've got to book a session with Jamie in her, she's changed my life in so many ways. I would put her on my stage. I vouch for her like any day. And I'm just so grateful to have you here, Jamie.
Oh, thank you. I love you so much. And I love everyone here. And this has been the most amazing call to witness your epic offers, but also everybody's wins and celebrations and how we've all moved through this individually. And I just love that. And I've been in your world, Living Brave world, Shosh's world since 2020, working with you since 2021. So forever to me and forever ever for the future. But I really want to share something that is a little bit different than what everybody else has been saying. It's kind of the same frequency, but a little bit different because I am the person who came into this risk adverse. Like, and was a slow roll, slow burn, and it took me a lot to, like I was there, and I was like, it's abundant, it's exciting, but I didn't take all of the actions because even though I was there, and I trusted Shosh completely, and I watched our calls, and I was in the vortex and expand and all of these things over and over and over. I just like could tell that I was picking things apart. Right. And I could tell that I was holding on to this needing for safety. And it wasn't until I really started to understand like the real meaning of ROI that everything changed. So in the past few years working with Shosh, I've not only 200x my business, my confidence, my trust, my worth. Like those are the things that made everything fly. Like understanding the real meaning of ROI, which I'm going to give to you. But it also helped me just really understand what bravery is. Because, Shosha's always like, be brave, living brave, brave, brave. But I think in my system, I didn't understand what bravery meant. And bravery to me means unconditional, unshakable trust. And so when I finally felt that, I was able to, everything just exploded, and went off because I trust now that ROI instead of return on investment is resonance of intention. And that's what it means to me. And ever since I embodied that, like I am the investment. I am not a bill, but my investment isn't money. It isn't time. It isn't energy. It's resonance of the vibrational frequency that I'm a match to. And I think that this is really important because coming to a choice point inside of when I was in the mastermind before it was Vortex, there was a huge choice point. This was big investments for me. I told you I was risk adverse. I'm a slow burn until recently. And my business was doing good, but it wasn't because I was being risky. I wasn't being risky. I was being safe. It wasn't exploding. And I had just signed up for year 2 in this mastermind, which for me was a chunk of change. And I broke my leg. And not only did I break my leg, I lost my voice and I couldn't work and I freaked out. And this is huge because I this was like such a catalyst moment for everything. Like I couldn't walk, I couldn't talk, I couldn't work. And I'm like, what am I going to do? And of course, my first reality was, where can I cut money? And I went to Shosh, and so generously she gave me several offers of what to do. But ultimately, the way that she handled that situation and handled me made me like a lifer with her, because I realized that no, I'm treating myself as a bill. I'm treating myself as a bill. I'm not treating myself as a real investment. And I had to come to this choice point of what she talked about in my favorite class ever that she did, the magic business, is this like seesaw, right? And what's this choice point of, really it's the law of polarity. And on the seesaw, like you have the opposites. I either can go in expansion or contraction, and I'm contracting, and I'm not doing it from a place of self-worth, self-love, or trust or bravery. And I said, nope, I'm going to get on that seesaw and I'm going to make it work. And and that changed me as a whole person. Like, I want to cry. Like, that changed me as a whole person. Because from that point on, nothing could stop me. And then from there, Shosh, well, first, before that, the ripple effect happened in Expand, which became Vortex. I just started giving from such a place of genuine love. And I received a client that was a sister in the mastermind. And that one client from that mastermind rippled out to hundreds of thousands of dollars. One person, that's all it takes, is one person to connect with. And that is so huge. Like, she referred me to someone who referred me to like everybody they know globally across the world in every time zone. And I have an 80 to 85% referral rate. Most of my business is referrals. And now, because of Shosh, like helping me with trust, with being what bravery means to me, and with this, my version of ROI, resonance of intention, because my intention is I am worthy and I make a difference. And all it takes is one person. And Shosh just helped me really see the value of that. And also, we're in my office, okay? I have this office because of Shosh. The name on my door, the business, the actual, like, I've created a whole new way to work with people that never existed before because of Shosh. And I say because literally masterminding, she sees you. We talked about her being the seer. She is, it's incredible. But because of her, and because of the vortex, and because of the sisters, and because of all it takes is one person, one choice, one moment, the ripple effect, and becoming the investment, not the bill, everything has changed. Thank you so much. I love you.
We love you, Jamie, the quantum realignment queen. And she has created a category 1 in her quantum realignment, and it's magical. And I can't wait until we have a session together very soon. I'll telegram you. So I have next to me, I actually have Shannon and Anna. And Shannon and I didn't talk about this, but I feel like, how could you not share your voice on this call? But I would love to bring up Anna Gasol in whatever way you're feeling it, who is, you guys have seen, I posted, because when Christian did his like, he was talking about the power of investing in yourself and having a high risk tolerance, and he was just going off on a masculine riff. I was like, this actually reminds me of Anna. I was like, but the feminine version of you going, I have a high risk tolerance, because he said this, like, he said the same thing that you said with your 5 planets in Capricorn and just going all in on yourself and your amazing journey from like us flirting kind of in the DMs before you had a business. I think a lot of people here, whether they've made 7 figures, 8 figures, I think it's great to have models of that too. But people who are like, okay, yeah, when the time's right, right? When it falls on my lap. And you're just such an example of the Capricorn goat makes it happen. So you're also a huge part of the Vortex experience and someone that I trust above all. MC at Living Brave Live. I mean, if you love listening to her right now, you cannot, your face is gonna fall off from laughing, from crying. Just you want Anna to be the one introducing you. She's gonna be at all the events. So let's hear it. The goddess herself.
Thank you so much for having me today here, Shoshi, and for everyone. My name is Anna Gazal. I'm a sacred feminine mentor for wompreneurs and medicine women, building a legacy for planetary change. And my mission here on planet Earth is to help you unlock the codes in your womb, in your sensuality, in your sexuality, and for you to really allow to unlock the big amounts of money in a regulated way. So in my own journey, I met Shosh online in 2020. I ghosted her for 6 months, and most likely so many of you have listened already to the testimonial that is shared in the Money March thread. And so I don't really feel called today to go into that frequency, but I'm feeling in a very deep frequency, and my bleed is almost here. This equinox has been a wild ride of initiations in my own life. I'm coming in also here to be witness in my shame slaying, because this has been a living brave way of life for me. And when I joined Shosh in 2021, I had no business. I was a molecular biologist. I had left my career thinking that I had reached the pinnacle of what it was, like to be doing an internship in Cambridge University. Like so many of you, we have been high achievers, right? And there was a moment in my life that then, after traveling for 4 years, becoming a yoga teacher, teaching yoga on donation, I was in that moment of my life that I knew I had to step into something huge. And I didn't really know that I was meant to teach sacred sexuality and womb, and then started to teach business through the lens of sacred sexuality and whatnot. And one of the big pillars of living brave, it's really becoming a shame slayer. So more than anything, today, I want to be that shame slayer for you all. And I want to share something really private, really deep that has happened this week. I know, Shoja, I told you privately, and some of my clients know about this, but this has been, for me, like such a great example of breaking free of your mind's thoughts and limiting beliefs. So I am, as you heard, like super rigid sometimes. I'm super committed, 6 planets in Capricorn. I'm also a Pisces sun. So I'm also like in that frequency. But, when I decide something, I make it happen. And that testimonial, if you haven't listened to that testimonial, go check it out, because I shared my whole story of being a match to 5-figure cash days, right? And being a match to 43 cash in 4 weeks, and like living my best life, right? And really living a business that it makes me, I'm gonna cry. Okay, premenstrual, it's coming. Just waking up in the morning makes me feel so happy, And that's the thing. Waking up in the morning, living my best life, serving incredible people. Since last April, like Shoshi invited me to be a co-coach inside of the Vortex. And my whole life has upgraded just because I get to pour into this incredible community in a completely different way. Before, I was pouring as a client, and now I'm pouring as a co-coach and guide. And for me, it has been huge. And I want to share this because this week I've gone through a big initiation in my journey. And it's been huge. And I want to shame slay it, because for 4 years I was consciously celibate. And this week I broke my celibacy to someone that was not who I wanted to break, quote unquote, through my logic of mind, the celibacy. I broke that celibacy with someone that knew that I couldn't hold me as the goddess that I am. And I went through a big spiral of knowing that I had done it consciously, because right before that moment, I asked myself, I saw my clients, and I saw Shosh as well. And why I'm sharing this is because when you join the Vortex, or when you join, the Living Brave world, you're going to start living by new standards of bravery and new standards of slaying shame. And for me, this week has been such a wild week. At the beginning of the week, I went through that. It was rough. I felt super unheld. I opened up my temple after I'm waiting for my man, blah, 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 with my dreamy indigenous version from the Amazon that was a dream of mine for so long. So on one side it was beautiful, on the other side it broke my heart. And then 2 days after I was delivering an incredible 2-day immersion on designing your $1 million offer. And then I was meeting and doing the power hour in the vortex. And, I was experiencing so much duality. And one of the things I really got to realize this week, and it was a big lesson for me, is that I started to allow for my work to fully hold me. And for me, like in the past, most likely I would not share this story like so raw, so open. But just because of how Shosh truly has taught me in living brave and just seeing this home as my home, as a space where no one is here to judge me. And actually, if anything, that makes me even a better mentor because I'm living with truth and I'm living with that bravery. And this is one of the standards and the qualities that I've experienced being here. And just this week, being able to deliver incredible transformations and yet being so grounded in self-love. And what I know, this was because of living brave. Because at the beginning of the journey, for me, I was scared to talk about my truth. I was scared to talk about my opinions. I wouldn't go live online before actually working with Shosh. I wouldn't allow myself to do that. And in this way, with what I want to share with you, yes, so many people shared so much about the vortex and the vortex experience that we are, oh my God, like we were like 90 minutes on a call with Shosh, and the ideas kept getting even crazier and crazier and crazier, right? And you don't even know what's that. But I'm coming really raw today. And why I wanted to bring this here, it's because you get to be all of you. And in living brave in the vortex, literally you are accepted in your highest, in your lowest, and actually you in your raw vulnerability, slaying shame is something that you're so encouraged. And you're not gonna have a different home like this home where all of you is welcome and all of these wild ideas are gonna be encouraged. And this very same week that I've been going through all of this, I had a 5-figure cash day. What? It's the duality. And I feel like that's also the epitome of living brave and the deep work that we're doing here. It's like, we're not copy pastes and we're not and we truly are here paving our own path. And last thing I'm gonna leave you with, yes, I want to say that again, you don't have to join us now. Maybe you found this home and Money March and it feels amazing. But right now, the Vortex is truly going through a big upgrade. The same time last year, the Vortex went through a massive upgrade. We included the sisterhood calls, we included the accountability, the book clubs. Everything happened this time last year. And this year, with the conversations we've been having with the Vortex experience, like Shoshana is about to blow every single one of you. And if you have been thinking about joining the Vortex, honestly, you can join later. But right now, when you get to join now, you get to join the Vortex experience. And we're planning such incredible things because what we value again is the OGs, is the people that are here for the long run. Yes, you can come in and learn and then go. You're welcome to do that. And what we truly value is our sisterhood, and the Vortex experience will have that component. So we really want to see every single one of you that have so many codes to share. We want to see you on that stage. We want to see you in person. And this is the opportunity to join the Vortex experience at the current size. So invitation to come join us. Thank you again, Shoshana, for having me and for letting me just be all of me today. And thank you, everyone. I love you all so much.
We love you, Anna. Thank you for sharing this. Yeah, it's a space breaker. It's not a dry, if you want a little dry, pouring restaurant, this isn't it. This is what you just experienced with this woman in the portal of just truth telling. And if we want visibility, this is visibility. Visibility is taking the layer off your voice. Visibility is the era of playing small is over. The one thing I've heard, no one's ever told me, oh, I got such great results when I joined. I'm so happy I waited. To be honest, it's gosh, I wish I'd said yes to myself sooner. Oh my, and because it's not a yes to me. It's not investing in me. It's investing in yourself, your transformation, treating yourself like the investment, not the bill, and going for it. Because like this is a space where you get to blow up in your self-expression, your liberation, and your relationship, and your energy, and your money. That's what we are amazing at. That's what we do. So don't wait to have that happen. Come in, join us, and we are making it juicy for you to join now, because with transformation, if it was easy, everybody would be ripped and billionaires, right? And so we create an experience for you where you're like, fuck it, I'm in. Fuck it, I'm in. Because the Vortex experience, how could I later join the mastermind when I could have joined the experience now and been an OG founding member and been in this close proximity group and fuck, I wish I was at that event. Damn it. Like you're in the room and you're going to laugh and you're going to cry and we're going to hug and you're gonna be like, I'm so happy that I said yes to myself. Like connect to that future self. Cause she was like, please, please, please go on the ride of your life. Like make money matter. So get in the space where we're all about making money and we're going to help you do it in a feminine way, an authentic way, in a strategic way. Of course, that's what we're all about here. And then devalue it so you can value yourself, so you can pour into yourself and your business like you mean it. Because that, if we talk about logic, come on, men are so good at this. Christian's like, well, I'll be like, oh, so-and-so is so nervous to do this thing. He's like, why? And I'm like, well, because they have to put it on credit or whatever. He's like, so aren't they just starting their business and it's their life? And they're worried about like, it's either this or like staying in a job or like not growing. Like this makes the most sense. So we do a lot of things that don't make sense and are brave, but to pour into the areas that you say you value, first of all, that's going to give you a relationship with yourself where you take yourself seriously. And when you take yourself seriously, other people start taking you seriously. And I can tell you that I've never been more regulated, more chill, which is the way that we shift energy is through our relaxed energy, our excitement, genuine excitement, but through, I don't need it, I want it for you. And that comes from being someone who's an embodied saleswoman, who's embodied with money, with resource, with investment, with the right energy, the right network. I'm around people. When you're around people all the time who are selling 50K offers, 100K offers, who are pouring into themselves, you start to know that that's a field that you can tap into and you can operate your business from, right? But it's really important what frequency and what playing field you're on. And that's why for me, the applications to the Vortex are more about who is this person? What kind of resonance, emotional resonance, energetic resonance, consciousness? Are they like in their truth? Are they in their power? I don't care if you haven't created anything yet. If I see in your application, I want to make $1 million, but also like I don't really know, and you give me a bunch of excuses. But if you're like, I'm all in, I'm committed, I want to pay in full for this, and I want to have $1 million year, I'm like, that's someone who's a fucking badass. Like, let's go, and you're going to motivate someone else in the room. Absolutely. No one's perfect, right? But of course, I'm not. And if you think I am, please don't join the Vortex because you're going to find something about me that is imperfect, right? But there's so much magic. There's so much beauty. It's a masterpiece. And when I think about who I'm going to invite into the experience, and even the women in the mastermind right now are applying to the experience to make sure we're all in, like it's a custom group. You are devoted to a level of excellency in your craft, in your work, and you being the masterpiece of your life and living a masterpiece, that you are in your agency, that you are finding solutions, that you are getting the best advisors, that you are getting in the room, that there's an embodiment around that, your heart is in it, your soul is in it. I see your why, I see your vision. And above that, I would never invite you into something that I didn't actually know deep in my bones. If this person leans in, they can't not fly, because my business doesn't work. Remember when I said in the beginning, like, if you don't know that your client can get 10x the value, then the price point, then the price is too high. I will never invite someone in if I don't absolutely know that they're going to feel like it's worth it 10 times over, 100 times over, that it's an unfathomable ROI for them. Or else I'll say, you know what, start somewhere else. Like, I think maybe and I'll give a genuine reflection. And I've absolutely done that, especially if someone's coming to me with a lot of the curiosity versus the commitment or a lot of resistance. And I just will give you that. And it's okay to be in that. And you might need some time, but if you're ready and you want to join us, why not now? If you want to join us, I'm really playing with something too of like honoring the closing doors and honoring the price lifts and honoring the people who are like, they needed a little push off the edge. and to give them, that reason to say yes to themselves. And so I really do honor these things. And I'm so excited about this next evolution. I'm kind of scared and excited too with this ambitious, crazy experience of a year. It's not a mastermind, it's not a group program, it's not a course. It is a full-on experience, the first of its kind. And we're going on tour. We're rock stars going on tour. We're going to create just the wildest experiences with getting to meet you in person in September. Hey, who knows? You can join and then upgrade to alumni. We probably have a couple spots left for our April event if you just want to join for 2 years right out of the gate. But I look forward to reading your applications and giving you the opportunity also, if you're in the club, to apply that towards the investment and be able to talk back and forth. There's no like bad questions. I want to make sure that you're fully supported. And I just want this for you if you want it for yourself, because once you are pulled, it is a matter of time. And, I've been in your shoes every single space of the journey. I've seen thousands of women transform their lives. And, the reason why my dad calls me and he's thinking about making an investment and I see how lit he feels off the back of an experience like this, he's like, I don't know. The reason I'm going to pay for it right away is because I know that like you guys can talk to me, but you probably have that person in your life who you're going to run it by. And I hope for you that it's someone who protects your vision versus your insecurities and your fears and projects their limitations onto you. I hope it's someone who loves you and sees you in your highest and holds you in your highest. And if you don't have that person, that's more of a reason to get into a space with a group of women who are going to hold that for you. Because the reason I cried knowing that my dad was calling me for permission is because I've been on the other end where someone goes, okay, hold on, let me talk to my husband, my dad, my daughter, my nephew. And they have that conversation, they come back. And so many of the women were like, yeah, I told some of them, it wasn't easy with their significant other. I'm going to tell you that. But like I told them, they said, yeah, do it. But I've been on the other side. We're like, oh, actually, yeah, I feel like maybe I'm a little high. I think maybe like I'm a little impractical. It's just a little crazy. Like, I don't know, and they get talked down from their big dreams. And so if you're in that space and you don't have those people supporting you and juicing you up and saying, fucking go for it. You're kidding? This is your life. Let's go. This makes sense. This is more of the reason that you desire space like that. And it's going to take bravery of you pulling over like Brittany on the side of the road. Her husband was like, no. And she's just like, it's 10 p.m. I'm going to make this investment. And lo and behold, like where she is now, in the amazing business that she's built in life, that she's built in friendship that we've been able to develop. So I want you guys all on the stage. I'm really building this community because this is a collective product suite, as Anna always says, and the more we rise, we do rise. And this is feminine leadership. And just like Eli said in her presentation, like the reason she invited 30 of her clients is like, we are rising together. We are growing together. It's written in the stars. Like, let's all support and elevate each other. And when you do join the Vortex, you will see how to build your own business that's in a category of its own, a rock star brand in which there is no competition. There really isn't. And like the rock stars who are rock stars, they're making amazing art that they love, other people want, and they're hanging out with other rock stars. And they're growing really fast by doing this. So it's not another mastermind. It's not another digital program with a Slack channel and some calls. It's a high frequency, high caliber, all access, multi-dimensional experience for the women who are all in. It's an all-in experience for the women who are all in. And it doesn't mean you need to gorge yourself on everything, but you can go to one event and be like, that was worth it and more. So if you already feel it, this is for someone already in movement and momentum. You already feel it. This next level is we're going to require your presence, your magic, and proximity. Not more noise. Not more noise. This is your magic. Proximity is power. Your connection to magic, making magic your baseline, and really collapsing timelines by just getting the map. There are long cuts. There are also shortcuts, right? And building a life and a business that really turns you on and feels like it's just it's pulling you. It's not something that you have to push. It's something that is holding you. And that's what the space is. And ultimately in the space, you learn to be that for yourself and you learn how to create a movement that is that for you. But the first place you might experience that is this group. And the truth is, in the personal development space, there's too much talk around like, you don't need validation and just see yourself. Hell yeah. I'm someone who I'm like, I've got all the mentors and all the people around me because we forget who we are. And why we do this together is we remind each other of who we are. We walk each other back on the path. We love each other back into wholeness and fullness. And you're going to go through so many ebbs and flows, but this is the insurance policy on your big dreams. You don't have a control group. So by the way, I don't know what these women who are sharing their results, like, I don't know what would have happened if they didn't say yes. You know, we never know. We only know if we stay what happens. But when you go all in, I know that you can trust yourself in your heart, and it takes self-love and it takes courage. And so I celebrate you for applying, for all the fires you had to walk through, everything you led yourself through to get to this point. I don't think this is when you start playing small. I just don't think that's what happens in this story. I think this is the moment that you go all in and you join us. And I just cannot wait to meet you in person. And so we have Anna's here, Team Vortex. We have Shannon is here, Team Vortex. And I just felt like I can't end the call without you coming on, our head of community love, and who is here just like pouring into us. We have member of the month. We have superlatives. We're going to have awards at Living Brave Live. We have Celebration Friday and I See You Sister Monday. And so, Shannon, if you want to come up and just share your heart.
I was just writing in the chat, like, I just want to sit in silence, for a minute and like let this whole experience of the last 4 hours soak in. There's something that's been really impactful about getting to, like, knowing all the people that spoke, and then getting to hear them tell their story over and over again. And for some of us, I've heard their stories multiple times, and every time I cry again, because there's some new integration that they're experiencing, that they're expressing to us, and they're expressing to you out of the genuine goodness of their heart. And this is what it's like every freaking day in Telegram. And when I joined the Vortex, that is how I shared my heart. I didn't go there expecting to, like, squeeze every ounce of value out of the space. That's not how I approached being there. It was about showing myself how to be with women like this. And it created this love fest, and not just me. It was already there. The love was already there. It's just amplified every single time we go in there and we celebrate each other. This is why we started I See You Sister Mondays. It was something that kind of happened where I was like, I love knowing everybody in the Vortex, and I love watching what they're doing on Instagram. I love listening to the questions they ask on a hot seat call with Shosh, and then freaking seeing them going and implementing the thing the same day, and then coming in to celebrate on Friday that they did the thing and the result came, like, or not, like, they tried it. They didn't think about it. They just went and they tried to find out, instead of trying to think about it. It's so cool. And more than anything, I have learned how to, like, move through self-doubt. I had come into the Vortex, like, no confidence at all. I hadn't sold anything in 6 months, it felt like. I think it was actually 6 months. And I came in off the back of Brave AF, and like, in the course of the year, like, I rediscovered who I was. Like, we went to Living Brave Live, and I wasn't even sure I was going to go. And then Shosh ran her amazing masterclass that I can't say because it has a swear word in it, and my child was right here, and he calls me out when I swear. And it was so funny because I wasn't even going to go. And then I got there and someone launched herself into my arms. And I had not ever thought that people would want to see me. I knew I wanted to go and see people, but I hadn't thought that someone would want to see me. And day after day after day, people would reflect, like, you're such a radiant woman. And Shosh teaches, and she's been teaching all of Money March, this big idea. And I was racking my mind for a whole freaking year what this big idea was, and I had been it the whole time. The radiant idea, radiant woman, is my big idea, and I am her. We make it so complicated, but really, like, being in a room full of 200 divine mirrors reflecting back the exact same thing was all I needed to, like, explode myself. And anyway, I could go on and on, but really, like, this space is not, it's not only about business. Like, business is like a cherry on top. It's the cherry on top for me. Everything is about the sisterhood and the love and the community and the reflection and the constant reminder of who you are. Because, one thing I know for sure is that every single woman in the room here has some iota of self-doubt. Every single woman here does. And it is not that you don't have it. It's how you move through it. And when I get to see how the women in the Vortex move themselves through moments, I learn every single time to move myself through moments.
I'm going to stop there. But this has been like a beyond a treasure of a call just to simply witness the women sharing their stories and to listen to you, Shosh, like innovate. Like I didn't even know what was happening. So I was here the whole time mostly so I could listen to me like taking notes. Okay, what's happening? But this has been so magical.
Oh my gosh, I'm so grateful for you. I love you, Shannon, and everybody here. Like, this is how you make an offer. This is the offer that I've been wanting to make for a year. Like, and I know that life delivered me that material of my pregnancy so I could go through that, and I just had to show up for my commitments. But like, this is how I want to make an offer. I want to make an offer that for the right person, it's like, this is the premium value offer. This is the offer that it's like, if you can't see it 100x return, I don't want to make it. This is the offer where I want you to feel in the first week like, I already got it back. I want you to become someone through saying yes to yourself. My business isn't built on no-brainer offers because I don't want no-brainer things. Like, I want to create an experience for you in which you have to transform like I did, because I didn't build this by no-brainer stuff. I build this from being like, do I want this to shape my life? Do I want to change my life? Do I want to be brave? Do I want to be the woman that I advocate for? Do I want to live a story so good that other people share it for me? Do I want to live the kind of experiences that I want to write a book about? Do I want to be in the room with people like who have skin in the game? That's what I did, and that's what I create for my clients. And so I love doing fun things. I love giving value. And I make sure that I've designed my life so that this space, the vortex, is where I'm pouring everything into. Money March happens once a year. It's amazing. And if you are transformed, if you are having fun, if you're in the energy, take this, multiply it by 1,000. And the space is not about more. It's actually about less. So Money March, yes, is a lot. It's a lot of movement. That's just the vibe of that month, in this group. So this group is about being in the space, getting quality support, a community of bold, rising women, rising in movement and action, doing the thing, not dabbling, showing up, celebrating one another. If you're craving real connection, sisterhood, I've been in every high level mastermind. I invest in all the things. I do all the things. I love every place I've been. I will never talk down about a space I've been in. I've never seen a sisterhood like this. Like, I've never seen a place where it's a real connection, vulnerability, truth. It's an actual mastermind. I have been in a real mastermind, which shifted my perception because I'd been kind of coaching industry stuff. And then I went in a real mastermind and I was like, wait, this, like, where everyone's really supporting each other. And it's like, all like, you heard all these women today. This is just a fraction of who's in there, that like I get access to all these people and they were generous and they want to give me their phone numbers. And like, I got so much value being in a breakout room. Like, that's when I started, like, I wanted to bring that into the industry I love so much, this little corner of the industry. And it's for mentorship. It's for your energetic presence. And to be in mentorship, if you resonate with me as a mentor, I'm absolutely going to be the mentor for you. And we have, the whole community. But as I said, especially in the Vortex experience, I mean, the Vortex is just going to keep growing. And, I have this story with Christian where he was thinking of joining the inner circle with Russell back when the first time he did it, and there were like 20 people. And, Alex Hermosi's in there, all these people who were broke and somehow made it happen. And Christian was like, that's crazy. I'm not investing $25,000 in myself. And, years later, he ended up doing it. It was a completely different thing. And he's like, now there's 700 people. Now to have that proximity with Russell, it's $175,000, and people pay it and there's not even space to join this year, and that kind of growth and movement, it's like, this is a space that's going to grow. This is mentorship. And if you show up and you lean in, like, this is a size right now that you're going to get mentorship. You're going to get someone giving you support every single week and every single day if you really desire to, and delivered at a much higher caliber and a much more multidimensional supportive space than I could even ever do in a one-to-one. I just couldn't even give that to you one-to-one. It's like, it's so much more than that. And it's also such a big opener. If you ever want to lead a movement, you ever want to lead large experiences, to be very inspired by new ways that you can do this. So we're going to gain clarity and refine your body of work, your messaging, your sales process, the pathways. We're going to make sure you have a simple foundation and you have an energetically informed strategy and structure moving forward, we're going to build momentum and visibility so you can stay in the energy, you can stop stopping, you can stay consistent, and you can be in support that holds you in your expansion. And in and of itself, just being in the space is your visibility, is being seen, is using your voice, creating the pathways, and coming into your next level of leadership and self-leadership. And out of perfectionism, out of just being on the sidelines and listening, and like really stepping into your role as a leader, being in this community. So I truly believe for the person this offer is for, you don't need more information. There's so much in there, by the way, like no stone unturned. You want to talk team? Great. You want to talk sales strategy? Great. You want to talk energetic mastery? Great. You want to talk inner child healing? Great. You want to talk sensuality and relationship? Great. You want wealth building? You want to talk about nitty gritty weird finance stuff? You want to talk every single aspect of the transformation? You want to talk about powerful communication skills? Like this is a school in there, but also for so many of you, you hold lives in which you're not looking for more and more and more and more. You're looking for a space and an environment where you stay turned on in your genius and mirrors back your power to you. The kind of space that clears the clutter, that gives dialed in direct support. This is a community of women who are building in a frequency of courage, not always conviction, but courage, being willing to find out artistry, which is different than business owners, artistry and innovation and momentum. Okay. And so we come here for the vibe. Yeah, we pay for the vibes. We come for the vibes, but we also come because you have a business and I want you to feel clear in your message. I want you to have offers that feel aligned. I want you to be able to actually know how to be paid to be yourself in a way that, works for you and your business, and to have an identity that matches your next level, where there's no distance between you and future self. And when I'm brave, like you become that now. And I want also your wealth, which is a way in which we grow and we have influence in the world and our business, to reflect your mastery. I want you to continue to elevate in your mastery as a leader and in your skills, but I want also you to be well paid and resourced for that. Okay. And that takes you getting the amazing support and the network and the mentorship to do so. So what makes this space different? The powerhouse women, at least the live sessions, probably more than live sessions, but always a space to plug in, receive hands-on support, get the workshop and the experience that is exactly what you need. We're all journeying together. I'm always doing new live things. And so we're not teaching concepts and like leaving you to figure out alone. That's what sometimes like a training or a program will do, and that's great, but we're actually right there with you, implementing with you. Our quarterly masterminds are extremely intimate, and we're always looking at ways that we can make those better. We even do them in person. Of course, we have Club 365 access, which is just a place that you can almost use as like, what you feed is so important. So I look at the club as like food. It's like food for inspiration. It's like your responsibility to be inspired. And then you can go actually get coached on those topics, inside of the Vortex. So you have the full library of courses, no stone unturned. Really, like I teach a very simple guided strategy. And I've also learned from every single, like in the beginning, I was really like, I have no idea who these people are. Like, I was just like, I'm just building on embodied feminine business, and here's how I did it. And then I started learning from the best of the best. I worked with 9-figure, the top leading like feminine embodiment mentors, guides, like feminine business. I've learned from masculine. I've paid all of these people a lot also to be in proximity. So there's nothing that I hold back from you guys, and I translate it all in a way that's going to resonate with your soul and spirit. For the women who don't make sense, results that don't make sense, the multi-passionate creative heart. I think there's a lot, what I've seen in this industry. When I came in, there was a lot more magic and femininity, and that's my intention, was to bring that in more with Money March. That's why magic business was like the favorite, and I'm going to bring more of this in this year. But I love that people are learning from all of the men. And there's a lot of masculine energy right now, which makes me want to double down even more on the magic and the energetics and doing things that it's like, how does this even work? Because there's a whole set of different rules or different art form that we get to learn. I want you to feel like you're a master in the realm of the unseen and the energetics, and you're playing with your true gifts, right? Your true gifts, the thing that they made you wrong for, the mess that this is. Like, we're rock stars. We have rock star businesses. We get to embody what it is that makes us magnetic, which is the thing that you have hid to be professional and to make it work. And so here it's like, gosh, we get to have so much fun, and you get to unleash your liberated expression and do this your own way. So we have the private community that's buzzing across all time zones. We have the implementation, the network calls, the masterminds every month. On top of that, we do fun things like the Vortex experience is going to have at least monthly deep dive workshops. And even for the month of April, we're doing a whole mastermind on the 10X with those 4 different visibility, the scaling piece, the standards, the offers, and the sales skills. And so we're going to dive in so we can learn how to 10X. And I've 10X, 20X in a year. A lot of my clients have 10X, 20X, 3X, 5X. So this is going to be the mechanics of that 10X on a more foundational level after we've been like in the energy of selling. Okay, let's put this down in a structure that you can actually scale within while using your assets to create offers where you can make more money detached from your time. So that's what we're doing with the 10X. And it's not just about the income growth, it's about 10Xing your experience of your life. So the experience is the 2-day Living Brave live experience in Denver. We're going to Meow Wolf. We're renting it out. We're having a full day mastermind. It's the Rockstar theme. You get a VIP pass, Living Brave Live. You also get a live event, the New Money Millionaire event in 2026, which is going to be towards the beginning of the year. So you have 2 things to look forward to: meeting everybody in person. That's going to be Vortex only. Like beach vibe, more luxurious wealth vibe to help you in your financial freedom and empowerment, where this one is really the rockstar business and the shame slaying sales, shame slaying rockstar business. And on top of that, it's a capped group. So once it fills out, there's really, I would say, like couple dozen more spots, and we just had 6 applications come through while we're on the call. So there are a couple more spots. There's going to be, this is the last round. And then just depending on returns, when I reopen it, say I open it, I'm at Living Brave Live, like it will be Vortex Mastermind and the Vortex Experience, and it will be the 50K offer. So if you do want to join, this is a really cool time to join us. We're going to be leading all kinds of experiences. Like if I do a complete breakdown, like this would be one of the Vortex experience offers on top of the calls, the coaching, the course vault, the live experiences, the masterminds, live events. I might do a behind the scenes, you guys, the breakdown of $1 million cash month, my first $1 million cash month. I'm going to take you behind the scenes, ask me any questions. We're going to do hands-on workshopping to have, I'll do that. Maybe I'll come in and be like, Mel, do you want to do a breakdown of your 600K month? Like behind the scenes, your biggest lessons. I might be like, Shayna, can you bring us behind the scenes of, this crazy event that you just led? Okay. Mira, do you want to come in and actually do like a financial empowerment call? Cause you have a decade of like being a financial advisor and you're the rich hippie. Do you want to come in and do this? Diana, do you want to do a behind the scenes of your certification launch and maybe talk about creating a juicy partnership while you're also running your own business? So I'm going to be doing a lot more of this. I actually already started it. That's going to be part of the Vortex experience, and women within the Vortex experience are going to be taking the stage. So weekly fired up mastermind sessions. We can say 50K value for the year. Everything I do live, new offers. Like I'm thinking about offers on speaking. I did center stage as a little tease, but like making millions from stage, speaking, visibility, events, the Jedi skills, love. I see a lot of this coming back. I could say probably like 20K in offers coming up. The Vortex experience only, hands-on workshops led by me and other 6 to 9 figure earners. You could say that's a 25K value if we do one every month. Quarterly masterminds, I think at least a 10K value each. The entire value vault of everything I've ever created since day one is like a 50K value. The Club 365, 5K value now. 2 3 to 4 day live events and retreats. I'd say 15K value each. A 1-to-1 bonus with me by applying. I forgot about that part. By applying for the Vortex experience this weekend. So by Sunday, and that will be a themed 1-to-1 experience. So we'll be going through your sales pathway, and we'll be going through your through line. Just make sure you feel really good. I want to look at your stuff, and I want to be able to give you based on what I'm seeing feedback versus what you're saying, which can be very different. And then the 10X Accelerator program that's coming up in April, the private network, Did I over deliver? Are you guys happy? So it's like 200K value. We're closing doors in March. We're going to reopen the Vortex experience at the 50K level. I've had my client Bridget one day told me like months ago, like I had a vision of the Vortex at 50K. And then Anna told me this the other day and I was like, okay, I felt like that too. So this is where we are going and where we are headed. And so I want to do something special and just, instead of investing what everybody else invests, all I ask, I do this sometimes, all I ask is that if you join and you join the Vortex experience at the 25K price point, we even have payment plans where you can pay this over time, that when you hit the 25K mark, you'll send a video testimonial about it. And you'll say yes to being a part of this experience, just as a little thank you for this, that when this happens for you and you have an amazing result, that you would be able to pour into this community and be that for somebody else who might be on the fence about joining us. So if you're in for that, drop in the chat. I'm almost done. I went this far. I might as well share everything with you. The cutoff for applying for the experience is this month, even for our existing members. So Vortex ladies, I'll share with you guys the process for that. Don't worry. Don't freak out. You got time. But you can just use the Vortex application if you're new to come into the space. I might have like additional questions and stuff for you as well. The application process in and of itself is just a beautiful experience. Again, the mastermind, I see thousands of people in there. We're going to keep elevating the space, hiring more people. Like there's IP in there, there's systems in there, there's events that it's like I just bought the 15K Tony Robbins package and it's 4 live events, all virtual. And I was like, well, there's thousands of people. And I'm like, I see that. I really do. And I see the value in that. That makes so much sense. And so that's why I see where this is going. But I still want to keep the experience. I love coaching. I love proximity. I love hands-on workshopping. I know that in the future, the people are in there going to be people who are investing at the 50K price point or the OGs who I want to pour into. And so the experience will be capped for proximity. The 2 choices, if you're already in the club, you can apply that as long as it's this month. If you're listening to this after, sexy, not sorry, love you. It's still worth it. It's either the 25 down or the 5K deposit. And again, we can be flexible with you on that as well. And then 1,999 per month. And yeah, you already know it's for you. This is what a lot of the women said. Like you're in motion, you're showing up, you're building something real. And there's another level. And are we ever meant to walk alone, right? You don't need more time. You don't need to get it together first. You need the right room, and the room that reflects your power back to you every single week, every single day. That's what the Vortex is. It's not another program. It's a full-on experience. And the truth is, once you're pulled, it's only a matter of time. So no more overthinking. Give yourself a freaking break. The hardest part of bravery is before you leap. Because when you leap, it's like the water's cold. It feels amazing. It's refreshing. Like, so good in here. And now you're just like, oh, like not giving yourself what you desire. So gosh, no more wanting to play big, but playing small. Like if this happened in a 21 day offer, I do this so that you can feel what it feels like to start being in the energy of this space and then have an incredible year. So let's rock your sales and income goals. Let's launch your true voice into the world. Feel magnetic in your power and your joy and your ease back into your real feminine heart and scale a business that's high cash flow, low maintenance, feels good for you. And if you want, is globally recognized and deep self-trust, emotional mastery, and the freaking hottest, most loving, welcoming, next level group of women I've ever seen in my life. And I am so proud. And I just want to say thank you to everybody who shared and was a part of this like wild. I was like, it's probably going to be at least 3 hours, this 4.5 hour, this really wild experience today. I just want you to have a life that you're proud of and a business that gives you your life back. Because I feel like not only have I been able to create freedom for myself, which I love, but have been able to pour back in the way that I care about and been able to liberate every single person I love so that the people who have sacrificed their whole lives can have their life back. And I know at the end of the day, like the women in the Vortex, maybe you want to be famous, maybe you want to be on stages, but like the women here have hearts of gold and they have people that they care about so much. That haven't had the opportunity to be able to pour into themselves like this. Because it's one thing to work on your business, it's another thing to have the privilege to work on yourself and to be able to sponsor like my dad working on himself, which is I know the best thing he can do for his business. Like it's just beyond me. And so I don't need you to say yes. I don't. Like I want this for you. And genuinely, there's no better gift than seeing other women transform through just having said yes to my purpose and my mission. And I want you to be able to get past the resistance that I had to get past as well, every single stage of the journey. Like I waited a year and a half, 2 years to launch my podcast in resistance, waiting for the perfect thing, waiting for the right thing, waiting for it to be right, waiting to feel the full body yes, until I was just like, fuck it, I'm in. Right. And so if you feel the pull, it's not random. Like it is your next level calling. It is your future self. And I think a lot of us in the healing space are really good at holding ourselves and our inner child and making sure that we don't stretch too much. And holy shit, your future self is like begging you. She's stretching you. Like that's who's calling. And every day I look back on my past self and I'm like, I love you. Oh my God. Thank you, Shosh. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Like the days you kept showing up, you said yes to yourself. You had no idea that the ROI would even be here, even though you thought you were empowered. You thought you could see the multidimensional ROI. Like, thank you for trusting me because I know I tapped into my future self. And that kind of relationship with your future self, like it's unbelievable. So you don't have to force this. You do have to choose this. This is not about forcing. This is about you fully choosing it. And so you can join later, as Anna would say. You can join later, but if you were to join, it's going to be a $50K offer for the same thing. And so you're saving a $25K investment if you know you're going to join and get the whole experience for the price of the mastermind, which I don't know, we're going to close doors. We're going to put it on wait list and I'll see what we're thinking when we reopen it. Okay. So we get to be a founding member also in the group that I promise I will cap the group, and claim a seat and meet us in Colorado at the Vortex Experience Mastermind right before, and then the Living Brave Live experience. And so I know that it's going to take not doing normal things to have an exceptional life, and you are going to be crazy and you're going to feel crazy. And, you know, I hope for you that you dare to be one of the crazy ones, because I think the biggest lie that we're told is like, how can I do as little as possible and be as unremarkable as possible and play as safe as possible and have an extraordinary, wild, crazy life? And for me, my flex is not, I did nothing. I worked 2 hours a week and I just was on the call for 5 minutes and they joined. I'm like, I'm giving this my all in my heart because I want life to show up for me and for my people and my community like 100-fold. And so I'm going to pour into you guys. I'm going to give like the most incredible offer I could think of. I'm going to give my all to this. I'm going to show up. I'm going to do exceptional things. I'm going to do crazy things for an exceptional, crazy life. Like this isn't a space for amateurs. You guys are professionals. We're going pro. Right? We're not just thinking about it, we're being about it, right? So let's make your life a masterpiece and let's create our reality with our be, do, have, time hacking basis of all personal development work and transformation work is let's happen to life. And the vortex where your business comes to life, you come to life. And if you're feeling the anticipation, we co-create. And this is the last thing I'm going to say. This is one of the things I said in Money March. Your anticipation co-creates your reality. So if I anticipate, I could be like, I want to get engaged. Christian, oh, let me just hedge. Let me make sure that you want to be with me. Are you really committed? I'm asking him because I don't really know if I am, right? When you're all in, you don't care. You're like, I am the guarantee. I'm going to figure out a way to make 100K a day. So it doesn't matter how long I get there. So if I'm committed to this man, I'm like, I'm going to show up and anticipate that he proposes to me. Like I'm going to show up as someone who's about to be proposed to, someone who is loved. Am I loved? When were you thinking? I'm going to show up, and my anticipation co-creates the outcome. It happened in 2 weeks. He had been carrying around the ring from January to August. I did not know this. I didn't even know we went ring shopping. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to show up as if it's already happened. 2 weeks later, it happens. And so we are creating our reality through our anticipation. When you feel, if any of you feel the pull, and you feel anticipation, This is what we want to create in our sales process. Anticipation is the energy I get when the outcome I expect is desirable to me. Fear is caution over a real and present danger. Anxiety is caution over a future imagined danger. And so if you're feeling anticipation, like, oh, stress about it, writer's block, like this is all anticipation of people not reading the book, right? When you see that your anticipation, it's the same frequency, but this gets to be because the desirable outcome is on the other side of this leap versus always anticipating and worry, rehearsing worst case. We co-create with reality. So I hope you feel anticipation of this desired outcome on the other side of this leap, because that tension is what creates movement and what creates action. Okay. I love you. This was a crazy experience. I cannot believe I have not peed yet. This happened to me, I think, on Brave AF, maybe day 2. Literally, my water broke that night. But anyway, when I was like, it's been 4 hours. How have I not gone to the bathroom? So here's the thing. We're still in Money March. Can you believe it? We have a whole week left of this challenge. Let's make sure people watch this and they watch through the end. So should we like tease them with something like, you guys don't want to miss what happened at minute 4 hours and 38 minutes, like in the group, because this is obviously going to be a bonus point. And I've been watching you guys. We have grand finale prizes. We put it on the forums. I would love so much. And it's going to be a bonus point, and there's going to be all these crazy giveaways. And if you already invested in something that's a bonus point, like we give you the thing or the price value times 2 or something of greater value. So this has happened before where like I was giving away You're in the Vortex. It was crazy. And then a Vortex woman won it because she was like sharing and doing all the things. So she got like a retreat, like a 25K retreat in person for doing it. So there's going to be tons of prizes and things like this. And we're going to pick based on people who are really participating. So one of the things is go share in the group. Like if you recommend people plug into this call, should they watch through the end? What was your big breakthrough? Aha, leave a little mystery room. If you know that you just applied for the Vortex or once, I'm going to look over applications tonight. You can share your excitement, because sometimes we need a little healthy FOMO, let's be honest, to do things that are good for us, because sometimes sociology is stronger than our psychology. So if you have any questions, I am here. I'm available. I'm here. And the team is here. We'll get back to you. If I ever miss something, I don't know, ping me again. But we try our best, right? We don't just run off automation. So it's humans. Sometimes we don't do perfect. So thank you for your experience in Money March. Let's make the last week extraordinary. I'm so proud of what just happened today. Thank you for being a part of this journey. I can't wait to read the chat. How are you guys feeling before we close? Let's shake it off. Hold this energy. You don't even need to hold it. Just be in it, honor it, and let this trickle out throughout your day. Go take a nap, go run a marathon, whatever feels right for you. And I will see you inside of Money March. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Have a beautiful rest of your weekend.